Mariupol. He's like completely delusional. Mariupol was existing because there was Azovstal functioning, and it was one of the biggest enterprises in Ukraine and in former Soviet Union and probably in the world, if you want. And there was port, and nothing is working right now. Azovstal is not working, port is not working. Who the hell will move to Mariupol? Some Tajiks? I don't think they will. Even they won't, because like they tried to move Uzbeks there first on construction and then kind of took away their passports, but none of this will work. Again, you need to have enough kids. Eh, and let alone the fact that I don't think they will have time to do that.
I think,
This
yeah,
takes
Alex, I think,
generations, and they will lose.
Alex, I think the port's working, Mariupol port. I think they load grain, stolen grain from there, and I think there was a
Please.
Russian warship in there as well. So
It's probably working for 3 more months. It won't work. They won't. First of all, yeah, probably one or two ships, but I'm talking about. You understand that this port was for grain. It was whole Ukraine that was collecting grain. It was not some. Okay, you probably stole two ships, right? But I'm talking about year after year after year, lots of ships coming from there. Who will, you need to, have people who will bring crops and then collect it and then export. Who will do that? There are mines everywhere. Everything is destroyed. So there is nothing to export. And how you can have the port working? I mean, yeah, people can come and go and everything seems working, but there is nothing to export and nothing to import. Because, like I said, this was based on Azovstal and based on probably also some grain. And neither of this will work. There will be no jobs, and you won't find enough Russians stupid enough to go to Mariupol.
I just found the article that I found the other day. So 1,500 tons of grain were stolen grain were taken by the Russians, and they have a ship. They have one ship departs every 3 days. So just that information.
Yeah, I don't question that. They stole a lot of grain, but if you compare to average consumption of grain and the volume that was how much grain was exported from Ukraine year after year, like this is peanuts. It's a drop in the bucket. Like ship every 3 days, yes. If you measure 6 days, there will be two ships. Okay, one ship every 3 days. But measure one ship, how many ships in 300 days? The same too, because there is not more grain. You cannot steal. The crops is not about how much steal. It's about how much crops you collect every year. It's so yeah, there is fear mongering, of course, and news is like sensation, and I mean this is legit problem. Of course, we should be addressing it. I'm not saying that we should do nothing, and just disregard it, but it's definitely something like again, Ukraine will take back Mariupol within months, a few months, maybe 12 months. And you need generations to change ethnic composition of the place. And the Russians were doing it all the time, like for 300, 500 years. Did it work? In most cases, it didn't. They were able, more or less successful. They were in, say, in Baltic states, in specifically in Latvia, more than in Lithuania or Estonia. And you know what's the reason? Because they brought the Riga. They were building factories, and then they were creating these jobs and then were bringing Russians to work on those jobs. That's how they were changing ethnic composition. But elsewhere, did it work? No. They tried to do the same in Western Ukraine. Did it work? No. They tried to do the same in Abkhazia. Did it work? No. again, and in Abkhazia, it's been like what 30 to 40 years. First, even Abkhazians do not want Russians there. They create conditions where Russians just leave, just move. Even those who were born and grew up in Abkhazia, they are leaving for economic conditions, but also like locals don't like them. And again, you need generations, and you need a lot of babies, and poor babies. They have, and you need industry so that people stick to jobs. There is none of this condition is there, so they are delusional in whatever plans they are building. These crazy plans because they know they are in deep shit, and like they are figuring out how to make this work, but it won't work, and they won't tell you why it won't work because, but I'm pretty sure they understand it by themselves. Like um, again, if yes, during industrialization, a lot of people moved, and even before that, a lot of people moved from villages to, there was migration to urban areas. But that was because there were jobs in urban areas, not because people had nothing, to do. There were jobs.
Yeah.
People were looking for jobs.
Yeah, I don't think the Russians are moving them there to fill job vacancies. I think it's more ethnic dilution and human shields, basically.
Yeah, and as you know, as someone was saying before, there's no way they're going to be able to build housing for these people. So this is again, he's speaking to his domestic audience. It sounds as though Russia is winning if they were going to be moving large population to Mariupol as they did, or this is their playbook. They did this in the Baltics, they did this in Georgia, they do it everywhere. But I don't think it's much of a problem, and I think the Ukrainians are on top of it because, for example, in Crimea, they already made it very clear the collaborators and people who moved in who are working with the Russians are going to be prosecuted, and that's going to discourage anybody who might otherwise be considering too. So it looks as though it's not going to be a big deal.
How many people moved from Russia to Donetsk in last 10 years? They had 10 years to do this. Do you think they did not try to do this? Of course they did. They were taking Ukrainians from Ukraine to Russia, and they were trying to replace them with Russians. How did it go? It did not, because they even, they completely destroyed all industry. There were no jobs. And then to the extent that they even stole, the rest of equipment to move to Russia. They were moving to Russia the whole factory, the whole plant, take everything that works and take it back to Russia. So who will live in Donetsk? Only military and administration who is servicing the military, counting, beans for whatever is remaining there. It's Donetsk was very, it was probably the richest region in Ukraine because there were industries that were working. They were, making coal. They were selling this coal like nothing works these days. It won't work, but they need some plans, to Russians. Even there are not many thinking Russians, and like they are, like thought leaders are like complete lunatics. But they still need to bring some idiotic projects, like this one. I don't think it will work. Again, you need jobs, you need babies, and you need time. And none of these Russians have. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Yeah, let's move on to we have Carl and then Hendrik.
Yeah, these things and anything Russia does, we just have to be careful not to give it too much or too little, credence, right? Like, we didn't think they would still have. We would have thought that they would have run out of missiles and artillery by now. By many months ago, and that isn't the case. That they can still do things, but they're not going to do their grand plans. But the horror of it really is just the continual revelation of their mindset, right? That this is how they think, that this is what they think is okay. This is what they would like to do. And, as I said before, they'll just do it half-assed. And you can do a lot without having to do a lot of rebuilding, right? There are a lot of destroyed apartment blocks, but there's also a lot of ones that have been emptied. And, maybe one corner of the top has been blown out, but, people are still living in the other ones with taped up windows. And many Russians would not think that is much different than what they used to anyway. But whatever happens will happen. But Alex was saying about the amount of Russians who are moved into the Donetsk and Luhansk, over this last decade. And does anyone know the number? Because I had heard that it was like kind of over 1 million or so. And to me, that's going to be a harder population to have to deal with after the war. Given that they've been there for so long, with kind of half a generation of schooling for indoctrination and the like.
Yeah, I don't know the number. I have heard in Ukrainian sources that this is a concern, that not only the people who've moved in a long time, but also children who have grown up under that regime and have been indoctrinated. So it's definitely going to be something that they're going to have to attend to in the future. Not going to be easy.
Yeah. That I got to kind of hear that from people in a difficult way. Like when I was in Ukraine, I gave a lift from Kiev to Dnipro to a grandfather and granddaughter. He had just been in there to get some cancer treatment, and it was interesting conversations because they're originally from there, and their one daughter was still in Donetsk, married to a Russian soldier. So it's kind of heartbreaking to see the difficulties within their own families in that situation, where they had a daughter that they still communicated with, but they were on totally different sides and vehemently opposed when it comes to the war.
Yeah, thank you. Unfortunately, that is not a new story. In every war, their families get divided, but I think it's particularly bad here because Russia and Ukraine were so interconnected at one point. Hendrik.
Yes, and just to add some more information, to rebuild, let's say, to rebuild the steel plants, Azov steel plants, you need qualified engineers and you need qualified tradespeople that they can design the structures back up to rebuild the process. But I also, if I remember correctly, a lot of the equipment from Azov was in fact stolen and removed. So, I mean, that just compounds the problem. It just doesn't make any sense. Russia doesn't have the qualified people anymore to basically do this work. Most of them basically have been sent to the front.
100%. In fact, I remember that they even stole the city buses out of Mariupol and brought them back to Russia somewhere. Yeah, I mean, they've looted and destroyed the whole area, and it makes no sense that they would even be able to move people in. Nick.
So I'm reading Euromaidan Press, which says this plan for temporarily occupied Mariupol is reported by Ukraine's National Resistance Center, citing sources in the local underground. So I presume that means the Mariupol underground. So we've got a bit of filtering here. So we've got the resistance in Mariupol reporting this to the National Resistance Center, reporting it to Euromaidan. according to documents obtained by the underground, Moscow intends to complete the transfer by 2035. To encourage Russians to move, there will be a program of preferential mortgages, which Peter mentioned earlier. In addition, Russia will bring migrant workers and civil servants from depressed regions of Russia to the occupied territories of Ukraine. So this is going to apparently take until 2035. I don't think any of us here imagine that Russia will be in a position to move people to Mariupol in 2035 or indeed in 2024. So this is not something that's going to happen in the next week or two. And perhaps it's locally circulating propaganda by Russia to keep its collaborators on side. I don't know. But anyway, again, quite how they're going to build even shitty accommodation for 300,000 people in even that time frame, and certainly with the war going on, is completely beyond me. So that's it's a 12-year project from the people who brought you the 5-year plans.
Oh, I was just going to say that. Yeah, and we know how well those 5-year plans work, so this one should work just as well. Alex.
I wonder if the people are all going to find employment in tractor factories.
No doubt.
Guys, if you remember, they were burying people in the yard just in front of a house. Mariupol still does not have water. And when there is a lot of rain, all that water is contaminated from bodies. Do you think they were really burying them deep enough? I don't think so. Like, it was total disaster. There is no water, there is no job, there is like everybody hates you. Who would go there? It's delusion, but they need to build this delusion because they know that Russians know they cannot go to travel anywhere, and anywhere they go, they are looked at as some kind of orcs because that's who they are. They need to offer them something because at the end of the day, these orcs will turn against them. So it's just as simple. They will need to bring, some stories about their greatest. This is the same as Luna 25 project, and it will end the same way.
Can't argue with that, Alex. I just to bring a little something light to the subject here for a second, or to the space. Alexei Reznikov has announced with great fanfare that the first F-16 has arrived in Ukraine from the Netherlands. Keep your eye out to see whether some CNN or someplace picks this up. But it shows a picture of him standing with the defense minister of the Netherlands holding a model of an F-16. So the Ukrainian sense of humor strikes again. As I said, I can hardly wait to see Alexei, as he was called for, Alexei Felanikov, when he became a fella in NAFO. Let's see who picks this up, not realizing he's talking about the model he's holding in his hand. Anyway, I love the Ukrainian sense of humor.
Yeah, we were talking about this the other day when it first came out, and there was speculation. Oh, I wonder what they're talking about when they flew F-16s in 2014 and stuff like that. But yeah, a model. It passed over my head actually a little bit. But very good. But yeah, a little bit of news from Poland. So Poland's going to be buying 96 Apache helicopters from the US for a nice round $12 billion. So that's a chunk of change to find behind the couch. So yeah, Poland is definitely arming up. It's got loads of stuff. I've lost track of how much, 400 tanks or something like that, and those got all HIMARS to be produced for the next 3,000 years, I think, or something like that. Anyway, you got loads of stuff. So no one's going to be messing with Poland in the medium to long term, I don't think. What do you think, Alex?
Yeah, I think we should remind that when we hear that so much money spent on Ukraine. Like, we should ask when was last Apache, Lockheed, right? Lockheed is making Apache. So when was the last Lockheed was getting billions and billions of dollars in booked orders?
I don't know, actually. Maybe Randy will know if Randy's about. Or maybe not. I don't know. Peter, have you any ideas? It's all gone quiet.
Oh dear.
Hang on, sorry, I was just out of the room. Repeat the question.
Yeah, I was saying that, Poland is buying for how much? Is it 12 billion?
Yeah, 12 billion. 12 billion for 96 Apache helicopters.
Yeah, Poland is buying Apache helicopters for $12 billion. And I was saying that when people say we are spending too much on Ukraine, they should be reminded when was the last Lockheed Martin or whoever makes Apache helicopters received such an order. It's probably Pentagon is their biggest buyer, but I would not discount any of these, because also another thing, comparing to last year. So this year, for this exposition for arms sale, Russia makes it every year. Comparing to last year, the number of orders dropped by 70%. So from 1 point something billion, it went down to like a few hundred million. So where do you think those people will try to shop? And the biggest customer of Russia in arms sale is India. They were buying airplanes and other stuff. I'm pretty sure that right now India is trying to, change the supplier, because they see that weapon in performance, and they may end well. And I also think that they will try to get contract with the US, because long term they know they will need some help, with against China. And it makes total sense. You don't want to pick a loser in when you need arms. So this is kind of big dollars. We should not lose. We should not discount that. All those. Well, at least those who think they are American patriots, they should kind of clearly see this. Thank you.
Thanks. And Randy's back now. Over to Randy.
Hi, sorry. Yeah, it's Boeing Corporation. I know them well. They have sold over 2,700 Apaches. Before Poland, the biggest order was Israel with 48. But they're used by Egypt, Greece, India, Indonesia, Japan, Kuwait, Morocco, the Netherlands. I mean, I think I got to flip the page. There's so many. But yeah, this was the biggest single order of Apaches they've done. 47. The Saudis have 47, and the Israelis had 48. Oh, the British Army has 67. And the U.S. Army bought 819. And if I'm out there as a ground pounder, I sure want a couple of Apaches on my 6 o'clock. They're awesome.
Yeah, they look amazing, actually. They really, really do. They just look like a mean machine. Fantastic.
It's got a titanium cockpit, so small arms will not penetrate it. It's got muffler things on the exhaust to diminish the heat signature. And the Hellfires are fire and forget. So you can acquire a target maybe 2 seconds in between firing. So you can ripple fire 16 Hellfires that will kill anything in a minute and a half. It's just like, click, 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 acquire, shoot. I mean, there's nothing like it.
Yeah, I mean, I wish they were getting them like pronto, because that means that it might free up some helicopters they've got to send to Ukraine. But I guess this order is going to be over quite a number of years. So yeah, I'd like to see Ukraine get some. Well, obviously we all want Ukraine to get some more gear from somewhere somehow. Some Apaches would be lovely, but I think there's a vanishingly small chance of them arriving anytime soon. Right. So anyway, as a quick segue into economics. So the wheat price is down again. It is down at just under $6 a bushel, which is kind of bouncing around the lows, 2.5-year lows actually. So after its little spike after the grain deal, Russia didn't sign it, up to $7.50. It's back down under $6. And gas prices, up a little bit, 43 euros per megawatt hour. My theory is that's based on Australia's LNG workers may or may not go on strike. They're threatening it, which would possibly disrupt supplies to like Japan in the Far East, and therefore they'd have to then source their LNG from where Europe sources its LNG from. So that's my theory for why TTF gas prices in Europe have gone up from a low of about 26 euros per megawatt hour to about 43 over the last couple of weeks, since the Australian workers have been paying the bet. Mockers, you got booms. Have you got booms?
No, but I do have something hilarious.
Go on.
We all know.
Is it Tale of Woe?
No, this is funny, not
I
woeful.
was going to have my music ready. I'll carry on then.
No, we all know that the Ukrainians have been extremely innovative with their drone capabilities, and that they've created all sorts of amazing drones. Yeah, well, we've all heard that that they've also in some propaganda there are trained eagles. I mean, some people do train eagles, but you can actually train eagles to take out drones as well. This has been done, but it was said that Ukrainians had all these things, and now they've combined the two in some magical way. They have created a drone that swoops down like an eagle, grabs up a Russian from the battlefield, and carries him away. Oh. Sorry, I had to do that dramatically. Right, listen to this. This is coming from Akhmat Special Forces officer, revealing that Ukrainian drones have been detected with claws, and they come along and kidnap the wounded. So, a direct quote from the aforementioned Akhmat officer: large drones, only slightly more modernized, were previously reportedly used by the enemy in the Zaporizhia front to steal our wounded. Steal them.
So basically, they've basically somebody's just killed the wounded, and when the commander said, "Where are the bodies?" This drone came out of the sky and nicked them.
Yeah, that's what I love too. I mean, the Ukrainians are so desperate to have more wounded to treat that they're stealing the Russians.
Well, also, apparently, the drone is said to have a special device that resembles claws that captures a person so they are unable to escape, hide, or flee. So I don't know how it does that, whether it like injects them with a knockout drops or something like that, whether it has its own venom, but apparently it renders them completely immobile and unable to shout for help, and they just disappear.
Maybe it drops a nice big bottle of gherkins on their heads to knock them out, and then picks them up when they're unconscious. I don't know. What do you reckon?
Or a big gherkin for that matter.
All I know is I have seen one video of retrieval from a battlefield using a drone, and it was one of those sort of like little rectangular ones on wheels that popped along, and it hooked some guy's like clothing, dragged him off. Now, I don't know if that guy was deceased and that was a retrieval, or whether that was actually somebody who was wounded and being retrieved while they were unconscious. But either way, I reckon he's seen that and he's been like, that's it. They're stealing our men. That's where they're going to.
Yeah,
Not that they've been running off or getting killed.
You know, there's
yeah. Unfortunately, that was a retrieval of a Ukrainian defender's body rather than retrieving somebody who was wounded. Sorry, Robin.
Somebody just had suggested a addition to this, which I think you'll be seeing in a Russian dispatch pretty soon. The reason they're stealing the wounded, of course, is because of that huge trade in organs that the Ukrainians run on the side. So they're capturing the wounded so they can harvest the organs and make mega bucks off of it. This makes sense now.
No, yeah, definitely makes sense. Obviously, Russian organs are very sought after because they are the master race and all that.
Well, they're all pickled in alcohol already.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, just give them formaldehyde instead of vodka and just cut out the middleman. That'd be sorted. Although I did see a video about a month ago of a really big drone actually, which can carry people, and it did carry this bloke actually, lifted him in the air, and the drone flew over a pond, and he let go and went for a little swim. But these kind of drones are thought about being used actually on the battlefield to retrieve the wounded. So yeah, they're making them. So yeah, all sorts of drones. So when we see pictures of those happening, that's something out of sci-fi. That, and I'm here. Yeah, okay, I'm a bit old now, but it's finally happened. Drones doing stuff. Stephen, welcome.
I believe it was James first.
Oh, sorry, James, didn't see you there. You're underneath my mute button, my mute everyone button. Sorry, James.
I'm under the button. Good morning, everybody, and good day, wherever you are. Yeah, I don't know what'll be next, but I think that artificial intelligence will have a lot to do with it. And for these things where you're looking for somebody in the woods who's wounded, that's a recognition problem, and that's an AI problem. And so that there'll be retrieval functions that do this thing. There'll be the robotic AI, which you say move the box over to this table and it goes whoop, and this is going to pick up the person and place them, and then there's going to be probably something from the future, like on Prometheus, the little one-person hospital where this machine is going to take over and do everything. So I'm looking forward to the real quick evolution. And, by historical standards, things are changing super fast these days. I don't know if you've noticed. I think you guys probably have. Anyways, that was what I thought about that. And I'm delighted about it. I wanted to say that the Apache was fun to fly, and I probably wasted too much time playing the simulator, but it was good. And it was so good to get to learn kind of strategic things, about how you have to stand back. Where are the key points where you can lay down, 16 Hellfire missiles, because you've got a little niche where you can see them all and just rotate, and it rotates through the targets with a click, 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 click on this, click on that, click on this, click on that, and you've just destroyed a column or whatever it is. So anyway,
Oh, you gone quiet. You said anyway, James. Was that it?
Oh, I'm sorry. Anyways is my sometimes way of saying, well, anyways, that's all I got. So at the moment,
All right, I thought your mic had just gone off or something like that.
no, sorry about that.
All right, no, don't worry.
I
Don't
did
worry.
want to
Carry
ask
on.
you guys a question. It seems like there was two strategic bombers, and then maybe another separate event at a different place that involved one. I was a little bit confused by the news that I saw, and I just was hoping you guys had a better handle than I did.
Mockers, you know all about this. So I think I heard you say it, but I was working at the time. I think there was a report out from GUR, GUR, the Ukrainian intelligence, saying that some friendly people had gone into Russia and they said they took out 4 altogether, but we haven't seen any pictures of 4. We've seen one picture, obviously, without one that was completely on fire. I think there's a satellite photo of confirming that one as well, in a big mess. But we haven't seen any photos of the other 3 yet. I did hear that that what is it called? It begins with an S. That the first place that was attacked.
Salty.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, Salty 2 or something like that. Yeah, that one. There was reports first of all about one, and then a report came out. Oh, there may be another one damaged as well. And then there's another attack, and there's supposed to be 2 there as well. So 2 in each place, but we haven't got any visual confirmation of any more than one at the moment. So we're all looking out for that.
Although that one was a beautiful blaze.
Yeah, that was fantastic. I mean, apparently they've only got 66 of those altogether, and they don't make them any more. So if you've taken 4 of those out, that's really good. Plus they got 2 of those strategic airfields as well, and there's only 2 other ones as well. There's one in Murmansk, and what was the other name? Mazdok, or Alex, you'll know this. What was it called? Mazdok. It's in North Ossetia. I know that.
Mozdok.
What? Mozdok.
Yes,
That's it.
yes, it's in North Ossetia. Yes.
I nearly got it. Nearly got the information right there. So yeah, James.
So I did see an article while I was on the laptop, and it was a news story out of the Barents Sea, like newspaper. I forget which one, or news organization, and they said that they moved from, I forget what city. Sorry. Up to the peninsula, and I'm putting my ignorance of the world on display. The peninsula across the bay from what is that, Norway, or whatever, opposite that, they've moved as a result of an attack that may have destroyed 2 planes.
It's called.
They moved the planes. They
Called
moved the
Peninsula?
planes further.
Yeah, right. I've just brought the article up now. So, over the past few days, coordinated GUR saboteurs have neutralized 5 Russian aircraft, including strategic bombers. On the morning of the 19th, agents working with Ukrainian military intelligence used drones to attack a military airfield in Solsty. A Tu-22 M3 bomber was destroyed, and 2 other aircraft were damaged. Okay, there we go. On the morning of the 21st, 2 more Russian bombers were damaged in a drone attack in Shaykovka. So three of those bombers and 2 other aircraft, according to this report from the GUR. So 3 is quite good going. I like that. I'd like another 3 more next Wednesday, please. That'd be brilliant. What do you think? Oh, you're back, Robin. Oh, brilliant. What do you think?
Am back.
More of these.
Yep.
More of these.
I enjoy these almost as much as I enjoy the booms. Now, there was an article today. We've got hands. Okay, so James, we'll go to James.
Yep, just to follow up on this, that the planes are now further out, and it's going to be harder to strike them, perhaps. perhaps not. But they're going to have to fly farther to go to Ukraine, at least for an ideal launch point. And so mission, all the rest, if they're flying, every plane has a lifetime, right? So that's it.
Yeah, Murmansk is a really long way off. That's right up north. But the other place, Mazdok, is, I worked it out in a straight line to Odessa, for instance, just Odessa to Mazdok in a straight line. It's about 1,300 kilometers. If that helps. Right, Stephen.
Many thanks. Yes, very interesting discussion. I wasn't actually coming up to say anything about bombers, but it's not a subject I know a lot about. But you said 4 overall Tu-22s were damaged. It's interesting. I would imagine. I remember the strike on. I think it was Engels base that definitely put one of them out of commission, and I think damaged for one of those planes. Correct me if I'm wrong again. Would be effectively out of commission because, as you said, 64 ever produced. I would imagine putting together a production line or even just producing spares or parts for those, you'd either have to cannibalize the existing stock or else, well, it would just be exceptionally difficult and expensive, I would imagine. Also, 64 in total. Surely we must know that not all of those are actually capable of flight. I would imagine it's significantly less than that. I have other things to say, but I'd like to hear your expert commentary on those conjectures first. Thank you.
Well, yeah. I don't know about expert commentary. I mean, I can comment, but I'm just reading the article. So it's 3 of those Tu-22 M3s, 1 in Solsti and 2 more in Sheikovka, and plus 2 other planes. So 3 of those. And from what I read the other day, if I remember correctly, it was 66 altogether. And I think the production line is no more. These things stopped being made really quite a long time ago. So I don't think they. The article says the main thing is that such aircraft are no longer produced, but in the aggressor country, and that's from the GUR source. So yeah, they're a bit stuffed. They're a finite resource. Are you a follow up, Stephen?
Yes, many thanks. And as I would imagine that there would be far less than 60% of them flying at all. In any case, I mean, maintaining such equipment, even when you do have a production line for parts and whatever else, you don't have them all in the air at all times, as far as I understand. Not being an expert on the subject. Anyhow, I just wanted to comment on the. I do have a little bit of expert knowledge of although very out of date. Decades ago, I used to be fascinated by falconry and indeed practice it. And a friend of mine actually had a golden eagle, which had been knocked out of the sky by, believe it or not, by Fulmer. Sprayed with oil, its wings had got oiled. And he rehabilitated it and tried to release it, but basically the bird stayed with him. And so he ended up flying it off the fist. And I had the great privilege of being able to do that as well. Eagles would definitely be able to take out drones. I would say that the best eagle for that job, having sailed a great deal on the west coast of Scotland and seen many of them do this, many of them eat the eagles, but on occasion do this, would be the sea eagle, European sea eagle, because as part of their mating ritual, they fly at a fairly high altitude and then lock talons, fold their wings, and drop out of the sky in a spinning ball, which is definitely one of the most spectacular things you'll ever see in nature. But yeah, they're very adept at grabbing things out of the air in mid-flight. Anyway, that was just a sort of anecdote. As to the stealing of casualty drone, that just strikes me as prima facie absurd. Apart from the technical difficulties of actually manufacturing that. I mean, I have seen obviously them pick up with a little grab hook. I think it was a radio some months ago with a very small drone. But lifting an entire human being with a drone, I know it might be capable. There might be such technology, but I mean the logistics of it, the technical aspect of it would be. Yeah, but the most important thing, and why it strikes me as absolutely absurd, is if it is a wounded, then it must be in a hot zone. So there will be other soldiers around who are not friendly, and the guy probably himself, he might be conscious, might be not, but he would be armed, and such a drone would have to hover at low altitude in position. Very fixed position for a considerable period of time in order to accomplish that, and therefore be very easy target for even basic marksmanship with small arms, surely.
Yeah, I think part of this, I think, is James, Stephen, is the fact that Ukraine is actually experimenting with using drones to move wounded. And I have the feeling that, given the way the Russians take everything and go with it and spin tails, they're using that little nugget of fact and have spun this whole crazy tale about stealing the wounded. But in fact, Ukraine is starting to use drones to move wounded off of the front lines.
Yes, I'm aware of that, and I can see that as being a realistic possibility. Why not? I mean, Dubai is looking at air taxis and personal drones to move police officers and things like that. I think they already have them, so it's certainly possible. But that would be in circumstances probably not quite so close to a red zone, and certainly not just to. I mean, the idea that you would risk such a device to get Russian wounded. I mean, it makes absolutely no sense. And in any case, it would be right among the frontline Russian forces. And good God, I think you could teach any 12-year-old to hit something like that. It would have to be a big thing with a BB gun, let alone AKM or anything else.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think the Ukrainians would be rescuing their own wounded first of all before they start picking Russians off the battlefield. Frankly, we haven't seen that yet. But yeah, watch this space. So yeah, I agree with you, Robin. They've seen the story, and they've said, "Oh, we can't be having the Ukrainians doing that, so we're going to have to spin it for ourselves, and also make the Ukrainians look horrible." Yeah, I reckon that's that BS, as we say. Right, Robin, was it James or Alex next?
I think we're going to have to go with the honor system. I didn't notice.
I think I was next, and I have to go do something, so I'm going to step down soon anyway. So I'll just say that well, I suggested that, and I think that it is from the point of getting behind the line to where you air vac somebody, you could do that. The ground drones, right, that have tracks, is sort of a frontline tool that you could use to get somebody really off the front line, because if you're going to run up there and save somebody and take those shots, then you can build something that can roll out there or walk out there and get somebody and haul them back. So I think that's quite possible. I don't think a flying drone would do that, but I do think that a fast flying drone, in that golden hour and having that AI in there, I think all that is potentially possible. It's not expensive, kid. It's not readily available. It's kind of still in the future, but as I think every military is looking at this war and saying, "Ooh, what should we do? How should we do this?" So I think it's good. Mockers, did you see those planes in any reports yet? I haven't seen the aircraft destroyed, the bombers in numbers.
I've seen evidence of one definitely destroyed.
I mean, was this in one of the numeric reports that's come out? Daily reports?
No, they're not counting anything that's not been shot down on the battlefield. So no, it wouldn't appear in that. But we have seen satellite images of the Circe airport. I've forgotten it. Saltsea airport, where there was definitely one that was well, those pictures that showed the fireball appear to have been correct, because there's a big dark smudge on the ground where there was once an aircraft. However, there was apparently 2 other aircraft damaged there. Now, if there was an explosion of any kind and any sort of shrapnel, they might have been able to move those other aircraft, but they may not be good for missions until they're fully repaired. And the same with the other airport. We've not seen any images out of there, and probably because the first guy who took that fabulous image probably got himself shot for doing it, or he's currently in a basement somewhere praying. So, you know, there's that. But again, even if it only caused damage with shrapnel, that to an aircraft that's got no armor on it whatsoever, that's going to be something that they're going to have to deal with. So even if only one of them's completely destroyed and the rest are damaged, I still think it's very good going.
Yeah, I think it's good going as well. It'd be interesting to know what those other 2 aircraft were. I would have thought they would have mentioned if they were the T-22s, but it just said and 2 other aircraft. I'm really hoping it's one of those radar aircraft, but I mean, I'm just blue sky hoping that. But I guess we'll see in due time. Alex, then Nick.
Oh yeah, we were talking about these drones that can kidnap the wounded. Yeah, you know, if there was financial motivation in any form, those people may just report that, you know, the same way Prigozhin is reporting, you know, getting salary for non-existing fighters. They could report it, and then when they had to kind of present the wounded, actually, they would say, you know, invent this stuff. I did see the drone that helps evacuate the wounded, but I can hardly see how you can, you know, take this from the territory which you are not controlling. Even on contested territory, I don't know, can wounded be like place himself on it? And then they were talking about, you know, picking him up by like almost this. Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. I hardly doubt this is probably some fog of war, you know.
Yeah,
people
agreed.
tell stories to each other, and then those stories. Okay, it's broken telephone.
Yeah, exactly. I think they've been drinking too much vodka and taking too many drugs. I thought it would be a good idea. Right. So Nick, Stephen, and Tom, I think it was.
I came in. Are we talking about medically evacuating Ukrainians with Ukrainian drones, or did someone say picking Russians up?
Yeah, apparently the TikTok brigade has said that the Ukrainians have got like hawk-like drones that swoop down and pluck Russian wounded from the battlefield and take them away.
Yeah. Yes, of course they do. Okay, I know. I thought someone was maybe advancing it as a serious suggestion. The problem is that typically, so okay, let's forget about the science fiction and paranoid aspects here. But if you wanted to build a drone to evacuate someone from the battlefield, it would have to be, yeah, extremely heavy, extremely big target, and also the number of people for whom the golden hour applies, and yet who are somehow able to get themselves into a position where the drone can pick them up, I would have thought is quite small. So even as a a project with your own side, it would be, I think, pretty damn difficult. And even the land-based ones, unmanned vehicles, remotely steered, it's a little bit science fiction. People can be in completely arbitrary terrain. So I think it's, but yes, the idea that the Ukrainians have them who are swooping down and kidnapping 120 kilos of Russian soldier and equipment, don't think that's happening.
Nick, it is though, in fact, the case apparently that Ukraine is using cargo drones to do some evacuations. A report in Business Insider and The Guardian. No, that's not. No, I'm not The Guardian, but the Telegraph and Newsweek. So it is not totally science fiction. I'm sure, as you're saying, it's quite limited. But it's apparently some use of drones to do some evacuations at this point.
I don't think it's happening completely with autonomously, though. I mean, you have to evaluate.
It's a very short report, so yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, if you have that ability versus a helicopter evacuation, but somebody on the ground has to take the decision. These things are scarce resources. They have to assist the casualty into getting on the thing. You can't just pick somebody up who might have any form of neck trauma. And so
yeah, let me back up a little bit, because I think I misstated this. I'm seeing a picture of it now in the Telegraph. This thing is a little it's a little tractory looking thing. It's a stretcher on tracks. It's not a flying thing.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Now, I mean, I can easily imagine that if you can send something up to the line, that people can, they're locally oriented, or maybe move the casualty the last 30 meters to a convenient meeting point, and then you wheel him, let's say, 500 meters back to where an ambulance can pick them up, then, why not? For that last half a kilometer, with a bit of training and a bit of, we'll send the drone to there, then yeah. But again, yes, land-based, it's always easier to fit the batteries you need into a land-based vehicle. There's this idea that the Dubai police are going to be sort of swooping down on you to give you a parking ticket out of an autonomous drone, I think is still rather more at the propaganda stage than anything else. Okay, that reassures me a little if these are land-based. I mean, the Russians are building drone tanks out of T-55s, right? Full of explosives.
Exactly.
So
Yeah, exactly.
that's not the engineering problem for the land-based version. Is not particularly difficult as long as you accept certain amount of limitations on where it can go. But if I was lying there wounded and they could get that to me and then get me 500 meters back to where the ambulance is with using some kid with a PlayStation controller, let's go for it. But I think it's always going to be a bit niche. It's always going to be, we have half a dozen of these, and hi there, world press, look at the gee whiz stuff we're doing. I don't think there's going to be for the foreseeable future, war is going to remain reassuringly low tech and bloody, and unfortunately, but yeah, you on the ground, fair enough. Overcoming the amount of kinetic energy that you need to fly somebody even 1 kilometer in a drone is just way beyond what we can put in batteries today.
Yeah, something for the future. Stephen, Tom, and then Alex.
Yes, just very briefly about a comment with regard to Alex's reference to financial incentives about the dead or non-existent. Nice echo of Dead Souls there, Alex. But anyway, that wasn't what I was going to say. My main comment was, so I've done a lot of helicopter evacuations from boats, from the boat side, mostly exercises, that required one. I'm talking about a Sea King or a Merlin or something like that. Even with a guy on the operating the line and a guy who comes to the vessel, it requires a swimmer. It requires a guy to actually be there to assist the casualty into the sling. The idea that you can just you know those little arcade games where you waste your money trying to get a crappy toy with a sort of claw. Well, you remember what happens to most of those crappy toys is even if the claw begins to pick them up, they then drop back into the bin of crappy toys. Well, can you imagine the propaganda value to the Russians of half grabbing an uncooperative or unconscious body, which is incredibly unlikely in any case. You'd almost certainly need some kind of mechanical closing mechanism on the end of the claw, which itself would add to the weight, and also runs a really severe risk of compounding the injury to the casualty. But in any case, even if you had that, the likelihood of that casualty dropping out of the sky on the way back while being filmed by the opposition is really, really high. Imagine the propaganda value of that. This is just a ridiculous story. Thank you.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, considering there's anti-drone guns which stop drones in the sky, although the police in Moscow's anti-drone guns don't seem to work very well. They seem to hurt their testicles more than anything else. But the ones the Ukrainians got and the Russians on the front lines, they do seem to work. So yeah, just point one of those at one of those things, and hold that casualties in a whole heap of trouble. Right, Tom.
Good evening. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, 5x5.
Yeah. So I am in Lviv at the moment. It's my first time traveling abroad solo. I've gone to Lviv. I'm putting in some hours at Frontline Kitchen. I'm just wondering if anyone has any recommendations for things to do or things to see in Lviv.
Oh, well, you can.
I do.
Go on.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, sorry to interrupt. I realized I didn't raise my hand, but yes, in one of the main central squares. I can't not the one in front of the opera, which is the kind of grand alley, but there's a second, the second most important one. I'm afraid the name escapes me just now. But there is you can ask anybody. There is the Mine Cafe. It has like an or the Bunker Cafe, not the Bunker Bar. Don't bother with that. It's just a sort of a pre-war touristy thing. Don't bother with that. But the Bunker Cafe is just awesome. Just go there. Go to the back. Go downstairs. In fact, just go there all. You'll be amazed. You'll be issued with a miner's helmet and lamp. It's all in the dark. And they heat the coffee with blowtorches. It's absolutely fantastic. Just so much fun.
That does sound spectacular.
Yeah, and there's a number of other things, but that would be my top recommendation. Also, there's some if you happen to be in the area during an air alert, there's some excellent. Of course, the beer and spirits and other things that are not served during air alerts. Certainly, nothing is served outside, but you can go down to the cellar bars in that same square and enjoy a glass of fine Ukrainian wine while the air alert persists. There you go.
I'm going to be here on the. Sorry.
I was just saying, I have never been to Lviv, but I've heard about a wonderful place, a museum of folk architecture and life, where they have wooden, the wooden churches, and it's basically a recreated architecture from a little Ukrainian village. It's supposed to be quite close. If it is not in Lviv, it's supposed to be quite close. Museum of Folk Architecture, and yeah, it's in Lviv. Museum of Folk Architecture. If I were there, I'd love to see it.
Yeah, okay, I've written both of them down. Yes, thank you. The other thing, unless anyone recommend. Sorry, go ahead.
May I just? I'm going to follow you. If you could follow me back, and I'll message you about something. That'd be great. Thank you.
That's exactly what I was going to. That's why I was going to suggest you two hook up and DM each other with lots of tips. Yeah, glad to hear you there, Tom. What's your impression? Your first impression?
I mean, the impression so far. You wouldn't guess this place is at war. Lviv is remarkably peaceful. if anyone, I imagine it's the same in America or elsewhere, if you go to like a garrison town, like in Britain, like Aldershot or Catterick Garrison, you see lots of men walking around in uniform. It's like that. But aside from that, you would barely tell. There's a few buildings where like the basement windows have been sandbagged, obviously because it's now a shelter. And most of like the museums and that are closed, unfortunately. But yeah, so far, absolutely beautiful city. Yeah.
Have you what's it like wandering around? Do you? I mean, I've heard that on roads and stuff. There's like Ryan said, he goes through quite a few checkpoints and stuff like that all around. So do you kind of get stopped and asked who you are, or is it you can just wander around? Is it kind of more normally?
The only form of checkpoint I have seen is like some concrete barriers put outside the state administration building, and is like
interject, please. Don't give don't give details, please. Please don't give any details.
No, absolutely sorry. But aside from outside government buildings, I've not seen any checkpoints.
Okay, so is it Lvivians? I hope they're called Lvivians. I'm going to call them Lvivians. I just trying to get on with things as normal as possible. Obviously, with an eye out. Stephen.
Many thanks. Yeah, I would add to that. Tom, please do go to the Field of Mars, which is the burial ground for the dead. It's by the main war memorial. Do not take photographs except from a distance. Be very respectful, but wander around and look at it. Yeah, there is a lot more there than just yes, I take your meaning that it is it's more normal than you would think, but you will also notice while you were there, I hope one doesn't appear very close to you, but it possibly will. Certainly did while I was there several times. But there are big holes in that city of a kind that you don't see in other cities. Also, of course, there's a curfew, and I would counsel you very strongly to respect the curfew. There's a few other things, but I think that's all I'll say just now.
Yeah,
okay,
absolutely. Yeah.
Carry on, Tom. I was just going to ask Stephen if he's got any more tips, kind of list of do's and don'ts type of thing, just for somebody who hasn't been. I mean, I haven't been yet, but I'm probably going to need to gen up on do's and don'ts if I do go.
I mean, well, I'll defer to Stephen, but I mean, the website I was looking for was visit.ukraine.today or visitukraine.today. That breaks it down in fairly simple terms. I mean, there's actually a whole different story where I got held up at the border. The guy who was driving me and an American journalist in was denied entry into Ukraine, so we had to hitch a ride with some Polish engineers. But yeah, and we only made it into our hotel about 20 minutes before curfew.
Oh, close shave. What were the ladies like in the babushkas in Frontline Kitchen? And did you peel potatoes or carrots, or what did you get up to there?
I haven't got there yet. I was meant to get there I was meant to get to Lviv at about 3 p.m. local time yesterday due to our driver being denied entry into Ukraine. I got there at like 11:30 yesterday. So today I've been doing some admin stuff. I've gone and got a Ukrainian SIM card. I've just done some admin stuff. Sort of acclimatise, seen a bit of the city. So I'll be going and probably putting a shift in tomorrow.
Good stuff. Yeah. That's I like hearing that people going to places like the Frontline Kitchen and doing something manual and physical and doing something probably because I'm a bloke and I feel as though I'd have to get a bit hands on and do something, even if it was just potatoes and carrots and stuff. But somebody needs to do them, so yeah, that's what I'll probably do as well. A bit of that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Have you had any food yet? What have you ate? What authentic Ukrainian food have you had yet, if any?
Well, I've tried borscht for the first time. That was lovely. I don't really like. Well, I've never really eaten beetroot and bitten. But yeah, I tried borscht. I tried some of the soup. But last night I was in the hotel with the American journalist, a guy called Jim Garrity, and his hotel was considerably swankier than mine. But due to curfew, I couldn't get to mine, so I was sharing a room with him. Really nice guy.
Oh, lovely, lovely. Yeah, I've had borscht a couple of times now in London. And the first time I had it was warm, and then the last time I had it was a cold borscht, which was a bit different. It was still nice though. I didn't realise it came in warm and cold. Stephen,
The borscht I had was warm.
Warm, yeah. I mean, I thought they were warm, but I was quite surprised to get a cold one. Stephen.
Yes, just a couple more things. I'm sure you're already aware, Tom, but yeah, you should not be using your local SIM. I mean, so your Western SIM. So just go to a shop, make sure you get one of them, the local ones. They're excellent. They work better anyway. Yeah, I think that's all I have to say.
Already on Kyivstar.
Okay, that's brilliant. Kyivstar is probably the best one, actually, to be fair. Thank you.
Good stuff. Well, enjoy your stay there, Tom, and success in well, yeah. Good luck.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you very much. And Stephen, if you want to DM me anything else, or anyone wants to DM me, by all means. Yeah,
you have to follow me. You have to follow me back. I don't know whether you have, but I can't do that unless you have done. Thanks.
Yeah, I have.
And good, and enjoy, and Slava Ukraini.
Slava.
Slava. Alex, then G-Man, I think. Oh, Alex has just dropped. G-Man.
I still see Alex here. Alex, are you there?
I see him connecting in two places.
Okay. Let's go to G-Man.
Right. Okay, I was busy doing something else, but we were talking about the drones a while back, and I don't know if it's as far fetched as Nick was saying, but when Britain was in Afghanistan, so I'm going to clarify. So for something like this, I'm going to say it's rather than a drone. I'm going to say UAV. But anyway, so in the Afghan war, there's one particular instance when a Royal Marine was wounded and also cornered, and an Apache landed, and he was recovered. He was basically hung on to the side of the Apache, and they got him out. There was desperation because otherwise he was going to have very not nice things done to him. Subsequently, the Apaches, they retrofitted them with grab rails on the outside. So I'm just going to say, I think we'll see it before too long.
How many kilowatts is the engine of the Apache?
I'm not talking about a battery. I'm talking about a UAV here.
Yeah, but yeah. The Apache, what landed was an Apache helicopter with a large internal combustion engine.
Yes.
What was the grab rail? How do you mean? So the guy presumably had.
Whenever this actually happened, it didn't have one, so he grabbed onto the skid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
subsequently, they actually added a real sort of handle, effectively a handhold, to the helicopters. Yeah. I get what you're.
Oh, I've now got Nick connecting. I've got Stephen connecting. I wonder if I have him mass pox here.
I wonder.
People been dropping up and down.
Reconnect all on Android.
Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, carry on, G-Man, if you've got something else to say. Or we'll go to Alex.
That was it. I'm done.
All right, cool. Alex.
Thanks. Yeah, regarding that story, I understand why would people go extra risk to save one of the brothers by fight. Like why would Ukrainians go extra risk to save Ukrainian wounded, even from contested territory, even from enemy territory? But in this case, my understanding is that it was wounded Russian captured by Ukrainians from TikTok army, and it's very hard to believe that. Not only technologically, it's hard. It's just I just can't imagine this situation. More likely is those Chechens were asked to carry wounded Russian, and they didn't want to do that because they hate Russians, and the Russians hate them too. And when asked, like, where is the wounded, he started making up some kind of stories. Again, they are okay, but you can see they are not, fighting, and not because they don't know how to fight. This is not their war. Their mission is to, maybe loot a little bit here and there, like treat Russians badly, terrorize them. That thing they would be eagerly doing. But at the end of the day, their job is to get home safe and sound. This is not their war. And now carrying Russian wounded, and taking extra risk. Oh, please. They are like the other day, about a week ago, they were shooting each other about who is more hero. Like Chechens started making TikTok about how big hero one of their, top commander is. And I think Russians from Dagestan started, arguing, hey, you don't even fight. Well, what the hell? We should be really making movie about us. And so they started shooting each other. It's complete debacle, honestly. The story is clearly made up. Now, what's the motivation to make it up? That's another topic, but and we can make some assumptions, but I hardly doubt. I mean, unless this is Gerasimov, chief of staff or something, but I hardly doubt that Ukrainians would go any extra risk to, kidnap wounded Russian from Russian-controlled territory or even contested territory. There was a case, by the way, when this Russian was lying really close to Ukrainian position, and they kind of figured out he was alive, checked with a drone, and then brought him. But it was barely a few dozen meters from their trench. Anyway, that's to that. There is another information. Ukrainians were able to kill another colonel from Russian army. His name is Kochetov, and he was commander of mobilizants from, I think, city of Kazan. And then Robotine, they are showing some new prisoners. So one prisoner is like, I think he's about 60 years old, or 50, like close to 60 years old. He had tuberculosis. He is former convict. He had tuberculosis. He has only one lung, and 2 years ago he had heart attack. And they mobilized this guy from. He was again convict, and they let him out. I don't know. He's gonna be. What he's gonna do even in prison, I have no idea. But there we go. And then there is some information about production of 120 millimeter mortar shells, which correspond to NATO standard, and Ukrainian produce it by themselves in Ukraine. And they also produce 60mm artillery mortar shells, about 100,000 of them. So they produce a lot of mortar shells, 60 and 120mm, which is main thing infantry is using, I guess. So yeah, Ukrainians are ramping up their own munition production.
Yeah, they're definitely working very well on that. The guy, I can't remember his name now, Yermak, I think it is. Maybe it's Yermak. Anyway, the guy who used to run the trains is now running the Ministry of Strategic Innovations or something like that.
Kamishin.
Alexander
Kamishin.
Kamishin.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Kamishin. That's the one. Thanks a
Because
lot.
he was allegedly, or reported he was going for a job in Brussels, at which point he would, of course, been the European Commission.
Oh, very funny.
Oh dear. I like that one. I like that one. Anywho, slight change of topic. We've got 15 minutes left, Robin. So I'll try and get a couple of stories in here. Well, I got one here. You get one next. So Ukraine is initiating the creation of joint medical committees for the exchange of prisoners with Russia. And this is from Andrei Yusov of the Coordination Staff for the Treatment of Prisoners of War, which is dated today. And this will help liberate Ukrainian prisoners and help the enemy return its captives. Yusov said, noting this is only the third instance of such an initiative in global history. So under the Geneva Conventions, commissions must include one doctor from the detaining country and 2 from neutral nations. So hopefully this is going to bear fruit, because as we know, the Russians do not treat the Ukrainian POWs very well at all. So hopefully if this does get set up, then doctors will be examining prisoners of war on both sides, and then I don't quite know what the criteria is going to be for them to swap. But hopefully this will result in more Ukrainian prisoners of war being swapped and brought back home for treatment in Ukraine, where it's a hell of a lot better than they get in Russia. Have you heard about this, Robin?
Yes, I did. I didn't actually have a chance to read the whole article, but I did see a little bit of it, and yes, it's very, very good news, because we certainly have seen reports of Ukrainian POWs who come back with, with injuries that have required amputations and things, mostly because they were not given the medical treatment they should have been as POWs. So this is, I'm very glad that there are doctors from neutral countries who will be involved too. It's a very positive step.
Have you got a link that you can put in the nest? Maybe, because it wasn't clear to me from your description how this is different, particularly to the existing exchanges of prisoners, which, by whatever means, which we do not know about, are happening. There is some level of communication between Russia and Ukraine about prisoners, a fact that is, I think, worthy of relative celebration. So I'm interested in how this relates to that. But if you can you maybe put the link up in the nest, Shay, if there is one?
I'll look for it also, Nick. Let's bring Prince up.
I found it.
Oh, you got it? Okay.
Yeah, I've got it. I'm just creating a tweet now. I was trying to find my buttons on my phone. My screensaver kicked in. Sorry about that. So it'll be up. Actually, I'm just going to post it now on my timeline, and then I'm going to go and stick it in the nest right now. It'll be up there in about 20 seconds.
Beautiful. And we'll go to Prince in the meantime.
Yeah, you guys, if you pay attention to the number of prisoners being exchanged lately, there has been a significant drop in the frequency and the number of prisoners who have been exchanged. And Andrei Yermak spoke about this. I had it in my information last week. that it is becoming more and more difficult to exchange prisoners with Russia. They are becoming more and more resistant to taking their prisoners back. And that actually also includes wounded and deceased prisoners. I know there was, I believe I read, I mean, I'm barely up this morning, but I believe I read there was an exchange of deceased prisoners, or deceased people today. But even deceased, they are not wanting to take people back. And I think part of that is because they're going to have to admit that these people are dead. And part of it is because they're going to have to care for injured in their already overwhelmed medical system because of the wounded that are being caused, and the amount of dead. I'm also seeing reports that they are doing things like setting up mobile crematoria, and when they bring a few truckloads of deceased prisoners or deceased soldiers, Russian soldiers, to a town to be taken back to Russia, what ends up happening is they go through the crematorium instead. And if the crematorium is busy, they will either do a mass grave and bury them, or they will just have a shallow pit and put them in there and have an open cremation, let's say. That has been a problem, and that is something that Yermak spoke about last week as something that's being more and more difficult to do. But if you notice, I'm hoping it changes, but we were getting 100, 150 prisoners exchanged at a time, like last year around this time. Now I believe the most recent one I saw was, I think, 22 prisoners of war exchanged. And you're right, the prisoners of war that are coming back from Russia are in very poor condition. They have been tortured. They have been, beaten is the same as tortured, but they have been tortured. They have been neglected. They're not given food. If they're given food, it's awful. Scalding to the point where they have a choice to either eat that and scald themselves, and that includes the water that they're given, or to not have anything at all. So these are the kinds of things that should be addressed by the International Red Cross, who is supposed to be, from my understanding, the party who is the liaison between the prisoners and their and Ukraine, and that's not happening. I've read reports where families of the Ukrainian POWs are being, having a meeting with the Red Cross, and they're giving them a list of questions. And those questions are things like, why aren't you able to get us information on the prisoners of war that we know are being held there? Why aren't you able to get the letters to our prisoners of war, or get letters from them to us? These are things that are supposed to be provided for. So these are, prisoners of war is a very, very difficult thing still happening in the way it's happening, and it needs to be taken care of. Now, that is on the Russian side. But what is happening on the Ukrainian side is rather impressive, and has been the subject of several, short stories or documentaries, where the international committees that follow the prisoners of war are allowed to inspect on a regular basis the prisons where Russian prisoners of war are being held. And so it's a very drastic and stark difference between the two.
Yeah, thanks for that, Prince. It's very sobering. It's a subject I have difficulty with. I just go down this little dark rabbit hole. I find it very difficult to comprehend really. There were stories. I read an article yesterday about I think it was two POWs returned to Ukraine, but they died in captivity in Russia, and these prisoners have been logged as alive and kind of okay when the Red Cross marked them down, and then somehow the Russians killed them basically, either through neglect or torture. We don't know what yet, but the Red Cross knew they were there. The Russians knew the Red Cross were there, but it still didn't stop them from not providing care or or just basic neglect. And two Russian defenders died in Russian custody. So yeah, but any initiative which can try and provide an escape route for Ukrainian POWs back to Ukraine, I think is well worth it. Prince.
I read a story last week. I actually believe I shared it while I was co-hosting. Now, this is a little different because he was being held by Wagner. But still, Wagner should be complying with the conventions also if they are, if they were an employee of Russia. But a prisoner of war who was tortured, and they amputated his arm, or his hand at least. And when they amputated it, they did not stitch it closed. They put a bandage on it and left a tourniquet on it, and that was about all they did for the care for it. And he ended up losing more of that arm when he was returned. Fortunately, he was one of the may I say lucky ones who was not held for very long. But they actually amputated his arm while he was in captivity, or his part of his arm while he was in captivity, but did not stitch it closed and did not bandage it, or only bandaged it at all, and I believe left a tourniquet on it, which is not a good thing. So yeah, we hear these stories. I've read awful stories, and they happen every day. And actually, George posted a thread yesterday about 3 women from Mariupol, 3 soldiers from Mariupol who were held captive for, I believe, 6 months. And that story is extremely intense and extremely gripping. And I went and I looked for the thread that George wrote was great, but I went and looked for the original. It was a 60 Minutes news show piece. It's only about 13 or 14 minutes long, and I went and found that and watched the whole thing. And it's very moving and very stark, and so it was quite something to read. One of the women discovered that she was pregnant while she was in captivity. She discovered that she was about 3 months pregnant, and she was. I don't think she went into great detail about torture and things like that. That a lot of the focus was on her concern for her baby and her concern, with the threats that they gave, which were to, take her baby and to make it a good Russian, basically. And, she just kept on telling her baby all through captivity, you just hang on till we get to till we get to Ukraine. You're going to be born in Ukraine. And she was, I believe, that she was released from captivity on September 21st last year, and the baby was born on September 25th last year, and waited 4 days. If she had been held for 4 more days, that baby would have been born in Russian captivity. But as fortunate as they both were, she was able to be exchanged, and her baby was born in Ukraine, and she is exceedingly happy that her baby was born in Ukraine.
Yeah, thanks, Prince. I saw those the clips that George posted too. Extremely moving, and all of this. These are the things that we need to remember and to tell people when anybody says, it's Putin's war. We have to get rid of Putin. Everything will be fine. There is a rot in Russian society that goes way beyond Putin, and people who can treat POWs this way, people who can kidnap hundreds of thousands of children. This goes a lot farther than Putin, and it's important that we recognize this, because how we handle Russia and how we put them in a position where they can't harm other people again, it depends on us understanding what we're dealing with.
Yeah, it discombobulates me. I can deal with vatniks in spaces, and some people can't. But things like this is too graphic for my little mind, and I just get discombobulated and go down a very, very, very dark rabbit hole. So I feel ashamed to have to not be able to take it in like you can, Prince, and you as well, Robin. But
I can't take it.
go.
I cry through the whole thing. I can't take it at all, Shaggy. Don't fool yourself.
Okay, all right. I just want to make one public announcement. So we've got our guest coming in literally 1 minute. So this is Dr. Douglas Selvage. He's a historian and an expert in Soviet bloc security services, disinformation, and active measures. So this is quite apt from, well, talking about hawk drones swooping down and nicking Russian bodies and all
Well,
this
hello.
kind of stuff.
Thanks for having me.
You're here already. Oh, Alex, are you here?
All
I didn't
righty,
hear you.
gentle people. Good evening, Douglas. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, that's fantastic, wonderful. We'll do a little bit of swiftity swap here amongst the co-hosts very quickly, and my fellow co-hosts will drop, and then we'll just make sure that we're all ready to go here, and then we'll start in just about 30 seconds. In the meantime, we'll play some silly music. Or we don't.
Axel, in the meantime, I just want to say goodbye. My mother wouldn't allow me to leave without saying goodbye to people. So thank you, everyone. It's been a great 3 hours again. Thanks for everyone who participated. Looking forward in a couple of days. It's going to be Ukrainian Independence Day, which we will celebrate. And take care, everyone. Enjoy the next hours. Slava Ukraini.
Heroям слава.
Slava Nazi. Now, where's the smart Boram? So I can't see my fellow colleague M from Cairo, but with a bit of luck, he should be with us shortly. In the meantime, Douglas, thank you very much for taking the time. We've had a tremendously interesting conversation a few days ago, where essentially I would have said we should never have stopped. We should have just broken out some bread and some great red wine and probably continued for a whole evening.
Yeah, I suppose you can. You can go on for a long time about disinformation. There's a lot of it out there today.
Oh, absolutely. But it's deeply rooted, isn't it? I mean, this is what I always try to highlight to people, that if you go back in time, it is such a long-standing trait of those who actually are culturally, shall we say, not as advanced. It starts with the Tsarist regime and their secret police that continues through the First World War. Mensheviki, Bolsheviki, the Bolsheviks install their secret service, if I'm not quite mistaken, in the year prior to Lenin embarking on the train. And they've been working quite successfully at that point in time, and then it continues, and it never really has ended, has it?
No, it hasn't. One thing I've been thinking about lately is, of course, when it comes to especially disinformation at home inside Russia, if you think, in a sense, how people were practically trained during the Soviet period to believe whatever the party told them or they were supposed to, in that sense, just creating an entire reality that wasn't real was just, sort of par for the course. So in that sense, that's, I guess, an advantage when it comes to disinforming people, is that you're taught to believe, you're taught to believe even lies, right?
No, the interesting thing is the term disinformation or disinformatia actually shows up the first in, shall we say, in the 1980s in a book, which is published in the West and seemingly takes many people by surprise who are not necessarily
engulfed in this environment and professionally inclined towards it. Can you speak a little bit as to the perception in Western nations during the 1980s, specifically what they expected? Because they seemingly all were quite surprised that the KGB was so active.
Yes, they were surprised that the KGB was quite so active. One thing that happened during the 1980s is under the Reagan administration, they established a so-called Active Measures Working Group. And of course, the United States government had been trying to combat Soviet disinformation throughout the entire Cold War, but that's when they really made it a public theme. They decided, instead of just answering to every sort of strange accusation that Moscow would make, they would expose basically all of these active measures as sort of a group to bring into public consciousness, both in the United States and in especially the West, that this was going on all the time. And this Active Measures Working Group started working in 1981, but it was also at the time when the Soviet Union, especially the KGB under, well, the first chief director under Vladimir Khrushchev, they started to really rev up their active measures. They started doing even more and more of them. And this also had to do with the fact that, in a sense, because they were losing in terms of the arms race, right? They had put all of their chips in the basket trying to stop the stationing of the U.S. long-range theater nuclear forces in Western Europe, the so-called Euro missiles, right, to basically counter the SS-20s. And this had failed. So they were basically losing out in the nuclear field. They were losing out in terms of economics. They were having a hard time keeping up militarily with the West as with the United States. And so they decided, well, one cheap way to try to get, gains against the West is through using active measures, right? And that's why they really started cranking them up in the 1980s. So strangely, it was a sign of weakness that they were so dependent on it. It's sort of a cheap way of trying to, win.
But the interesting thing is, it didn't start in the 1980s. It didn't even get disclosed in the 1980s. It actually started much earlier in this format. Could you tell the audience who Igor Agayans is?
Yeah, Igor Agayans, he basically established what became the disinformation division in the first chief directorate of the KGB. I forget the exact year, but he had already been starting off when he was stationed in Paris, basically as the resident of the KGB in Paris in the early 1950s. Then after his return to the Soviet Union, there was this division, I think it was Office D, they called it, and then later it was called Service A, which was responsible for basically overseeing and conducting active measures. And active measures means, and this, it's not only, it doesn't have to be disinformation, it can also be what in the West or in the United States, they have, there are these three different types of propaganda. There's so-called white propaganda, which is supposed to be true and the source is given. So, the United States government says X, or this was said by this person. That's sort of your straight white propaganda. Then you have so-called gray propaganda, where probably what you're doing is you're telling the truth, but you don't know what the source is. So, for example, the CIA might have been supporting certain groups in Italy who were in terms of trying to win the Italian elections, and they published true materials in their own name, but actually the funding came from the CIA. So this would be called gray propaganda. Then there's also so-called black propaganda or disinformation, where it's not necessarily true what's being said. Well, actually, it's not true, and you'd also try to hide the source. And so active measures would basically be what we would call gray propaganda and black propaganda.
And this propaganda, when it's the Soviets, as well as the Russians, of course, inside this organization, because very few people who are not necessarily Russian were easily trusted in that regard, if I'm not quite mistaken. A high level of ethnic homogeneity to a large extent in that department. If I'm not quite mistaken, they created this Service A in 1962, and they hired massively and expanded the service because they saw that this was pretty much the only way they could find their way into Western minds at a point in time when essentially the Cuban Missile Crisis had not really gone well for them. Their endeavors vis-a-vis Mao were not really successful. They're already being outcompeted by the US on many grounds, and the German Bundeswehr had just been reconstituted, and essentially Walter Ulbricht and Mr. Honecker had decided to close off the border towards the west. So they were on the defensive, so they had to go onto the offense, and their only way was doing it out of weakness in terms of propaganda, but that they did quite massively.
Well, they did it quite massively. They also interpreted that already in 1954, when the French Parliament failed to ratify the so-called European Defense Community, they saw that as being their success, a success by Guyans. And so then when he went back to Moscow, he made this, proposal for conducting active measures for establishing this new division, and it was approved by the Soviet Politburo. So at first they thought that they were, in a sense, winning. Of course, then the decision was made to have West Germany join NATO instead of being sort of under this joint control of a European army. So really, they lost in the end. And sometimes they didn't keep track of the fact that, okay, even if it was due to active measures, which it probably wasn't, why the European Defense Community went down to defeat, they, in the end, it didn't matter. So in a sense, there was this belief in active measures that this type of psychological warfare could be successful. But, in general, when you have real political forces, when you have people basically making military decisions, having a strategy, or making economic decisions, based on logical points, it's very hard for active measures to undermine that. A perfect example is, like I said, the stationing of the Euro missiles in 1983. The Soviets had gone all out on this sort of, active measures propaganda campaign to try to stop it, basically from 1980 to 1983. But it failed, despite whatever successes they had in terms of getting, disarmament, people engaged in disarmament movements in the West, or trying to encourage them or popularize them or propagandize. The decision was made to station the Euro missiles, and so they lost whatever victories they had in terms of active measures.
Yeah, and so it began. But that's the thing. Active measures can only be supplemental. They can trigger events. I mean, there's a couple of them. And we can go through the writings of Keir Giles and Thomas Reed and the likes, and we'll always end up with unique episodes where essentially the Soviets, respectively the Russians, managed to trigger changes in politics and policy, and say the downfall of Western politicians who otherwise might have succeeded and were definitely anti-communist. Now, having said this, how did you come to focus on exactly that, and where are you doing it at the moment, just for our audience, because I'm sure they're delighted to hear where you're currently at?
Okay, well, first I need to say that any views I expressed today aren't necessarily the views of my employer, certainly not my current employer, or past or future employers. I work at the Stasi Records Office in Germany, in Berlin, and I first came to active measures when I was doing research about a book about basically the KGB, the Stasi, and European, the détente policy in Europe. And then I was working on active measures for this project, and then I had a researcher who was working for me in Bulgaria, Christopher Nerin, and he found documents about what we now call Operation Denver. Some people call it Operation Infection. This was this KGB's AIDS disinformation campaign. This is when they started in basically 1985, trying to spread the thesis around the world that the virus that caused AIDS, or acquired immune deficiency syndrome, was basically a biological weapon that had been developed in a U.S. military laboratory at Fort Detrick, Maryland. And this was actually probably one of their most successful disinformation campaigns, and probably that's why they keep trying to recycle it and use it for other diseases and for other purposes still today.
If only we had a pandemic going on, right?
Oh yeah, I mean, it was crazy, because when This came out when we published this study in German in 2014. It was basically roundly ignored by everybody. and then once the COVID pandemic started, and then there were all these conspiracy theories or disinformation flitting around out there about, the origins of COVID. And many of them were based on this old disinformation about the origins of HIV. It's like my phone was, basically ringing off the hook for interviews. And unfortunately, it's still with us today, and it's still sort of being used for disinformation and conspiracy theories by all types of different groups.
And the good thing about anything which has to do with, shall we say, biology, with vaccines, with medication, is that this is a field which can be so easily exploited, because you can always insert a little bit of truth here and there. You can always insert a little bit of research here and there, but you can also compromise research without most people actually being able to know. And that makes it so credible, and therefore it makes dissecting what is really truth is hard for most people who simply do not have the time for it.
That's true, and especially since most people, in a sense, don't really understand how science works. And actually, I was surprised myself about some of this. But for example, a study will come out, and maybe they only have 10 subjects for the study, and they come to a certain conclusion. And then, the press reports a study by these scientists say that, for example, masking doesn't really help, right, during in terms of dealing with COVID. And then other scientists do other studies, and they have different information. And, this goes on until a scientific consensus is reached. And this, of course, means that at any given point, if somebody has some sort of beliefs or wants to, is somehow wants to exploit this, right, this scientific process, which isn't always as, perfect as people think. People think, oh, scientists, they do a study, then they know what the results are, and then, case closed. No, that's not how science works. Science works by a lot of people doing studies, arguing with each other, right? And then they come to a consensus. But if you need like scientific knowledge right away, let's say during a pandemic, it's going to be somewhat messy, right? Even among scientists, or even how this, how people report on science. And that leaves a lot of openings for misinformation, a lot of openings for, people to develop various conspiracy theories, or, certain bad actors to engage in disinformation for their own interests.
Yeah, and the interesting part there is, of course, that the original story of what, and people will probably feel utterly disturbed now, but the killer mosquito story, which people now try to actually laugh off after some part of the West had been hijacked in their minds about the biolab story for quite some time in Ukraine, the killer mosquito story is essentially from the end of 1981, because that's when it first was floated in Literaturная Gazeta, who then followed up with a wonderful graph, which Thomas Reed once put up in his book. And I had to dig this up again because I remembered this old, inked kind of, it looks like a horror kind of painting. And it's absolutely fantastic. You have mosquitoes with some kind of vaccine injection. It's fantastic. It's stunning stuff. And just about half a year later, they started picking up on what was then the first kind of Western reporting, both in the LA Times, New York Times, and like about what was then still befuddling the scientific community about AIDS. And I like this statement, which they translated here into AIDS, the deadly, mysterious disease which has caused havoc in the US. The result of the Pentagon's experiments to develop new and dangerous biological weapons. Somebody translated this directly from Russian without any knowledge of English, and still this made itself from the Literaturная Gazeta into the so-called Patriot Letter. And that was floated all across the United States. And there were people, including some infamous senators, who were spreading this in their letters.
Yeah, in 1981, that was so-called Operation Cockroaches. Good name, actually, for the sort of mosquito laboratory in Lahore, Pakistan. There was this disinformation being published in Literatura Gazette about researcher from the University of Maryland. I forget all the details about his biography, but he was actually a famous scientist who did a lot to stop the spread of pandemic diseases in the global south. And he was doing experiments there about mosquitoes trying to fight malaria. And so they made up this disinformation that somehow these mosquitoes were being used to spread diseases, and that they were going to be used to attack India from Pakistan. And then in 1983, they basically recycled this, or upped it one step by saying, "Oh, there's this mysterious disease, AIDS, and AIDS may invade India from neighboring Pakistan," right? Building upon this earlier disinformation, which, by the way, is sort of the, I guess, grandfather of the current disinformation about bioweapons laboratories around Russia and Georgia or in Ukraine, where supposedly the U.S. is conducting experiments with the local authorities for bioweapons that will attack Russia. It all goes back to this Operation Cockroaches in 1981. And then this was sort of like a one-off active measure, this article in the Patriot about AIDS may invade India. But then the Soviets, the KGB, decided to recycle it again. We don't know why, but in 1985, they decided to run with it and say, publish this article again in Literatura Gazette, basically claiming that about how U.S. had developed this weapon, bioweapon at Fort Detrick, and that's what caused HIV/AIDS, right? And the Soviets were sort of hoping, or the KGB was hoping, that the Western press would pick up on this. They especially liked it when, the U.S. government would deny something, because that would give it more publicity, or when the Western press would deny it, they'd give a boost to their propaganda campaign. It's like, if I say to you, this is from George Lakoff, don't think about an elephant. What do you see in your head? You see an elephant, right? And it's the same with disinformation. If the U.S., there's a report in the press, oh, the U.S. government denies that AIDS was developed at Fort Detrick, then a person who reads it says, somebody said that AIDS was developed at Fort Detrick? What's that about, right? So it sort of puts a question in people's minds. So in that sense, they're looking for that sort of denial. But basically, everybody ignored it, except, strangely enough, there was this group of right-wingers in the United States under Lyndon LaRouche. He was sort of this perennial candidate for U.S. president, who was always talking about, conspiracy theories, about Khazars, and about how, these other groups are trying to take over the world. And that's why you needed to elect Lyndon LaRouche, because he understood, of course, all of these conspiracies. And he's the one who picked up on this KGB disinformation. And he started saying, well, actually, AIDS is probably a Soviet bioweapon, being developed against the United States. And the strange thing is they start arguing back and forth. There's these articles in the Soviet press, and then LaRouche and the people associated with him would respond to those. And then the Soviet press, or actually the KGB, would respond to that. And so they sort of co-evolved two versions of this conspiracy theory. It came out then, basically the Soviet version was, well, HIV/AIDS was developed as a bioweapon, right, at Fort Detrick. And then there was this version in the United States where LaRouche says, yes, AIDS was developed as a bioweapon at Fort Detrick, but it was by the National Institutes of Health, which had been infiltrated by the Soviets through the World Health Organization, right, of the United Nations. And so there's sort of this communist conspiracy behind this bioweapon developed at Fort Detrick, right? So they
but this is how it spiraled out of control, quite literally. And the Bulgarians in the Operation Denver, which you had investigated in very much detail, they were actually quite hard and pushing at that point in time. The Bulgarian services were both very violent as well as extremely well traveled during that time, weren't they?
Well, it's true, but the Bulgarians, actually, this was more the Stasi that was doing this. Actually, the Stasi and the Soviets complained that Bulgarians weren't doing enough in this particular operation. But there are other operations where they're more involved. For example, the Bulgarians tried to spread leaflets around U.S. military bases in Greece and Turkey, saying that oh, U.S. soldiers have AIDS. That basically, the U.S. military bases cause AIDS because the U.S. military, all of them have AIDS. That was sort of a thing that the Soviets also did, and other services, also the Czechs were involved in that. The Bulgarians also sent some sort of fake letters to various UN organizations, health organizations, writing about how, what was it? They were talking about how the Turks were basically somehow spreading AIDS. So it's always, attacking the usual targets. The Bulgarians are very much focused on disinformation against Turkey.
And that worked to a large extent because it actually shattered the trust in what was otherwise an existing trusted institution. Hard, yes, but the Turkish army had been for decades at that point in time, at least towards the inside on a domestic level, a stabilizing force, and in part a meritocracy. Same as, for example, the shipping community in Turkey and in Istanbul. So all of that had to be destroyed because evidently it made Turkey stronger and aligned it more with NATO and therefore the West, correct?
Well, that's certainly what their goal was. I think, though, that it's important also not to overstate how successful disinformation is, or how successful these active measures are. At the time, a lot of them were just basically, I don't know how to say this politely, throwing crap up against the wall and seeing what would stick, right? And some of these things were just so outlandish. Like, I can't believe that, health officials, let's say at the World Health Organization, if they're serious scientists and they receive some sort of letter, supposedly from Turkish scientists complaining about, AIDS bioweapons, or, in Turkey, or being used against Greeks or whatever, that they would take them seriously. So this is sort of very, very crude disinformation.
Absolutely. Douglas, given the fact that you were, and before we go to other topics and other hands, but let's cycle back briefly to what is your current environment then. You are working with what is the remainder, and that remainder is large. Maybe you can describe a little bit the vastness of data at hand. The remainder of what is the Stasi archive. Could you describe to the audience a little bit about it and how large it is and what they've observed and how many observers were there for the population, just to give them a feel first, and then we'll go through a few things.
Well, there was a large percentage of the population that were somehow informants, larger than many of the other Soviet bloc countries. I think whether it's more than, let's say, in Russia or the Soviet Union, or if it's more than in the case of North Korea, I'm not 100% certain. And some of these files were basically dead files where they said somebody was an informant. We used to talk about how many people were registered as informants, but it was certainly higher than in many of the other Soviet bloc countries. Beyond these so-called unofficial collaborators with the Stasi, of course, there were people who thought that they were, just basically contacts for the normal East German police, but they didn't know that some of these normal East German police officers were actually Stasi, right? So they're actually sometimes reporting to the Stasi without even knowing it. But it's certainly a high percentage. I think it was, the estimates vary. I guess I should try to memorize all these statistics. I tend to avoid doing something like that, but the number of files involved is something like 100 kilometers of files. I mean, it's basically, almost as many files as the entire, federal archives just for the Stasi. But when it comes to foreign intelligence, this is something I should note, 90% of the files have been destroyed, including practically all the files about active measures. So to the extent that there's materials about active measures, I mean, we have certain databases, we have certain card files, thanks to the CIA bought basically the foreign intelligence card file from, legend has it, from a KGB officer, but some suspect that's just a cover story for a Stasi officer who sold it. It's still not really known. we have the card file from the basically the intelligence division, and we have a few files left from them, some intelligence reports. We also have some things scattered through other files, but they really did destroy 90% of the foreign intelligence records, right? That was under Marcus Wolf.
And why is that not a surprise?
Well, of course, they say that they're just protecting sources and methods. That they were trying to protect basically their sources. And what happened was in 1989 at the Central Roundtable, where they basically negotiated the transition, right, to democracy. The Marcus Wolf and others convinced also the dissidents at the time at the round table that really, the HVA is just engaged in foreign intelligence. We don't really have anything to do with all this internal repression. And, we just have these, our own records, and they just deal with foreign things, like fighting the CIA or whatever. And so they let them basically dissolve themselves. And of course, they used the opportunity to destroy most of their files.
And this happens at a point in time when Lothar de Maizière is already briefed that this is not the case and that this is not the truth. But he still steers the round table discussion to the point that he agrees with this, right?
Well, yes. And I don't know if I would blame one person, but I think it also shows a certain naivete about how Soviet bloc security services worked. I mean, one thing that's different and something that people in the West especially didn't realize or don't realize still today is that foreign intelligence is also together with domestic intelligence. So it's the same as like having in the United States, if you had the FBI, the NSA, and the CIA all in one agency, that's what a Soviet bloc security service was. And they basically, the foreign intelligence is also used as a tool for repression at home. It's used to basically repress dissidents who, have escaped abroad or people who've gone into exile. Also to keep organizations outside under control that might try to help people or dissidents inside the country. And this is the model that's followed also by China, Iran, Cuba, Vietnam. I mean, they're all based on this Soviet model, which actually goes back to the Okhrana.
Absolutely. Douglas, quick thing. When you describe the hundreds of kilometers of data, how is this currently being, shall we say, scanned, reviewed? Is there proper data mining, or has the formerly named Gauk-Behörde given up on this? Is it just upon request? How are we dealing with the data?
Well, I mean, in terms of the data itself, in terms of the files, it's a normal, in a sense, it's a normal archive. But of course, in Germany, and I think in the European Union in general, there's this issue of data protection, personal protection. And so there are different levels of access to the Stasi records. And it's actually more liberal than other German archives. According to the Stasi Records Act, any individual, for example, who was basically spied upon by the Stasi, anybody who was a victim of the Stasi, of course, can get access to the files about them. They're allowed to go through their files. But the thing is that any third persons, their names will be blackened out. They will leave the code names, for example, of informers, and if they ask, they can get, who the real person behind the code name. They're allowed to do that according to the Stasi Records Act. So that's one level of access. Basically, victims or people who lived in East Germany, they're able to request their Stasi file. In most cases, the Stasi file is just a few scattered documents, right? Unless they were in the opposition or tried to petition to leave East Germany. In most cases, just a few scattered documents. Maybe it had to do with the fact that they needed to get a clearance to, basically work at a certain place. Then, of course, the Stasi would do a background investigation. The next level of access is for journalists. According to the Stasi Records Act, they're allowed to access certain files, but again, then practically all personal names are blackened out, except for the names of informers and Stasi officers. If they get special permission from, let's say, somebody who's a victim of the Stasi, they can also, see their name, but they need to have this special permission. So their access is somewhat limited. So if you get a file and, basically all the names are blacked out, it doesn't necessarily help you with your reporting. It limits what you're able to report on. The next level of access is for basically scholars. And they have to agree not to release information unless it's related to their research. It's very much bound to their research topic. And but they are allowed to see everything without anything being blackened out, because the idea is that they're probably doing more general research. For example, let's say we're talking about how active measures work, and maybe the names of individuals aren't so important, or if they are, you can basically write the person, if they're still alive, to get their permission to use their name if they were basically a victim of the Stasi. So that's a different level of access. So it's very much regulated according to the Stasi Records Act, and it's also very much related to personal and data protection laws in Germany and in Europe. This is different than in some of the other former post-communist countries like in Poland or the Czech Republic. It's much stricter.
But one thing is data protection for the individual, and the other thing is, of course, the specific need for reconciliation. And the fact that a number of the IMs, the informants, have actually conducted themselves in a fashion that it endangered other people, infringed upon their freedoms, brought them into prison, subjugated them to torture by the Stasi and the armed forces of the Soviet-occupied zone, misnomed as the GDR, the not-so-German Democratic Republic. And as such, all of these acts should be subjugated and cannot necessarily easily have any kind of statute of limitations. If you are aiding and abetting murder, if you're aiding and abetting torture under German law, you are still subject to prosecution today. Is this being pursued by reviewing the data?
It was at one point, but not today. Because supposedly this has all been dealt with already. And in the case of the former East Germany, the decision by the German courts, the federal German courts in the 1990s, was basically that if it was not a violation of East German law at the time, then it cannot be prosecuted. Now, that meant, for example, even under East German law, it was illegal to open mail, somebody else's mail. So actually, they could prosecute, these individuals who opened other people's mail. I don't think they did much of that, but you could, arguably do it. Kidnapping was illegal under East German law. So, individuals who've been kidnapped, let's say by the Stasi, are taken across the border, which was, mainly in the 50s and 60s, from West Germany or from West Berlin. The individuals involved in that could also be prosecuted. One issue was, though, about the East German border guards. According to East German law, it was perfectly fine for them to shoot anybody who tried to cross the border. And in this one case, then the German Supreme Court decided that actually, though, this was a violation of international law, so this was an exception, it could actually be prosecuted. So in that case, certain border guards were responsible for killing people at the border, and also members of the East German Politburo who were involved in approving the shoot-to-kill order. They were put on trial and they were prosecuted. Whether they, I'll let others decide whether they received the sentences they should have received, but they were, in fact, prosecuted for that. But other things, for example,
prison torture by the Stasi, for example, has it been prosecuted, or despite the fact that it has been reviewed?
Well, in that case, you need to have evidence, and the Stasi didn't exactly keep evidence that they're torturing people in prison. I mean, at one
But the BND did, of the people we bought out. We bought more than 140 people who had been tortured, who were previously, for example, in the armed forces, pressed into the armed forces, or professors and doctors who'd been put into Bautzen and tortured. We bought them, literally, by this so-called head premium.
Right,
Freikauf. For West German, Freikaufen, exactly. So we did this, and they came, and they had evidence. There was clear evidence of torture, being beaten with heavy duty metal, say, metal objects of every kind, tortured with the most insidious form of electrocution. And all the things we now see currently by the Soviets / Russians / Mordor applied in Ukraine, including severing limbs and hurting organs. The BND has this, and the MAD, by the way, as well, because some of them were obviously people who were under the review of what we do. If that's the case, how is it possible that we have those cases and we have indications that thousands more suffered from this, and the Stasi archive is not being used by the current German government, led by one Olaf Scholz, who traveled 9 times to pledge allegiance to the Soviet-occupied zones regime during the 1990s to fight against exactly the missiles you highlighted earlier, the Freedom missiles which were stationed. How's it possible that we fail to prosecute these matters before the murderers enjoy their pensions to the very end?
Well, first of all, I don't know how many of them were involved in torture, and I haven't seen the BND reports, and certainly I haven't seen anything in the Stasi archives, because that's the sort of thing they would try to cover up if they did do it. And so if you're talking about the 50s and 60s, that was certainly the case. The question is why it wasn't prosecuted even in the 1990s. I mean, I wouldn't say that Scholz is particularly guilty in not prosecuting this, because in that sense, you could say that all of the German governments didn't do it until now. So in that sense, I don't
Just at
think
the end
it's
of
a
the
problem with Olaf
end of
Scholz.
lifespan. No, but I'm saying that Gerhard Schröder, Olaf Scholz, like Ms. Merkel, they all failed to attend to the fact that the lifespan of the people who were essentially impacted by this, or even those who had been killed by this, the lifespan of their, say, the perpetrators, is soon coming to a close. So that's why I'm asking, because essentially this has been a question being brought forward by people from all parties, actually, funnily enough, against German governments in recent decades. And the cases are not from the 1950s or 60s. These are cases from the early 80s and mid 80s, because we continued buying people. I actually met a family member who was bought out there, and I can definitely tell you that his back looked very, very bad at that point in time.
Right. Well, I mean, the Stasi Records Archive, that's not their responsibility. It's the responsibility of, German prosecutors and, to, if they see a crime, to prosecute it. And so in that sense, I wouldn't say necessarily that the, Stasi Records Archive or Federal Commission for the Stasi Records is responsible. It's different than in Poland. In Poland, actually, IPN has certain legal authorities when it comes to such cases to be able to engage in prosecution or assist the prosecution. Whereas in the case of, let's say, the Stasi Records Archive, you would need an external request. And there were external requests for files about espionage. I know that. There were prosecutions for espionage. There were prosecutions in the case, like I said, of border guards. I don't know about any cases regarding torture in prison. Most of the people I talked to who had been, in the prison in the 1980s, but of course I didn't talk to everybody. I only had a few people I talked to for my particular research projects. It was more the sort of psychological torture. And of course, none of this was recorded in the records that they left behind, right? The Stasi officers.
Alrighty, I would like to hand it to my co-host, M, who has a question as well.
Douglas, thank you so much for joining us tonight, and thank you for sharing your expertise and your insights. I believe my question would be, since everything old is new again and nothing really changes, you highlighted the AIDS disinformation campaign, and now we have seen the COVID disinformation campaign. You also highlighted the whole concept of, or you explained the whole concept of active measures and how the Russians use disinformation amongst other tools and other tactics in order to destabilize governments and drive a wedge between the population and its elected political leadership. I guess the question will be, if we fast forward to the future, and in 2023, the cyber domain, the internet, smartphones, high-speed internet, social media, attention deficiency hyperactivity diseases and syndromes and disorders. And the fact that everyone is online consuming content, and that content is more or less very focused, very condensed, very short, and it actually contains a lot of explosive disinformation bits and pieces that can not only distract someone or direct them in the wrong direction, but can more or less rewire their brain and push them into this whole parallel realm of conspiracy theories and myths and lies. It seems that they haven't changed their playbook. The playbook remains the same. It's just that the method of delivery and the vehicle itself changes with the times. In your opinion, what would be the best approach, judging that since they are using an old playbook, so someone out there, white hat, one of the good guys, could have a playbook that we can use, that we can adapt, that we can port to the 21st century to stop this epidemic? Thank you.
Well, that's yeah, I know it's something that worries me a great deal when I think about it, because in a sense, it's like I don't know, perhaps why I was working on this conspiracy theory about HIV/AIDS and about viruses and how they replicate, also memes and how they replicate. And in a sense, I wrote somewhere that the KGB was engaged in memetic engineering. And what I meant by that is that in their AIDS disinformation campaign, the KGB basically picked up upon conspiracy theories that were already spreading in the United States. There were conspiracy theorists or people spreading conspiracy theories in the United States in the early 1980s, claiming that the U.S. government had developed, the AIDS virus as a bioweapon against gays or as a bioweapon against African Americans, two groups that had traditionally, been discriminated against and both had reasons to be suspicious of the U.S. government, one could argue. So it was basically in these communities that these conspiracy theories developed. The KGB was able to pick up on this, right, combine it with their existing sort of disinformation, and they basically rewired it by adding, and saying, okay, yeah, the U.S. government developed AIDS, but it wasn't the, Centers for Disease Control. No, it was, the Pentagon at Fort Detrick, right? It sort of fed into their disinformation about U.S. Bioweapons that they were trying to spread at the time. And so they basically reprogrammed this, and it went back and forth, back and forth. The same with this guy, Lyndon LaRouche, this right-winger in the United States. This might remind you of what happened with COVID conspiracy theories, where, Moscow was picking up on conspiracy theories in the United States, recycling them back, and then people in the US would pick up on their sort of things on the internet. It's just that today it happens in a much greater space, greater speed. So I guess one of the things I would say in terms of a playbook for dealing with this type of disinformation is, first of all, I would say it's important to deal with conspiracy theories, right? Whether they're spread by governments, right? Whether they're spread by Russia or they're spread by some group in the United States, let's say, this group of MAGA Republicans or whoever, or Fox News or whoever's spreading it for whatever reason, that we basically are able to educate, especially children in school, but also adults, about how to recognize the difference between fact and opinion, right? That's a very important thing that people still, I don't think they learn in school anymore, how to distinguish, sort of different propaganda techniques. There's certain standard propaganda techniques that are used, like the bandwagon effect, or different ways to try to get people to believe things that they might not otherwise believe. Also, internet literacy, basically to be suspicious of anything you find online. There's a whole list of things that I think you can do in terms of educating in basic logic that would help combat both conspiracy theories, which are nefarious in and of themselves, and also combat, disinformation in terms of making people immune against it. Another thing that can be done is also to look at these memes. The Russians, the Iranians, the Chinese, especially since they're cooperating so well lately in the disinformation sphere, a lot of these memes are recycled again and again. So whenever, for example, somebody says a bioweapon is developed by the US government or whichever government it might be, we should automatically be suspicious of that, because I think what we need is sort of a dictionary memes, right? One of them is basically saying, Nazis are running things, right? We see that in Ukraine today. We saw it also in West Germany. In West Germany, maybe there were more Nazis, former Nazis in the West German government. But basically, whenever certain memes come up, it should automatically raise our suspicions. We should automatically say, wait a minute, they're saying that the government developed a bioweapon in a laboratory. We should be cautious about that because that's a typical disinformation meme, right? It's come up 100 times before.
Right. I guess if you recall when Facebook first started back in 2000 something, the 2006 and 2007, the August Mars hoax circulated on Facebook across several countries in several languages, and it's basically whoever created the event on Facebook and invited everyone and said it was hosted by God, told them that the moon and Mars are going to appear exactly the same size in one night, in that it will be a full moon and the full moon will be right there next to Mars. Of course, anyone who knows anything about gravitational forces and planetary movements knows that this is nothing, rubbish, garbage. But then again, millions of people across the world using Facebook in different languages fell for it. If we go back in history, the protocols of the elders of Zion, for instance, one of the oldest fabrications that can be traced back or allegedly traced back to the Tsarist secret police. And now they are doing exactly the same thing, and they are turning people to so there is, beside the economic and the military and the diplomatic and the political disinformation campaigns in cyberspace, there are also disinformation campaigns that focus on the social and the socioeconomic aspects of the individual in a community, in a country, and they try to distance them from sciences. They try to distance them from vaccines. They try to distance them from receiving medication or seeking medical help. Do energy healing, go do Reiki, go do this, go do that. Do you see back then historically and today, since I'm assuming, sir, that you're following up what's happening in our times and trying to, see like a two-faced Janus, looking forward and looking backwards to better understand how we can all progress going forward. Do you see an overlap between the conspiracy theories that some people believe in and other theories that can also come from the same source or a different source, but they all lead everyone into the same vector, which is basically a dysfunctional society that no longer believes in logic, science, truth, post-world truth? So did you see an overlap in those campaigns of disinformation back in the past, and do you see an overlap between them today?
Well, certainly I do see an overlap, but I would say that in Western history, since the Enlightenment, there's always been these waves of reactions. There was the Enlightenment at first, right, which was supposedly scientific. Then there was this reaction in the form of romanticism, where saying, oh, this is too logical, this is too scientific, it's too logical, it's too cool and calculating, right? Then there was sort of this romantic rebellion against the Enlightenment. And then there's sort of this return, right, back to the Enlightenment in the 1890s, if you will, where you sort of have this late Enlightenment where, whereas under the Enlightenment, people thought that, you could make progress in society by improving society. In a sense, these late Enlightenment thinkers like, Freud or Simmel and sociology saying, well, actually, there might be limits that we can actually try to progress as a society. Then there's a reaction against that. It sort of keeps going on. Then you have postmodernism, which I think was very destructive. It's very interesting that many of these people who were postmodernists were on the left. They thought that they were trying to free society, or free narratives that had been oppressed by sort of imperialism, which had somehow been harnessing science to its own ends or whatever. But in fact, it's interesting, the people who picked up on all of these postmodern principles, saying, all truth is relative. Basically everybody can have their own truth. That there's no absolute truth. There's no, in that sense, absolute facts. It's interesting that I saw in the United States that especially in the right wing, they picked up on this, right? I mean, you used to teach in school about the theory of evolution. That was a scientific theory. But why shouldn't we teach creation science, right? Why shouldn't we teach dinosaurs on the ark? You know, why shouldn't we teach? I mean, I think that there's sort of this, and we see this, you know, after the end of the Cold War, everybody thought, oh, now it's sort of like the victory of rationalism, Western democracy, and sort of, you know, human rights. Well, first of all, that wasn't 100% true, because I think nationalism played a very important role in terms of defeating communism, not just liberalism. And of course, we saw a revival of nationalism after the Cold War, you know, in some of its worst aspects. But then also we see a revival of, you know, religious fundamentalism right across the globe, not just Islamism, right, but also in the United States, you know, right-wing Christian fundamentalists, you know, different sects. It's I think it goes in waves, and I can only hope that this wave of anti-enlightenment, anti-rational thinking is coming to an end.
But it is essentially the offspring of the effects of that Department D or Service A, because spreading that kind of doubt in science, in research, in the Enlightenment is a clear Marxist nihilistic approach. This is exactly what they stated as their game, that they want to shatter the foundations of the West, that they want to make people feel insecure, whether it was the big freeze, the big nuclear disease, the big nuclear scare, the various conspiracy theories. It's a constant scattershot of conspiracy theories seeding doubt by half-truths. And this continues.
So what were...
Sorry.
Well, in a sense, though, they were amplifying conspiracy theories that were developing in the West, right, trying to make them more prominent. And when it came to science, I think it's important to note that although they, I mean, their goals in spreading the AIDS disinformation at the time, the KGB, they made clear in their internal documents or in their, you know, basically telegrams or messages to their, you know, fraternal organs. We know, especially in the case of Bulgaria, that they basically said what their goals were. It was basically to attack U.S. biological weapons programs. It was a way to try to distract, to attack the strategic defense initiative of Ronald Reagan. It was a way to try to support sentiments against U.S. military bases around the world, saying they could have done that without saying AIDS was a bioweapon, but they, you know, also sort of mix them to the two things together to say, you know, well, if you have a U.S. military base, you're going to have basically this conflagration of HIV/AIDS in your community. I don't know if it was necessarily to destroy belief in science. It's interesting that, for example, in East Germany, although the Stasi was very much involved in this disinformation campaign in the West, the East German Politburo, who were also communists, said, you know, we don't want you spreading this inside of East Germany because, you know, it's unscientific and it will, you know, tarnish our image internationally, right? Whereas in the case of the Soviet Union, they didn't really care because they always said, well, you know, this is just, you know, what the Western press is reporting, you know, the Western press. And of course, they'd place the articles in the Western press, or they'd influence what, you know, the people who placed the articles directly or indirectly. They would say the Western press is saying that AIDS, you know, was developed in a US bioweapons laboratory.
By the way, the name came back to me. It's Jakob Sekal and his wife. And he was, if not the dean, then the deputy dean of the biological research department at the university in what was then Soviet-occupied Berlin, also misnomed East Berlin. He was the one who went to, where did he go to first? I think Rwanda. Might have been Zimbabwe and Rwanda where he went. And he was the one who supported this AIDS being consumed, the origins of AIDS or something he wrote about. I need to find the article, but I think you'll have this as well. And Mr. Sekal he and his wife both derived from people who were already communists in the 1920s and 30s, and they were hit by, in part by the Holocaust. They were hit by the Nazis, but at the same time, they also were extremely keen on supporting the supremacy of communist ideology, and they were reporting directly to Erich Honecker and Mr. Mielke.
Well, I don't think they were reporting directly. There's no records that show that, at least. In fact, they tried
There's a
to
letter from
distance.
Jakob Sekal to Mr. Mielke, thanking him for the funding for his trip to Zimbabwe.
Really, where if you have a copy of that, send it to me. I haven't seen
will
that
do.
yet, because that would be very useful for me. But he always claimed that he was basically working together with that he had the blessing of Herman Oxen, who was the head of the international department of the Central Committee of the East German Party, and then he certainly had the support of the head of the Health Division. I wrote about him as well. I forget his name now, but he had been as an official collaborator of the Stasi earlier, and he was very gung-ho about the AIDS disinformation campaign. No, Jakob and Lily Segal were basically where they were German communists in the interwar period. Originally, Jakob had come from Lithuania, had immigrated to Germany. He had become a member of the German Communist Party. Once the Nazis came to power, he went to France, and he actually studied molecular biology at the Sorbonne in France. He later used that to claim that they used it in their propaganda to say he was a French scientist. He might have still had his French citizenship. I've never been able to determine if that was the case. But he lived in France along with Lily. And during World War II, they exchanged his Lithuanian citizenship for Soviet citizenship at the Soviet embassy in Paris, after the Soviet Union had basically overrun Lithuania and had annexed it into the Soviet Union. And then he and Lily were involved in the French Resistance, although they took the orders apparently from the Soviet embassy. Lily Segal was actually deported at one point. As a German Jew, she was deported to Auschwitz. She escaped actually on a work detail and worked her way back across, Czechoslovakia into France. It's an amazing story, actually. And then at the end of World War II, they actually might have wanted to stay in France, but then Lily wrote even in her memoirs that the Soviet embassy in Paris told them to go to East Germany, that they needed them there to help build communism in East Germany. So they moved to East Germany. Jakob Segal was the head of the molecular biology, or the basic biology department at Humboldt University in East Berlin. By the time this AIDS disinformation campaign began, he was actually in retirement, and there's questions left as to how he was attracted to this. It was probably the East German Stasi, the HVA, the Foreign Intelligence Branch, that attracted him to his research. They had some difficulties controlling him in the past when he had been an unofficial collaborator in the 1960s, so it's unclear, or late 1950s. So it's unclear still. We don't, like I said, they destroyed 90% of their files, so we don't know
The picture was
exactly.
very muddied as to their activities in the university, right?
Well, I mean, they weren't at the university anymore at this point, but basically
when they managed beforehand, because he said that where he studied at the Sorbonne, who funded him, how he was funded, what he did, what his research was. It's not quite clear that he was very good at his field.
Oh yes, it's a good question, and I think his dissertation was good enough at the time, but basically later he was known, during his years in East Germany. He, for example, he rejected at first the theory of DNA and RNA. He tried to make up his own theory about, proteins in the body. He still rejected, Watson and Crick relatively late. He supported the sort of Lysenkoism. He supported Lysenkoism even after Lysenko had given up on Lysenkoism. So he was, something, I guess some would say he was something of a crackpot, but he, took unorthodox positions. So of course that made him a perfect
Ceausescu's wife.
Right. It made him the perfect person to engage in this sort of disinformation, right? And he would always argue that, what was useful, though, about Segal's thesis and his so-called scientific study, which wasn't necessarily that scientific, was you know, a lot of people asked about this Soviet disinformation. Well, you know, if the Pentagon developed AIDS as a bioweapon, it's a pretty crappy one, because everybody knows the incubation period for HIV, it could be a year, 10 years. It's hard to say when somebody would be infected with it. So he's the one who came up with this new scientific theory in which he explained there was actually an accident, that they had tested the bioweapon at Fort Detrick on prisoners who they had offered to get out of prison early, and that these prisoners, then they didn't see any effect on them after a few months. They said, oh, well, this, you know, bioweapon doesn't really work very well. So they let them out of prison early, which they had promised them to take part in these experiments with the bioweapon. And then they basically went to the next largest city near Fort Detrick, which was New York City. Actually, Baltimore and Washington, D.C. are closer. But because they were in prison so long, according to Segal, they had become homosexual, which, you know, some prisoners tend to do, which, of course, is another sort of giant leap of also very sort of anti-gay idea, that they went to New York, and that's why, you know, where AIDS came from and spread to the rest of the world. So, but he at least explained how it is that this, you know, bioweapon, which wasn't a very good bioweapon, was developed by the U.S. government, and why, you know, AIDS developed and how it allegedly started in the United States.
And now, when was this last regurgitated in US media?
Probably last week.
That's the point, exactly. No, I agree with you. And that's the interesting thing. Many of these stories, which have emanated from Service A, are still around today and are constantly being piggybacked by our adversaries. And this is why it matters such a great deal, as Em said also, but why it matters such a great deal that we actually dissect them, that we display them, that we highlight why this is scientific bogus, tosh, why it is wrong, where it comes from, and who brought it up. Do you have a few minutes, because we have a number of hands up from our audience, and I'm sure there will be more?
Sure.
All righty. Then we'll go to Stephen, who has stand up patiently for a while, and then Abdullah. Stephen, please.
Many thank yous, and yes, thank you to our invited guest here. Your discussion is both fascinating and precisely on target, which I truly appreciate. I'd like to address one or two things first, and then I have a question, if I may. The first thing I'd like to address was M's question about how can this be countered. With regard, for example, to the young Earth creationism, that was quite effectively countered by a really comprehensive collective effort on the part of biologists, paleontologists, and others called Talk Origins, which was essentially just a message board of research that directly countered every single argument that was presented in this field. That sort of collective academic effort can be of great value, but also perhaps so can a clearinghouse of lists of conspiracy theories that link to such groups. But also there are some things, you know, that we can do individually very easily to try and, you know, teach people what to look out for. So I don't know if anybody plays poker here, but in poker there is something called a tell. So when somebody's bluffing, often, you know, they'll scratch their nose, or they'll fidget slightly, or their expression suddenly becomes more blank, or whatever, as they try and hide their emotions. And these are tells. Well, there are tells for these sorts of disinformation campaigns. And I'm going to just highlight one very briefly, because I don't want to talk too long or take up too much of the time of our speaker. But one, for example, is keywords. So when you hear words such as mainstream media, or repeated use of the word "they" as a collective to refer to authorities, especially academics or groups of experts, or when you have bland, what we call in philosophy, sort of hand-waving arguments that just gesture at, let's say, the entire academic community or scientific community, and suggest that they are all in some kind of grand conspiracy against the ones who know the truth, who almost invariably are indeed not experts themselves, then those are absolutely tells of these sorts of pieces of utter BS, if you don't mind me saying. I'd like to address our dear speaker's fantastic discussion on the sort of evolutionary history of this kind of thing that ran through the Enlightenment period and his and all the way up to the modern day, specifically through the lens of postmodernist neo-academic discourse, which, by the way, I absolutely revile. But anyway, whatever the case, and I'd like to I slightly disagree with one thing you said, and that is that it isn't an attack on science. If we go back to the chap that you were just speaking of, he was very specifically attacking scientific orthodoxy. Now, of course, that is okay. That is okay. That's part of the scientific method. And as often these people point out, the way in which science, well, it was Max Planck who said, I'm paraphrasing, that science does not advance so much by, well, as much by the works of great scientists as by their funerals.
But Stephen, are you referring to Mr. Siegel?
Yes. Yes, I was referring in that last
he was not
reference
really
to Mr. Siegel.
He was not really a scientist.
Well, I agree.
Good.
Yes, but he would have been referred to as an expert by these people, and it's exactly the kind of person whose voice is co-opted in order to say, "Oh, look, there is a lack of consensus here." But whereas in fact, as you pointed out, he was a Lysenkoist after Lysenko himself had given up on the idea. But with regard to this kind of thing, one of the interesting things about the way in which this propaganda works, in which these active measures work, in which these disinformation campaigns and these work, is that they usually contain some kind of a kernel of the truth. So let me talk about Mr. Siegel for 1 second. Lysenkoism is a crock and is nonsense. But epigenetics is not completely, and indeed there is a proteomic as well as a phospholipid inheritance that is outside the nuclear DNA. So in fact, there is a kernel of truth there. But of course, what he does and what all of these people do is take the bathwater and throw it out. But their target is the baby. It's not that they accidentally throw the baby out, it's that they intend to throw the baby out. I want to draw attention very specifically to a publication that in 1962 that was hugely influential in the philosophy of science, which is used time and again by the more sophisticated of these propagandists, and that is Thomas Kuhn's Structure of Scientific Revolutions. And Thomas Kuhn noted that there is a sort of general paradigm of, there is a general pattern of advancement in science, whereby you have a growing consensus among orthodox scientists or researchers or natural philosophers, as they used to be called, that he called the paradigm. And then some new fact or new research or discovery comes along, and it shatters the paradigm, and then he said it collapses and is then rebuilt by something else. Now, I think Kuhn was fundamentally wrong, and I have a long philosophical objection which I won't pose here, but simply put, I'll use an example. For centuries and centuries, it was thought that fire was the escape of a specific substance called phlogiston, and things that burned readily had more phlogiston in them than other things, and things that burned very hotly had again higher concentrations, more ready access to the release of this phlogiston. And of course, this is actually, I think, one of the examples that Kuhn uses, and he talks about how well, no, of course, we all know that combustion is in fact the combination of various carbon materials or carbon-based chemistry with with oxygen, therefore releasing energy as heat.
Stephen,
But what he failed to
right
notice,
as he was in his critique, and you are critiquing his derived results, but how does this relate to the disinformation?
well, because sorry, so the core of the phlogiston idea was that there was a release of something, and it ultimately was right. Energy was released. So, but now we are much more sophisticated, and in fact, scientific consensus does not collapse in the way that it used to. He was leveraging this idea actually going back hundreds of years. Now it is more adjusted very minutely, and so these generalized attacks on scientific consensus that we see in active measures and in conspiracy theories are almost by definition bullshit, because there is no such general collapse. Rather, there is a minor adjustment of each thing. Those are things I'd like to say about that. And my question now, since I hear, Axel, you wish to sort of push me along, that's fine.
I'd like you to land the scientific plane.
I did land it, I think, but I'll land it more specifically again. The point is that this postmodernist idea, and the postmodernists love Thomas Kuhn and the structure of scientific revolutions, because they say, oh, all of science is a crock, because it's always going to form these paradigms which will always collapse in totam, and therefore it would be replaced by something else. So they use this to discredit or to damage faith in science overall. And this is fundamentally wrong. This is not how it works. It may have worked like that in the 16th and 15th centuries when we knew virtually nothing, but science does not work like that anymore. New discoveries in physics do not invalidate the whole of physics. They adjust very minutely our understanding. That is all. And the same thing is true of biology, of physiology, and all of these other things. So, it is very important to understand that that these people try and leverage ideas, that scientific ideas in the past collapsed in totam, against modern science, and that in itself again is a tell and is a lie. So now I'll move to my question. Did I land the plane successfully there?
You're getting there. I'm very glad that we both avoided having a discussion about Derrida as a consequence, but please carry on.
Oh, no,
Let's
yes.
not go there.
I'm afraid I'd have to wash my mouth out after that and take a shower. But anyway, whatever. Yes. No, the question is, am I okay to move on, or are you happy with the scientific plane being on the ground and taxiing off the runway?
Please ask your question, Stephen.
Thank you. Well, it actually has to do with a plane, and it refers, in fact, to a very disappointing sequence of interactions I've had with somebody I formerly respected, who is in fact, or was an academic and is a holder of a PhD, who is now firmly in the grip of Russian and to a degree, a lesser degree Chinese, but mainly Russian propaganda narratives. And one of the ones that he raised early on, which I didn't really notice at the time too much, I just sort of batted it away and didn't pay attention, but I'm paying a lot more attention now, is that there was shortly after the downing of MH17, and this is specifically to do obviously with Ukraine, suddenly there began to appear a lot of sort of conspiracy theories with really quite detailed rationalizations, which were obviously entirely bogus, suggesting that this, in fact, of course, was a CIA event seeking to blame and spread dirt about the Russians. And the question is, well, just do you have knowledge of that particular conspiracy theory? Do you remember it? And can you address it? Thank you.
No, I don't have particular knowledge about that conspiracy theory. I just know that whenever a plane is shot down, that especially if it's a civilian plane, this goes back to the Korean Airlines 007 that was shot down by the Soviet Union. They always claimed it was a CIA spy plane, or that there was some, reason, they make up some sort of disinformation reason as to why it was shot down, as opposed to being human error or, deliberate targeting. So that's the only thing I could say about that.
Alrighty, thank you for that. Let's go to Abdullah.
Hey, good evening. Hey, Douglas, thank you so much for your time. My apologies, I joined a bit late, so I don't know if you had answered this type of question. I was just wondering, during the Soviet times, was it a commonplace to plant stories as sources for Western journalists? And I asked that question because of what's that guy, that journalist, the New Yorker? Oh gosh, remind me about Nord Stream 2. Was it Hirsch? Is it Hirsch?
Seymour Hirsch.
Yeah, Hirsch. That's him. That's it. Seymour Hirsch. And apparently his sources were Russian. It seems that it was Russian intelligence. So I was just wondering if you could just comment on that. Was that a commonplace, and were many journalists duped into thinking that they were actually getting U.S. Western sources? Thank you.
Yes, that was very common during the Cold War. That was sort of the bread and butter of most of these active measures, trying to get things into the Western press. And they did this in various ways. In some cases, it was long-term contacts. In fact, the Soviets had a term, trusted contacts, and they're sort of the equivalent of the other Soviet bloc security services, where it was basically somebody in the West who didn't necessarily know that they had something to do with an intelligence officer. They might just think, oh, I'm talking to a Soviet diplomat, which should have warned them, or I'm talking to another Soviet journalist, or just somebody from the Eastern Bloc, or somebody who has special knowledge, or if they were lucky, somebody that they recruited in the West as an agent who was spreading, these sorts of stories, and they would discuss things with them, and they would try to influence them to publish something. They'd say, "Oh, I've got a killer story for you." In the case of this AIDS disinformation campaign, for example, one of the Stasi officers apparently used reverse psychology. There was this journalist in West Berlin who published this interview between Stefan Heim, who was a dissident in East Germany, but was very anti-US and very somewhat pro-Soviet, let's say, who interviewed Jakob Segel. He had this interview with him. And there was this, they kept trying to find journalists who would accept the article, Segel himself. And then apparently the Stasi also was trying to help him, get it published in the West. And then finally, whenever journalists from the West came to East Germany, they'd have to check in with this, Office of Journalistic Relations to, get permission to do a story in East Germany, right? Which is another way they tried to control things. And of course, this office was full of Stasi officers, including ones from, the Active Measures Division of the Foreign Intelligence Service. And one of these officers told this West German journalist, warned him. He said, "Don't talk to Stefan Heim. He has some crazy story, about the origin of HIV/AIDS. You don't want to talk to him because it's not, worth talking to him about." And of course, this had perked up the journalist's ears, and this guy from the East German government doesn't want me to cover this story, so I'm going to, go talk to Stefan Heim, right? And so he ends up, publishing this interview, and complete interview with Jakob Segel in the West Berlin Tageszeitung, and that's the sort of thing they did, to try to influence journalists to publish things. In other cases, though, journalists would pick up on something like this, they'd say, "Oh, this is a killer story, Okay, yeah, maybe this Stefan Heim guy is crazy, or this Segel guy is crazy, but guess what? Well, it's a killer story to say the U.S. developed AIDS as a bioweapon. Yeah, let's go with that, see what the reaction is, right? It's a way to make headlines. And of course, you still see this today.
Which brings us to the Union of Journalists, who came along with a number of invites of the Social Democratic Party traveling to Moscow and then to Prague, who got in contact with the respective parties to then give them information. Half a year later, trickle, from a mole next to Franz Josef Strauss to literally prohibit and impair the career of Mr. Strauss. But there you go. Let's not go there. It's too much old history. But then again, it changed the course of history to an extent. And unfortunately, this is why we got Willy Brandt. Dr. Nick.
Hey, just real quick on the science thing. This is something that I teach my students, all of my students, but especially when I'm going to be talking about disinformation. This is really one of the sort of base layers that's very important. And, you know, we talk about obviously the scientific method and blah, 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 what is science, go through the whole thing. And, you know, I sum it up quite simply, right? That, you know, for example, we all know, or hopefully many of us do anyway, some of us know who Stephen Hawking is. The famous scientist who recently, unfortunately, passed, who studies black holes. He never got to visit a black hole. He never got to touch one, etc. But we all know that he was, in fact, a scientist, right? And how do we know that? We know that because he followed the scientific method. He published papers. They were rigorously examined by, you know, a body of his peers through blind review, you know, and he used the best methods available to him, the best technology, etc. And it just so happens that recently some of these things seem to be coming close to at least what we know. But even if that was never the case, even in the future, if there's some other scientist and we're able to travel to a black hole and everything that he's ever said, and they're able to keep themselves from being sucked in, right? And everything that Stephen Hawking ever wrote or ever said turns out to be false, nobody would ever be able to then say that Stephen Hawking was never a scientist. And the reason for that, again, going back to what I said, was that Stephen Hawking followed the scientific method. He made his method, his data, his information all open source, right? He made his information, his studies available in front of a peer review, you know, blind, double-blind studies, etc. And they were published, open, available, and used the best technology and everything that was available to him. And the only thing that trumps science is more science. And that's it. That's as good as it gets. And you can't trump science with something your uncle thinks or heard on, you know, the latest Netflix documentary or something like this by some schmuck who, you know, is using essential oils or something like this. It doesn't work that way, right? And so I basically just, you know, after going through the whole thing, I kind of sum it up that way, you know, and use a few other examples. So, you know, again, it doesn't.
Hello?
Science. Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Yeah, exactly. I agree with you 100%. One thing, of course, that in conspiracy theories is that the one way you know it's a conspiracy theory, other than the fact that they say there's a conspiracy and they don't necessarily, they say they have the facts to support it, is they reject the idea of falsifiability as opposed to science. Right. That means if somebody has the evidence that says the opposite of what you said, you have to deal with it. And your, you know, scientific theory either has to integrate the new evidence, you have to change your theory, and they reject it. And usually they reject it by saying, well, you're part of the conspiracy to lie about this, whoever, you know, disagrees with what I said. So that's one, you know, aspect of it. And the other aspect is you're absolutely right in terms of scientific journals are getting published and getting peer reviewed. For example, Jakob Segel, everybody talks about his scientific study, but it was never published in any scientific journal. Nothing that he wrote about HIV/AIDS was ever published in the Soviet bloc or in the West in a scientific journal. They were only published in Marxist publications from Maoists and Trotskyites sometimes, but generally Orthodox communists, right? Like Historical Materialism was a journal in, you know, West Germany that was basically run, I think, by Maoists. They published it, but that's not the same as getting published in a scientific publication.
Right. 100%. And sorry, Dr. Nick, Michelle also had her hand up, but I would really like to make sure that, given mindful of Douglas's time, that Michelle gets her question. And Michelle, please.
Thanks so much, Axel and Em. Thank you so much for being here, Douglas. This is really insightful. I wanted to piggyback on what Dr. Nick was talking about too. And it seems like, at least in my world, a lot of people that believed a lot of the COVID conspiracies also are listening to a lot of the kind of anti-Ukraine narratives as well. So do you have any suggestions or anything that I would be able to say, or others that are listening, that are very kind of simple? Because for me to go back and tell someone they're an idiot, that's not really going to work. And so is there anything besides just asking where your source is coming from that maybe not would change their mind, but at least kind of move them along to better realizing that some of the information that they are getting is incorrect? What would your suggestion be?
Oh boy, I have the same problem also with friends and relatives where I grew up. It's a very difficult problem, and it's hard to, let's put it this way. Usually, if you debate with them about the facts, generally it doesn't go very well. I mean, you can try to counter specific things. You can try to talk in general about, disinformation, how, during wars, there's all kinds of different things that are said on both sides. But really, most of the people who've done research on this, they say that psychologically, the best thing is to listen to them, try to empathize with them, try to ask questions about it, to try to gradually bring them back out of sort of this, black hole of conspiracy theories. That's much easier, at least in my case, that's much easier said than done, right? But really, most of the research about, people who fall into these sort of, black holes of conspiracy theories, they say the best way to deal with them, if you can, if you can still sort of get along with them, is to try to empathize with them, ask them why they think that, say you've heard something else, and then say what you've heard. But to try not to burn the bridges, and maybe hopefully at some point you can bring them back. Now, in some cases, though, I think people are so far gone, sadly, that you really can't bring them back. And that's one of the sad things about these sort of, this sort of, I call it the cycle of misinformation and disinformation. Basically, conspiracy theories, some people believe them, they really believe them, and they have misinformation, meaning that they, have poor information or, whatever. And then you have also these, agents who are, like, the Russian government that's actually trying to spread, disinformation and conspiracy theories, and they sort of cycle off each other. And that's what happened in the case of, these old conspiracy theories from the Cold War about HIV/AIDS. They were recycled then, for all of the other ensuing epidemics like Ebola in Africa, Russia Today, not necessarily the KGB or Novosti from the Soviet days were spreading, this is a bioweapon developed by the US at Fort Detrick or at Porton Down. Then they did it for Zika, and then they did it again, of course, for COVID. Then the Chinese were spreading it for COVID because, Trump had accused them of developing in the laboratory, and they said, no, it's Fort Detrick. We know you also developed AIDS there, blah, blah, blah. It's like they keep building off each other, unfortunately. And then this whole thing about bioweapons in Ukraine, that builds off two other disinformation campaigns, right? One about the this threat reduction program, the Nunn-Lugar program in the former Soviet republics to try to dismantle former biological and chemical weapon facilities, also, atomic facilities, making sure that the scientists there would be able to work in civilian occupations so they wouldn't, go off, let's say, to Iran or North Korea and help them develop weapons of mass destruction. Then they use this propaganda to say, oh, this is all, to develop new weapons against Russia or whatever, against the neighbors of these countries. They just seem to recycle the same things again and again. And it's unfortunate how things like Fox News in the United States, or especially Tucker Carlson, was very bad about spreading all of these conspiracy theories and disinformation.
But then again, he's also no scientist.
No, of course not.
That's what I'm always saying. People need to learn math so that they are maths, so that they have a tool And then they can study science, which is physics, and everything else is derived from that. There's a bit of chemistry, there's a bit of biology, but it's all derived from physics. Nothing else really matters. In any event, please.
Douglas, since you mentioned Zika, if there's any possibility in your quick few minutes, if you can highlight to our listeners what the Zika disinformation campaign was and how a program to introduce genetically modified mosquitoes to cull the Zika mosquito population, or at least to reduce them and therefore reduce the transfer or the spread of the disease, and how that was used in the concept of whole biological weapons. And we're seeing it again now in Ukraine.
Well, I'm sorry about the Zika. I only scratched the surface of that. I focused more on HIV/AIDS, and I did a little bit more about COVID, and about the cooperative threat reduction program. So I'm afraid I didn't do so much about Zika, but I'm sure that it would be interesting. I suppose I need to look at that, but I haven't really looked at that.
So just to tell our listeners, the Zika mosquito can carry a disease that can affect pregnant women specifically. So it's a direct threat to the population, direct threat to the children and babies. And one of the solutions that were proposed was to introduce genetically modified Zika mosquitoes in order to prevent the mosquito population from multiplying, therefore take out the vector that is carrying the disease. The program was launched in South America. I think it was in Brazil, maybe other country. I'm not quite sure. I'm repeating out of memory right now. It succeeded to some level, but it wasn't a full success, and they actually relied on this to increase the illusion of they, again, like Steven said, who's they, like DJ Khaled says, they don't want us to succeed. Who's they? No one knows. The they, quote unquote, introduced this genetically modified mosquito that was the scientific aim of the experiment was to try to destroy the Zika population and therefore take out the vector and therefore stop the spread of the infection, therefore save pregnant women and babies and children. But they managed to convince everyone that that program was actually designed to make Zika spread and affect more pregnant women and affect more unborn babies and so on and so forth. Back to you, Axel.
Yeah, that was typical. Also during the Cold War, I should have mentioned about the attack against science. I think for the KGB in the 1980s, it was more an attack against this new science of genetic engineering. They were afraid the West was getting ahead in this, and they were afraid that, again, that they would have problems in keeping up. And the best way to deal with this was to force the West to reveal all the information about any biological weapons programs they might have had, to develop, open up any information they had about genetic experimentation. So in the later phase of this campaign in 1988 to 89, they were trying to support, in a sense, opponents of genetic engineering in the West who were saying, well, Sagals might be wrong, but in general, there's this problem, we don't know what the government's exactly doing with this genetic engineering. Maybe they're making bioweapons with it. And there was this effort to try to get investigations going, for example, in the United States, into what was going on with genetic engineering at the Pentagon, what was going on with genetic engineering in general. And of course, if this science is made open to the public, then of course the Soviets know all about it. And it also gives them then an advantage in terms of, trying to catch up or keep pace with science in the West if you force basically, the West to reveal all of its secrets, right? That's sort of their thing today. That's why, of course, they're interested in somebody like Snowden. It's like, oh yeah, we need transparency in the West, right? And they very much want to support that type of whistleblower who reveals, secrets of the West, whereas they're able to keep wraps on their own secrets. I mean, they did the same thing with a campaign of active measures in the 1970s, in which they claimed that the CIA was using U.S. journalists who were in contact with dissidents, that they were basically using them as CIA agents or whatever. And then there were these laws passed in the United States forbidding the CIA from recruiting journalists. Well, guess what? The KGB was still recruiting journalists everywhere, right? At home and abroad.
It actually created the journalist associations in a number of countries by means of using cutouts, and they started doing so early in the 1950s. You highlighted the example of France earlier, and that continued by means of sponsoring communist and hardcore socialist trade unions in Italy and in Spain, as well as in other countries in Western Europe, to issue their own papers, respectively support specific newspapers for which journalists were then found. That's exactly how it worked. Communism, socialism, dictatorship, Bolshevism, all of this worked in one way, and they used every single possible inroad to do so. Alrighty, Douglas, we have 4 more hands up. Is that okay for you? Should we go through them?
Yes, we can go through them.
Excellent, that's much appreciated. Thank you very much for your kind hospitality for all of us coming to your archive and talking to you about it. So we'll go to Redstone, then we'll go to Shaggy, then Alex, and then we'll go to Humanity.
Thank you, Axel, and thank you, Douglas, for speaking. I have a question, particularly, and this may have come up earlier when I wasn't in the space. It's about conspiracy theories and I guess the Venn diagram of debunked misinformation, conspiracy theories, and religious ideology. Is that something specifically that the KGB tried to infest, utilizing misinformation and blurring the lines of religious ideology, finding groups of people based on religious demographic, or is that just a byproduct of the process of how they spread information and what has now been I would say within the last 2-3 years, there's quite a lot of papers and documentation based on that sort of overlap between certain ideologies and misinformation, QAnon being one of the big ones that's more recent. Is that just something that occurred over time? It's just sort of the data bends towards where this seems to happen? Or is that part of a philosophy of the KGB and now the modern day FSB?
Well, I mean, in terms of religion, of course, Soviet ideology, communist ideology was against religion. And there were a lot of active measures campaigns, of course, accusing, and maybe in some cases with some, actually, there might have been, as we said, an element of truth to them, accusing the Catholic Church, or especially certain Catholic officials in different countries in the West or in East Central Europe of having, had ties with the Nazis or supporting the Nazis to try to discredit them. And generally, of course, they exaggerated all of this. You also had cases where in Latin America, they also wanted to try to support liberation theology, exploited to their own ends, trying to expand its reach. But in terms of disinformation or ideology, I don't think that the KGB were necessarily great philosophical thinkers. And it's interesting to note that they came to believe, I always assumed that, they knew that what they were spreading was disinformation. But in some cases, it seemed that they believed in their own disinformation, even though they knew that they had constructed it. And the perfect example of this, of course, is Vladimir Khrushchev, the former head of the KGB, former head of the first chief director of the KGB. After the end of the Cold War, he said, well, how is it the West could win the Cold War? And then he made up sort of this conspiracy theory about the Dulles plan, about how the United States just hates Russia and wants to destroy Russia, and how, Allen Dulles, the head of the CIA in the 1950s, he developed this long-range plan to destroy the Soviet Union and destroy Russia, and it's still at work today, he claimed. So in a sense, they came to believe, in some cases, their own conspiracy theories that they had constructed.
Do you think it's possible that the KGB and the modern day FSB specifically target certain religious ideologies, or find where political groups and religious groups intersect?
I think they definitely do. I mean, certainly under communism, the Russian Orthodox Church, there were a lot of so-called KGB priests And I think very much they're still in the Russian Orthodox Church today, although maybe they don't even need to infiltrate it anymore. But certainly they use the contacts of the Russian Orthodox Church internationally to their own ends. But of course, now I think that the Russian Orthodox Church pretty much agrees with the regime under Putin. I would say almost 100%, and so they don't even necessarily need to make much effort, right, to co-opt them or to get them to do something in terms of spreading influence.
Thank you. Much appreciated. Thank you, Redstone. Sir Shaggy.
Thanks, Alex. Hi, Douglas. I'm just wondering if you've heard of NAFO, North Atlantic Fellow Organization. We fight disinformation and misinformation. If you have heard of us, what do you think NAFO has done well, and how do you think NAFO could improve in the future? That's it.
I'm sorry, I've heard of NAFO, but I don't know enough to say how you could improve your work. It seems that you're doing very well in terms of, fighting each of these individual tweets that, are put out there by, just by watching Twitter, but I can't really assess it.
Okay, thanks for your answer.
Much appreciated. And with that, we'll go to Alex.
Thank you. Very interesting indeed, but some of the topics are they've been out forever, I think, and will remain for quite some time. My question would be specific. You mentioned that at Reagan's time there was kind of group that that was basically to fight back this active measure thing. So, do you think it's relevant these days? Because with some of journalists, it's just, it looks like they are getting instructions from the same source. They're all writing about the same thing, which is wrong. So, what were the methods used back then, and what of them would still be relevant today to fight these active measures from KGB?
Well, I think that the general goal of the Active Measures Working Group was to get across to public opinion in the United States, and also to get across to the NATO allies in the West, to get across the fact that, look, the Soviet Union is engaged in these active measures and disinformation. They're infiltrating the peace movements. And there were certain theses they were putting out there. What they wanted to do was basically to make people aware in general that, hey, if you hear certain things, you should question them, because it could very well be Soviet propaganda, that they're trying to influence you through these different disinformation theses. For example, they put out a lot of material about the AIDS disinformation campaign. And I'm afraid that today the US government isn't doing enough in terms of trying to raise public awareness about disinformation. I think they're doing more under Biden than they did under Trump, but they still really are behind the curve. And I would say that's probably true in most of the countries in Western Europe. I think in the Baltics, in Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, I think that they're doing a lot more. I think Estonia especially is a leader in this, and debunking, dealing with these active measures and combating them. And probably in other countries, probably Poland, I would assume as well. But especially in Germany, France, the United States, they really need to do a lot more to make the public aware of what is going on in terms of Soviet or Russian attempts to influence public opinion, including through disinformation. They just basically reported on it constantly. There was an interagency working group, and the State Department, they'd be on the lookout for disinformation around the globe, and various embassies would be looking for, and they were supposed to telegram back if they saw any sort of disinformation theses spreading where they were at, accusations against the US that had no basis in fact. The FBI was doing it domestically to see if there were things being spread in terms of counterintelligence by the Russian embassy or the Soviet embassy, and they would all, basically collate their information, be on the lookout for what was going on, and then make the public aware about it. And I think that actually, especially, like I said, in the United States, Germany, and France, they need to do a lot more of this today.
100%. Very good point. Thank you, Douglas. We have Humanity, or Homes for Refugees, joining us. And then there's one more question, one more hand up after with Under. But please, Humanity, go.
Thank you, Axel. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
555.
Great. Thanks so much indeed. Douglas, thanks so much indeed. Another amazing couple of hours listening to you guys. It's always very inspiring, and it's just so good hearing and knowing there's a big community out here that are, fighting this disinformation. And it's good to hear what you say about Latvia and Estonia and those sort of regions, because obviously they've been talking about it for a long time, but now everybody else is waking up to it. And movements like NATO, I think, can be very effective, which is great. So there's work to be done in that space, obviously, but we're on it and we're moving forward. I just wanted to comment on a couple of things. One, Douglas, you mentioned about conspiracy theories linked to MH17, and also I think it was Michelle said, what can we do to counter people that are sort of talking about these conspiracy theories and such. And one reference I use is book Bellingcat. I'm sure a lot of you are aware of it, written by Elliot Higgins. And if you're not aware of it, then I really encourage everybody to go out there and buy it. It's it really it's all about OSINT, and he really digs down into detail and proves beyond doubt that Russia were behind the shooting down of MH17. So much so, he used sort of open source information. He found pictures online taken by just sort of the members of the public of a column of tanks moving through Russia towards the Ukrainian border. He found out through the registration plates that I think it came from St. Petersburg, and one of them was quite a scruffy looking Buk missile launcher. And sure enough, using the same open source, they found pictures of it being loading onto a big truck, and then had open source pictures of it actually in Ukraine. And then a day later, once it sort of disappeared off, they found once it was outside of Ukraine territory again, through satellite imagery, they found out that it had one of the missiles missing from the Buk launcher. So it goes into great detail, and then it obviously studies, exactly what the impact and things. It proves beyond doubt, and it's a wonderful bit of investigation. They're a great group, and we're kind of part of that community now. Yeah, like I say, if anybody's if you haven't already read it, I would really encourage people to go out there and read it, because it also touches on the whole other conspiracy theories and why people get into it and stuff. So that was just my comment. Thanks everybody, and thanks Douglas. Thanks Axel. I'll step down.
Yeah.
Cheers.
Yeah, thank you for the recommendation. I would recommend, I know this might be somewhat strange, but there's this author, John Cook, who's an Australian, and he writes about climate change conspiracy theories and the way that conspiracy theories work. And he actually has a comic book. I think it's Cranky Uncle versus Climate Change or something like that. He also has an app, the Cranky Uncle, that sort of exposes sort of the logical lapses in conspiracy theories, and also the typical ways that conspiracy theories are constructed, and the typical, like fake experts is one thing they use, which is, also something in common with disinformation, as we can see in the case of Jakob Segal. But I would highly recommend his work when it comes to somebody who teaches science. I see Vic has already been in contact with him. He's great. He does a great job.
Thank you, Douglas. I'll check.
Excellent, and thank you very much for that. And Douglas, mindful of your time, one last question from our regular Under.
Good evening. So you were talking about narratives and about disinformation, and just to tie everything up, 2 points. What I've noticed is that we have 4 or 5 topics, 4 or 5 narratives that were circulated relating Ukraine, right?
this was something that happened also about COVID. So very recently, I've noticed people had like 5, 6 things that they had concerns about. So my question is, if this is something that developed recently, or this is something that you have noticed during the past Cold War era, and the documents that you have studied, and what's your opinion on how all this will develop going forward?
Well, I think that actually, if you're talking about conspiracy theories, and a lot of disinformation is based upon conspiracy theories, or they feed off each other. It all goes back, at least for the modern period, all goes back to the Protocols of the Elders of Zion, right? It's sort of the oldest sort of publication that's involved with conspiracy theory, basically blaming the Jews for everything evil or bad or supposedly wrong in the world, everything associated with modernity. And that set the basic pattern in the modern world. And variations on this exist, or you can replace the group. You can replace, let's say, the Jews with the United States. You can replace the Jews with Great Britain in the 1890s. Whoever's a liberal world power or whatever, it all goes back to that. So that was sort of like the basic model for all conspiracy theories, and also for disinformation, for war propaganda. In a sense, that's sort of the first one. Supposedly, it was developed by the Tsarist Secret Service, their foreign intelligence branch in Paris, but actually recent studies, and there was actually a young Russian scholar who came out with this, sadly, about the time the second wave of the war started. It was probably these sort of Black Hundred circles around the Russian court that actually developed the original publication, not the Secret Service. Not that it actually really matters in a sense, but I would say that's sort of the origins of all these conspiracy theories. So it all goes back, in a sense, to the Protocols of the Elders of Zion. But there are certain themes that always repeat themselves. Usually about globalists. Now the term is globalists as opposed to Jews. A lot of these conspiracy theories build upon globalists, but if you basically took the Protocols of the Elders of Zion and replaced Jews with globalists, you'd have the same thing. So by talking about globalists, it sort of becomes a code word to be able to say to anti-Semites, I hate Jews too, but it's also a way to speak to people who aren't anti-Semitic and say, oh, there's this conspiracy, and guess what? The US government's involved in it because they're the globalists, and of course, right? It sort of appeals to different sides of the same thing. It's also typical to blame natural catastrophes, whatever they might be, trying to say that there's some sort of conspiracy. In the Middle Ages, that when the plague was spreading, it was the Jews who poisoned the well in the village, or some other ethnic group that wasn't liked, or some minority. And then, of course, during these various epidemics, then you find another group that's somehow responsible for it. So, for example, there are conspiracy theories spreading about AIDS that didn't necessarily have anything to do with the KGB, saying that gays were deliberately spreading HIV/AIDS, or there are all kinds of conspiracy theories. But usually, whatever the natural disaster is, right? There's going to be conspiracy theories spreading about where this natural disaster came from, and especially in the case of diseases. So I would say that in the sense that these are in some ways eternal themes, but then during the Cold War, certainly with Soviet disinformation, a lot of these were, brought down to, talking about bioweapons research in the United States. If you're talking about various epidemics, right? You could say this goes back to the Korean War. This is called accusations of biological warfare against the United States. Whenever there was an epidemic in North Korea, it was supposedly due to US bioweapons instead of just being naturally occurring. In Cuba, they said whenever there was an epidemic there or any sort of agricultural disaster, it was caused by U.S. bioweapons, for example, swine fever spread there. Although, of course, the CIA was engaged in trying to destroy their economy, but I haven't seen any proof that they were actually engaged in using biological warfare against Cuban crops or whatever. I have my doubts because even Erich Mielke, the head of the Stasi, complained to the Cubans and said, you keep accusing the United States of doing this, and that's all fine and good, but you need to bring some proof. So even for Mielke, who enjoyed good disinformation as much as anybody else, he didn't trust the Cubans when they kept repeating the same accusations. It's like, well, at least you need to gen up some fake evidence, right? But the Cubans never really did enough of that.
Douglas, thank you very much for joining us this evening. Keir Giles recently titled one of the segments of his book, "Nobody is Too Unimportant," meaning disinformation, the scattershot of disinformation, the attacks on everyone in the West from the Russian side will continue, and they're indiscriminate. The disinformation targets us all. And as he ends his book, he says, Russia's covert war on everybody is likely to continue. Russia is everybody's problem, and it's not going away anytime soon. I would hope that we will be able to retain you again. It was absolutely tremendous, and thank you for taking so much time and bringing so much good information and discussion to our audience. Absolutely splendid. Thank you.
Thank you. I enjoyed it very much.
Excellent. Em, you had a passing thought?
I wanted to thank Douglas, and I wanted to ask you one final question that you can totally ignore if it's too much. Given the advances in supercomputers and internet connectivity and processing power and AI, machine learning, the next industrial revolution, basically, which will be technological and digital. And given the fact that we live in a world that witnessed ancient civilizations and that those civilizations left behind texts, great or on temples, on monuments, or written on parchments, or collected documents, or papyri, or what have you. Do you think that there is an organized effort done somewhere, and specifically in Russia, to try to compile as many as possible of those ancient texts, digitize them, translate them to Russian, study them, and then come up with ways to exploit historical fault lines amongst populations, wielding the power of belief against those populations, since the communist ideal renounces belief and religion?
Well, I mean, I don't know if they need to analyze ancient texts to do that. For example, during the Cold War, there was a great deal of disinformation and active measures in Turkey and Greece. The Bulgarians were very active in this to try to increase the existing tensions between them, wherever there are nationality conflicts or religious conflicts. Of course, outside powers can manipulate them and use them to create conflicts that weaken the society of the given country. They don't necessarily need to do that by using ancient texts. I would say, though, that probably the next field is, we're talking now about how disinformation spreads at such a rapid pace, including conspiracy theories spread at such a rapid pace through social media, and now we of course have basically this artificial intelligence. But of course, I think it'll just be like we often see in such cases, it'll practically be like a technological arms race where you have on the one side, of course, people using this new technology to spread as much disinformation and conspiracy theories as possible. But then you'll also have people using this artificial intelligence to stop the spread of the same disinformation, to counter it, to block it, to attack it on the internet. So, just like you have bots that spread disinformation, I'm sure there are already bots that sort of counter it. I mean, I think NAFO is, in a sense, a group of volunteers that's trying to counter this sort of disinformation being spread by trolls and by bots. But I think eventually this will also become sort of a technological arms race, and on both sides, just like with intelligence and counterintelligence. You'll have disinformation and counter disinformation, and it'll definitely be in the cyber world. In fact, I'm sure it's already happening.
We shouldn't be surprised.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Douglas.
We definitely shouldn't be surprised, but I'm sure this will give us ample opportunity to reconnect and have the next segment in a short while. Douglas, once again, thank you very much for taking the time this evening. Everybody give a big hand to Douglas Selvage, and please follow him on Twitter.
Yeah, thank you. Slava Ukraine.
Heroям slava.
Ruan Slava.
Thank you, Douglas. Dziękuję. Excellent. Over to you. I'll be right back in 3 minutes.
Roger that. Who wants to start by grilling the bricks, if anyone's interested? If not, we can move on to something else. Nick, George, and Enda has a question. Enda, please go ahead.
Oh, I wanted to ask you about the bricks. I've been mostly offline for the past week, so I don't understand what's happening right now over there. So if you can sum it up, that would be wonderful. Thank you.
No one understands what's going on. I don't understand what's going on either, but it seems that Russia, China, India, Brazil, and South Africa are interested in changing the international monetary system or building a parallel monetary system that, instead of requiring US dollars to settle accounts, would allow for settling accounts using local currencies and perhaps BRICS union currency, unified currency that works as legal tender, just like the euro. The idea is that some countries have bilateral trade in large volumes, and therefore they can purchase from one another goods and services if they settle their accounts in their respective currency. One of the models that are being peddled right now, for instance, is the United Arab Emirates and India. There's an amount of commercial trade between them that amounts to X, and there's an amount of, or there's a number of Indian expats or workers working in Dubai, and that's why, and they generate remittance, which is set, and they send it back to the Central Bank of India to their banking accounts or their phone accounts or whatever fintech service or whatever fintech solution they are using to send money back home to their families, right? So the volume of trade is high, and Indians are sending back to the Central Bank of India or the Indian Central Bank dirhams. And the United Arab Emirates is purchasing goods and services from India in dollars as well. So what happens when someone sends remittance, right? The central banks, they settle their accounts either directly or through the International Bank of Settlements. I'm not very sure of this mechanism. But to settle accounts in local currencies, it would mean that, we have 1.3 or 3 million of your nationals working on our land in our country. We will pay them in dirhams, and they will send you back dirhams, and you will keep them as dirhams in your central bank accounts and in your bank accounts. How? The central bank keeps the amount in dirhams and then dispenses the exchange rate in rupees to the families that the workers are sending money back to. This way, the two central banks are not settling their accounts using dollars. The United Arab Emirates Central Bank is sending to the Central Bank of India dirhams, the salaries in dirhams, or the amount that they wish to transfer in dirhams. And the central bank keeps it on its books as its foreign currency strategic reserve and disperses the equivalent amount of rupees to the banks or the mobile phone wallets or whatever fintech solution those workers rely on to deliver money to their families. Now, when India wants to go buy goods and services from the United Arab Emirates, they would pay them in rubles. or they can pay them in dirhams, and vice versa. If they choose to pay them in dirhams, then this way the money is going in and out between two partners, two unique partners in an elliptical circuit. Money out of UAE in dirhams stays in the Central Bank of India in dirhams. When the government of India or Indian businessmen want to buy goods and services from the United Arab Emirates government or one of its private businesses there, they settle that amount in dirhams as well because they have a reserve of dirhams. And if the United Arab Emirates and if India is buying, if the United Arab Emirates is buying something from India, they can buy in rubles and they can then send those rubles back to the workers and so on and so forth. The idea is every two unique countries who have a large enough volume of trade, if you have enough countries overlapping, so between them, between the prospective countries as members of the BRICS group, they will have a higher volume of global trade and a higher share of the global GDP than the collective West and the Western international institutions, Western monetary and financial institutions. So by doing so, they can basically increase the reserves of every central bank within the organization of the local currencies of the member states, and use those reserves to settle any trade done with that state upon purchasing goods and services. And they are looking into starting a whole new currency, a unified currency just for trade, but it needs to be accepted as legal tender as well. So if an Emirati is traveling into India and they have this new BRICS currency, let's call it BRIC, because it's BRIC so far. They have been meeting for more than 10 years, 9 years, saying exactly the same thing, if not less or a little bit more. The rhetoric this time is a little bit up. They up the ante a lot today, but that's not an issue at all. It's just posturing. So the idea is that the more unique trading partners you have, and the larger the umbrella that collects them, the more their assets, the more the volume of trade, the more their share of the GDP, and the more they can trade between themselves in local currencies. And if they come up with a unified currency, that currency will be backed by their gold reserves and also by the powers of their economies, which they project right now to be bigger than the collective power of the West. Of course, this is farce. China is fudging its numbers. Russia is a complete mess. Central Bank of Egypt is fudging its numbers. Saudi is in a good place. Morocco is in a good place. South Africa, I don't know. But for that thing to succeed, that currency needs to have a value. And how can it have value? It will not have value when it is only used to trade between the BRICS nations. It will only have value when the other side starts conducting business with BRICS nations using that currency, i.e., when there's a demand for this newly proposed currency. Now, how would you settle credit? How would you create credit? How would you create loans? And how would you settle debt? And how would you settle collateral? And so on and so forth. There is a proposed framework of using state asset swaps. China, I take your airport, I give you yuans that you can then come and spend in China, and I will send you cheap Chinese goods. How can that happen? Or what good is this? If you are basically hostage to one currency and hostage to your own currency and your own economy, and you're being forced to conduct trade like this with no prospects of getting foreign currency that you can spend yourself on increasing your capital or increasing your investments or doing whatever you need to do. So they are claiming that they are liberating the world and the populations and the global south, quote unquote, I hate that term, to end the dominance of the US dollar, to end the export of inflationary policies and treasury bonds fluctuations and the greed of Wall Street and the derivatives market and what they did in the financial crisis and all that. They are telling people that they will free them from all this. But what freedom is there if what you're sending with your right hand, you're getting back with your left hand, and what you're borrowing with right hand, you're giving back in state assets or raw materials or even intermediate industries, components? The idea itself sounds very noble and sounds very smart. Oh, we're going to end the dominance of the dollar in the world as a reserve currency, and we're going to disengage the petrol dollar or the petroleum dollar peg, and by attracting Saudi Arabia. And if Saudi Arabia starts selling its oil and any other currency than the US dollar, the United States will collapse and the American economy will collapse. But everyone wants to trade in dollars. Everyone wants to settle accounts in dollars and pound sterling and euros and Swiss francs and the Japanese yen, which are currencies that reflect the transparency and the professionalism of their central banks, even if there are shortcomings, and I am aware that there are many shortcomings. There is the human greed, there is the overregulation, there is the underregulation, there is the rating agencies, under the table deals, there's so many things. However, it is not freedom, it's actually enslavement. Because if you decide to trade only with the members of the BRICS bloc, that's also a resource of foreign currency in dollars that you used to buy treasury bonds or to invest in assets, whether inside your country or outside your country, run by professional and efficient bankers and investment bankers and financiers. Look at the Norwegian Sovereign Wealth Fund. Look at the Kuwaiti Sovereign Wealth Fund. Look at what they are doing, what they are achieving, the type of investments, the ROI, and the way they try to be transparent, and the way they deal with the ethical problems of the pollution and the environment and sourcing legal materials and animal cruelty and all that. So, in a nutshell, this is a group of cuckoo people who have this idea, again, because we've just spoken for 2 hours now about conspiracy theories. The Bretton Woods agreement, what Nixon did, disconnecting the gold from the dollar and printing dollars, blah, blah, blah. The Fed must go. The Fed is fucking you over. Wall Street is treating, Occupy Wall Street. Do this, do that. They sold you derivatives and they did this to you and they did that to you. They took away from you the American dream. And therefore, we're going to rise as a nation, as a block of nations who think that their input in the global GDP, in their volume of trade, is now much higher than the G7 group. And that's part of what China has been doing over the last 15 years or so. Philips comes to Egypt, hey, we have the best products to sell you. If you want to save electricity and light up the streets at night, we can do this, we can do that. Yeah, but we're expensive. Yeah, but we give you a 7-year warranty that any defective item we would replace, even if it's 7 years minus 1 day. Fast forward to China. Now we have a brand called Julia. It is 1/10 the cost of Philips. And Philips, sorry, Philip is my friend. And you can install it and you can run it. And if anything happens to it, we will fix it. It doesn't, street lights goes out by after 10 months. What kind of infrastructure spending is that? But through that system, they managed to convince several governments around the world to accept predatory loans or to trade with them instead of trading with European or American, Northern American partners. Oh, you want Linksys router? We have TP-Link. Boom. If we have TP-Link, then Telecom Egypt will get attacked in 2018 on the 1st of June, because, sorry, on the 1st of January, because of all the TP-Link routers we have in this country that we sold. And the backbone of Telecom Egypt will go out for 8 days because someone out there found the vulnerability in the routers and turned the whole fucking inventory of TP-Link routers in an entire country into one massive DDoS gun and brought down the back network with it, the backbone network with it. So they kept doing this for years, and they kept convincing people that it's cheaper to do business with them, that we create we make things just as good as European countries, just as good as America. There were stories back then when I was in college, guys who were like, we're going to start our business. Listen, we're going to go to these Chinese websites. They make these LG TVs. It's 48-inch, man, and they only ship it to Egypt for $400. I was like, are you insane? No, they don't. That friend put all his money in this project, and what did he get? He got a computer screen that is good for being a kitchen television, and in fact, that's actually what he used it for. So they don't have innovation, they don't have R&D, they don't have a technological edge. It's an extension of this whole victimhood mentality, grievances. President of Brazil today, for the longest time, everyone was treating us as if we're the poor of the world, as if we don't matter. And then you get China and India and South Africa all saying, yeah, we will borrow money and we will lend money to governments, but it will be unconditional. Unlike the IMF and the World Bank, who sets conditions for bailing out governments, and the conditions are usually, hi, please stop being too corrupt. Please respect freedom of information. Please respect personal rights. Please respect economic rights. Please get rid of the bloated government bureaucracy. Please manage state assets better. Please reduce your public spending if you can't afford it and prioritize. Those are the recommendations of the IMF and the International Financial Corporation, the IFC, and the World Bank. But part of the disinformation campaign, again, the protocols of the Elders of Zion, the banking cartels, the Bretton Woods Agreement, the Bilderberg Group, Microsoft, Bill Gates, lizard people. Queen Elizabeth came from Mars and she went back there, hence the rainbows. And God bless her soul, of course. So in a nutshell, that's the BRICS, a group of wankers, wacko wankers, who meet every year, say exactly the same thing. The time for the dollar hegemony is done. Yeah, well, people accept the US dollar because they know that the US government, despite its flaws, is a democratic government. And they know that that dollar is protected by the largest fighting force on the earth. And it's not because they go out on wars to steal Iraqi gold or secure Iraqi oil or guard cannabis fields in Afghanistan so that everyone can get high. That's not the case. That's not what they do. It's a completely different game that the servicemen are not involved in.
But the dollar is based on the economic capacity of a country. That's the whole
Exactly.
point.
The dollar is based.
It's the
based
potential
on
tax capacity expressed
not
as the
even.
federal government. It is. Trust me. The currency of the United States under the Federal Reserve Act is based on the fact that the government is able to honor its commitment to repay its debt. And therefore, its currency expresses the capacity of the U.S. economy in its freedom, which you have so greatly and vividly described, to generate innovation, to constantly best competitors, constantly be more productive, constantly. And that is the only constant of the US economy, that it can constantly rejuvenate. That is its strength, and that is why there is such a basis.
So you spoke of the textbook, economics and the textbook, academia and analysis,
Oh, thank you.
and that's perfect.
I'm just a financial markets guy. Sorry, I can only talk about
I agree.
economy.
I agree 100%. But actually, the real value is that somewhere in the United States at 4 a.m., 5 a.m. in the morning, a guy wakes up, or a lady. They take their dog on a run, and they come back and they make love to their spouse and they make coffee and they have breakfast and they watch the news and they get dressed and they drive and they go to work. And when they go to work, they generate value. And when they get back home, they do grocery shopping, they cook, they eat, they sit down for a meal, they discuss how the school day went with the kids or the boys or the girls, adopted, born, acquired legally. I don't know how to be politically correct, I'm sorry. And they go to bed and repeat. And in the weekend, they go out and they party harder than they worked. They work hard and they party harder. And they invest, they buy stocks, they buy a second home, they travel. whether inside the United States continental or abroad. They spend money. They go here, they go that. It is the nature of the American people. It is the will of the American people. It is the decent values that the United States of America was founded on and kept improving and enhancing and bettering. Granted, there is some sorts of bloated democracy here, bureaucracy here and there, and red tape, and problematic politics, and all this and all that. But at the very core of it, the center must hold. And the majority of the American population, the American dream is still alive and well. Yeah, there are difficulties since the financial crisis, but you don't wake up on the first day of Eid, or the first day after the ending of fasting of Ramadan, to fight that a militia decided to attack the national armed forces and take them on entirely and try to seize the capital. You don't live there. You don't live in a country where you wake up in the morning and there's a general on the TV saying your president is accused of high treason, the one that you democratically elected. You don't live in a country where when you wake up early in the morning, you have to see your father putting on a Glock and putting on a Smith because, oh yeah, President Mubarak had just been subjected to an assassination attempt in Addis Ababa. And now all the officers of the Egyptian Secret Service are required to walk around in civilian clothes wearing 2 guns. You were not the 8 or the 9-year-old kid who had to see that back in 1996 or 1997. You don't wake up early in the, well, yeah, guys have mass shootings, which is a problem. Good luck doing background checks. I totally believe in gun rights, and I totally believe that responsible gun owners shouldn't be punished, period. But there is a way to find a solution for all those mass shootings. But every responsible, law-abiding, gun-loving, gun-carrying American citizen is in the right. The right to bear arms is perfect, but you can refine it. You can add to it a framework, the right for the right people to bear arms. Who defines the right people? Well, psychology and criminal record. It's easy. It's not arbitrary at all. But fast forward away from all those shenanigans I'm ranting about. You don't wake up in a country early in the morning where someone decides to blow up the one of the best museums in the country that has just been renovated because they wanted to blow up another building. Well, you have Oklahoma, but that's a different story. That's just white, sadly, white Christo-fascist terrorism or whatever it was. God knows. Timothy McVeigh, I think. So you can fix it and you can make it better. And the power of your currency that you are, not you, some of you are rejecting, and the power of your federal government and the power of your military comes from you. You're the community. You're the domestic front. You're the embodiment of good work ethics. You're the embodiment of always bettering yourself. You're the embodiment of studying, learning, going after your passions, learning new hobbies, doing sports. You're the country where a fine young lady can put on a pair of hot shorts and a sports bra and her iPod and go on a run in the morning. Here it needs to be done in private compounds with like gates and security and CCTV camera 24/7. You don't live in a country where, your chief of staff is going to wake up early in the morning and start an atypical coup against a legitimate president after mobilizing networks of subversion that they had invested more than 10 years in building. There's no deep state in the United States. There is a stable bureaucracy and people who want to do a good job. And some of them are not that good. Some of them are not the brightest or the sharpest tool in the box. Some of them have their own ambitions. Some of them are just incompetent. Some of them, something happened to them and they made a mistake. But they're good people. You never know. But the enemy wants to give you this whole idea, right? Sell you this wholesale idea. The international monetary system is unstable and corrupt, and it enforces sanctions selectively without any justifications, and it's double standards. The same thing that they did in Serbia, we're doing in Ukraine. Why are you trying to stop us doing it in Ukraine when we did it in Serbia? That's false, of course. The same thing you did in Libya, and you did in Iraq, and you did in Lebanon, and you did in Syria, we're trying to do in Ukraine. Why are you stopping us? That's cynical, of course. So to cut a very long story short, they want to destroy the power of the dollar, thinking that if they can come up with a parallel financial system, they will turn this system from a star model, where the International Bank of Settlements is responsible for all this, and turn it into a mesh network model. Every two unique partners can figure out how to trade, and whatever surplus they have, they can either send to the central bank of the BRICS or whatever to back the unified currency, or they will peg the unified currency to gold, which will automatically make it pegged to the US dollar. So I hope this answers your question, and please go for a follow-up.
Thank you. Two more questions. You can skip them, but these are in following up on what you were saying. One, how do you do this trade? You said, okay, gold, and Russia does have gold in the country. They have their gold reserve in Moscow and St. Petersburg, I think, or something. Anyway, in the north. But they are currently 1 ruble is 1 cent to the dollar, right? How do you make the exchange proper between Russia with this currency and China, who has an economy which is a central economy, and basically they are not the most efficient of them all. And then you have South Africa with other problems. So I don't know about Brazil too much, so I cannot speak anything about them. But if we take two, you said two, right? China and Russia, because these are the two most prominent at this point. How do you establish? I understand the process, but basically, if I store rubles in my bank, they are worth nothing, right? I can only trade with you in rubles, and you don't, you diminish the volume of commerce with me, China, by 80%, probably, something, because the common Russian population, the base of the Russian population, is not buying anymore from China. Not because they don't want to, cheap as the products as they may be, but because they actually have so bigger problems in their country. They don't have the money to buy from China, and China is not expensive. So how do you do this? How do you make it work? Because this is I don't understand how they sell this idea between themselves. This is basically my question. How do you sell?
It's not sold. This is what happens with when a bunch of mad ideological men jump to action, and others who are either trying to understand whether this is a con or not, or they do understand, but they need to play this risk mitigation hedging role right now to understand more about this whole thing before calling it a bluff. Everyone has their reason to engage. How can they achieve it? I don't think there is no way whatsoever to achieve this, because each and every single country has a balance of accounts, and that balance of accounts is almost certainly is in dollars, and they owe loans, and they owe interest on those loans, and so on and so forth. And there's the Paris Club, there's the International Bank of Settlement, or the Bank of International Settlements, and they are trying to append the system that we have, and they are using all the grievances that people accumulated over the years and the decades due to perceived injustice and incompetence and greed and corruption of that system, that they will just embrace whatever alternative anyone puts in front of them on the table. But let's be real. They just don't have the power to deliver such a thing. Again, this is a group of terrified wankers who have figured out that scientifically they are so far behind. R&D, military applications, satellites, NSA, pilots, aircraft, battle groups, surface groups, submarines, deterrence, nuclear trade. They don't have it. Not all of them, some do. So they figured that if it's the window and opportunity for them to move now or never, in order to try to prevent what they perceive, not what the West is doing, what they perceive as a direct attack against their cultures, their values, their societies, and an aggressive act of forcing them to become Westernized against their will and against their principles and against their cultures. But that's not what the West wants. The West wants to trade. And in order to trade, you need to reduce corruption. Because your own people are going to ask you about why are you allowing your dealings with this corrupt regime? Because you're democratically elected. Democracy needs democracy to survive.
Also, we should highlight that China is significantly more dependent on, in terms of trade volume, trade intensity, and value added generated from trade, dependent on the US as well as Europe, massively dependent. The trade and the surge in trade with Russia is for low value white goods, low value tools where they make a reasonable but low margin, and predominantly for the import of natural resources, which the Chinese do need. That is a completely different ballgame than what they stand to achieve and stand to gain if they trade with us. As a consequence, we wield the power. They don't. That's what people fail to understand. With that, I just would like to highlight that our friend Nukli has joined us from Ukraine. I presume he will have a few anecdotes to tell.
Hey, my friends. Thank you for having me again. As always, it's always a pleasure to be here.
Pleasure and privilege is ours.
Anecdotes? Anecdotes? No, unfortunately. But, you know, we're doing our job. We're trying at least.
Yeah, you're not disappointing. I know that. But can you tell us what you've been doing in recent days and weeks?
Trying to take the hell out of Russians on the offensive. Not me, me personally with my unit. Me, you know, as after the injury, I'm mostly staying behind. But yeah, we're working on the offensive lately.
How's the unit doing?
Good, but it's harsh. Like I would be real. Like it's not easy. Like the offensive is really harsh for us, unfortunately. Like it's hard to advance. It's hard. Like the Russian learned a lot. Like I hate to be sound like, you know, pessimistic, but you know me, guys. Like from all the other times, I'll be real. Whatever my commander after that will yell at my ass as always. But whatever. Like I'm saying whatever it is. Like they learn. Yeah, we're advancing, but slowly, unfortunately. Like we don't have enough means.
Any news about?
Yeah, go on. I prefer questions, like, you know,
Yeah,
talking
and
like a story is not my thing, unfortunately,
any
because of my language.
any news about the advances near Robotnia or any advances in the Zaporizhia direction?
As it said in the by official Ukrainian, like we took Robotnia, but not all of it. Like it's still contested. It's still contested, unfortunately. There is fights in the southeast for Robotnia still going on.
Can you tell us more what you meant by saying that the Russians learned a lot, tactics, strategies? Can you expand on this?
Listen, let's say how they learn how to build their defensive. Like if we compare it to Kharkiv offensive or the Kherson offensive, like it's different. It's totally different. Like they didn't know. Let's say we do in my team sometimes we're doing small operations like at night to take some positions. Like how do Russians do it? They let's say there is a few dugouts in a. I'll try to to describe the situation. Let's say on a kilometer there is 8 to 10 dugouts with 4 to 5 people, and between those dugouts, like the trenches and all the support, they learn how to position themselves, like in a superior firepower from a dots, from a high advantage. They're mining the trenches when they're in nights. Let's say sometimes we had a lot of success when we try to infiltrate their positions, like the trenches at night, without them knowing. Now they learn the lessons. They put in a booby traps in between, they jump in the PM mines and stuff like that. So when we're entering, most of the times between the dots, they know that they put in a lot of mines. So many times, even if they're not, deadly to us, they still alert them. So let's say we infiltrate in the trench in the night operation, they know we're coming. So they're learning, they're adopting their. So it's not easy, unfortunately. Like it's very hard to take each position. They're learning, they're adapting. They have a snipers teams covering them at night. They have way more night vision thermals than before. Way more. Probably China. It's bought by their citizens, yeah, but it's still supplied by China. Even if it's not the most, exclusives or the best thermals, like it's Chinese ones, they're still working, even at night from their drones. So it's making us to adapt. Like it's making our job way harder than let's say a year ago when we could infiltrate their positions without them noticing them. They're learning how to. They also distribute their forces, like their reinforcements coming way more faster than before. Like if we engage in taking some positions, they have dots like 20 or 30 meters in front. Immediately, say reinforcements are coming in. So it's taking time, like unfortunately, and we don't have enough demining or night vision or thermals equipment to move it forward. Yes, the Bradleys and other equipment that we received it's making our life way easier to operate night, but unfortunately it's too late for now. They already built their positions like in smart way. Like I cannot look down on them. Like the units that we looked down before, like the Kadir. So Kadir, it's their shit. They always were. They were at Kiev. They were at Mariupol. They always get it. But there's way more other units right now that operate in a smart way with experienced commanders already after a year and a half of the war.
So to sum it up, better defenses, they're dug in. Their tactics have changed when it comes to trying to repel an attack. They use more fire teams and they do covering. And
they also try to smarter. Sorry to cut it out. Sometimes they even try to lure us out in to some positions that they already mined. Like with the PM mines. It's like what's the name of the American claymores? It's like a claymores, but the Russian versions. And they know exactly what the movement, like their units learning what is the topography of their trenches. It's something that we didn't have like 6 or 5 months ago. Now it's different. They already know. So like in 5 or 3 or 4 or 3 minutes, you already have their reinforcement or their artillery on us. That is something that we didn't have the experience, like say on the Kharkiv offensive. In Kherson, in some cases, but it was minimal. But here now it's like every dot, like every position you're taking. Like we operating, like my unit operating depends where the Ukrainian unit want us. We're mostly offensive unit, so We can find ourselves in Smatove and in week after in Robotny or Pitihatka. But that's what I saw from them. Like, and also they're using a lot of old tanks from behind, like artillery, something that they didn't use before. But don't forget, we're also adapting. Like, as pessimistic as it sounds, like in the end, we're still taking their position. We need to start to outsmart them. Like what we do, what we throw something in beforehand. We enter in the trenches, like because they're waiting for us. Like they're watching us in thermals from a drone. We enter the position, they could activate those PM mines on other types of mines.
So some equipment from China, better defenses. The way they conduct themselves is different. The way they arrange their fire teams is different. Their QRFs arrive faster, and their artillery can respond quicker than before. But which brings us to the artillery. All the reports coming out say that they are facing a problem with counter radar batteries, and that they are losing more artillery pieces than ever. Can you tell us anything without spilling too many beans about the level and the intensity of Russian artillery fire missions and whether it has decreased or not?
Listen, if I compare it to when I fought in Severodonetsk, like it was hell. They had like a total superiority. Right now, it's not happening. But they have superiority in minefields and other fields. Like they have a lot of dots with AT weapons that can use against also infantry and SF units trying to infiltrate. They done it smart. Like they distributed their position smart. Like I cannot say they learned the lessons. Unfortunately, it's not like other experience, like when they fought against Hezbollah in Lebanon or Hamas. They're learning very fast.
Do you attribute this to a change in leadership or the introduction of new officers? What gave them that advantage?
I think more experience. I don't think it's changing officers. Like in most of cases, as you see, like only now we saw Surovikin was removed from his after the mutiny of Wagner. Like how many months passed already? 2, almost 3. I don't remember exactly when it happened. Yeah, they're adapting. Listen, Russians, you cannot look down on them, except some units. Yeah, that were kind of like laughing about them. Other units learning, they have getting experience, they're getting better equipment. They have like before like in the start of the war, even the VDV of their special units didn't have like maybe 1 from 4 had a optical device or a scope. Now they definitely have a lot of equipment. Like when we capture positions, we're taking night visions, we're taking thermal devices, drones. So it's different warfare. Right now, they're way more. They prepare for this attack, to tell you the truth. But I have one thing to say, Budanov. That guy is, in my belief, personal. I'm talking only about my personal opinion. It's not the UA army or anything else. Everything I say is my personal things. Like he is one of the guys that can change this. But we will see. We'll see. Only time can show. Like I can speak from company to battalion level, not more than that.
Yeah, Luke, from the outside looking in, and from sort of say a 20,000 foot view, it seems that that the attrition of the Russian forces is methodically being increased to the point that the brittle and thinning lines are about to break. Whilst they've learned, and I'm sure you're right, because we've heard this from various parties already in recent weeks and months, well, I'm sure they are improving their battlefield tactics. Even the worst of any armies learns, and the Russians do have sufficient amount of capability and capacity. It seems that they're losing a lot of their command posts. It seems that they're losing a lot of their critical EW capacity that they can't refill as quickly as they need to. They are overwhelming, seemingly, with drones. And I think that's what you also highlighted a few times in recent weeks and months, that the drone warfare the Russians are waging is not to be discarded. It's quite intense, isn't it?
Yeah, unfortunately, their drone capability. Like, listen, they're shooting at us with rocket launchers from drones in some cases. Like, it's something new. I noticed it the first time a week ago. Like, they shooting like something like RPG, the SPG-17, at us from drones. So that's capability that even we don't have at the moment.
But it's no surprise because they've been testing this for quite some time. And we've been told on various occasions that they're moving forward to that. And having said this, whilst they have this capability and whilst they do have such a mass, it seems that not all of their drones are as well coordinated, and the Ukrainian forces, at least in the northeast, as well as close to Kherson, have scored quite a number of success events against a large amount of drones, correct?
That's true. Our luck that they're not yet learned how exactly work with them, and they don't have good electronic warfare. In some areas, yes, that they have superiority over us, but in many cases, we still get a chance to discover them.
Well, there you go then. Let me check with the audience. I can see that our friend Nick Brown is still with us, as well as Christopher. If anyone has any questions for Nuclear, please do come up. We'll be delighted bringing them forward. Nuclear and his unit are in Ukraine and fighting for the liberation of the occupied territories. And Nuclear has sacrificed significantly in this fight already, and is making sure that his troops are well prepared for and well taken care of. So, and we obviously support him in that role. Nuki, another question which came up by one of our audience members, or as friends of ours call them, the alert listeners, is that how is the supply situation in terms of small arms, ammunition, and the likes? Do you get sufficient amount of, say, ammo, grenades, and the likes, or is that also still something which is thinning?
No, we actually get enough. I don't remember, to tell you the truth, if you had ever, like, I felt in my own, like, we're part of GUR. I don't remember that we had an issue ever with, supplies of light arms, like, RPGs, ammunition or stuff. Our issue always were drones and night and thermal visions. Like, those the threes. I think that, but it's issue for everyone. Not also from Russians. I think it's an issue for every military that will fight right now in this kind of warfare, on this kind of long. I don't think there is any army in the world, including IDF, that have enough means, to counter.
There's never enough ammo.
That's true. But it's a little sufficient level. Like in Second Lebanon War, where listen, I had drones usage. I used drones in 2004 to the level it's used now. Everyone think it's a new warfare. No, sorry, it's something that were used like years ago. It just wasn't like famous enough or exposed enough to the public. Like other armies, like, listen, ISIS and Syrians and everyone used those like 8 and 10 years ago. It's not a new idea. But sufficiently? No, not enough to anyone, probably both sides.
Good point. I can see that our colleague Trident has his hand up. Trident, do you have a question for Nuclear?
I do. First of all, thank you to this space, and thank you, Nuclear, for everything you have, are, and will do. Really appreciate you. So just because you just mentioned it on the drone thing, I think that's a really good point. I would just ask, do you think it's fair that the ubiquitousness, otherwise the amount of them, the availability of them has increased, and also you were just talking about the rockets on the Russian side, but certainly the weaponizing and the creative ways they're being used seem to be a bit of an evolutionary, if not a revolutionary use. More of a statement than a question, but I guess I'll stop there just for a second. Is that fair, you think? The way they're being used and the engineering behind the way they're being used?
They always get improved, as you say. They're all like every week you get in, and sometimes it can be a program update that we receive from our from our groups in intelligence, and sometimes it might be the amount and the new weaponry. Like it's such a like 1 week you have this kind of tactics, the second week you need to use other. Like this warfare is totally different from other wars we saw before, in my personal opinion, from what I experienced at least.
Yeah, and then don't want to get into too much, but all the countermeasures on both sides and all that too, I'm sure is a bit of a spy versus spy game to stay ahead.
Yeah, there is a lot of games. I'm not aware of them. It's it's not my unit, like so I don't know exactly what's going on, but yeah, there is definitely like you can call it a war games in that area.
Yeah, and we wouldn't talk about it if we did know, would we? Quickly, then, my other question, and if it's already been talked about at length, we can skip it, but have we begun to talk about winter and the advantage or disadvantage that may bring to, I'm specifically thinking Russia. I have to think on logistics, and we want them out before winter, but let's just say that doesn't happen. These efforts to isolate, and again, if this has been discussed, sorry, I've been away for a little bit. The same efforts that are made to isolate them now and possibly outmaneuver them, cut them off, these kinds of things seem to be the same kind of efforts that would really make winter a very unpleasant time for that side of the fence, and further than military tactics around something as simple as heat signatures in winter. I'm just curious if you had any thoughts or input on that. Again, if it's been discussed, we can skip it.
Listen, remember the last winter. Everyone say there won't be any movement and anything like if you have Rasputica is the one. It's like the rain season when only the snow starts. Like you can bullshit. Sorry, both the armies moved. Remember last year. It depends on the command. Let's see how it goes. Do we have the equipment like to move? Both of the sides don't have. So it really depends how Ukrainian or the Russian will react to the situation of the weather. But both sides will move. Whatever those stories, like it's not Second World War. Both sides moved and advanced and attacked last winter. Like just remember that there was it just affects.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm thinking more rudimentary, just staying warm and eating. I know winter is hell for anybody in war. War is hell, but do you feel, or does this call feel that it might be an advantage to the Ukrainians in logistics and ability to feed and keep warm their troops?
It's hard. Like we kept war. Like we had most of the equipment and stuff we have. It's from the civilians and from volunteers and from donations. It's not from Ukraine itself. Like that's what I saw from last year. How it will be this year winter, we'll see. I don't have answers for that. Just time can tell.
Understood. Okay, well then I'll leave it at that, and thank you again for everything you're doing, and not the least of which is your time here.
It's always a pleasure, my friend.
Thank you for asking the question. Thank you, Nucli, for answering. We've just been joined by Robin. Welcome, Robin.
Hey, Em, how you doing? Ready for you and Axel whenever you want to take off for the rest of your life.
I knew it. I knew I was going to meet this moment when a femme fatale joined the space. And with that said, I would like to thank everyone for being with us the last 3 hours. We had a very interesting interview and a very interesting conversation with Nucli as well about the current situation in Ukraine. And the previous interview was regarding Russian active measures and global misinformation, disinformation operations, and all those concepts. So thank you, Axel, for co-hosting next to me for the last 3 hours. Thank you, everyone, for being with us, for listening. And Nukli, I will step down. Axel will continue the conversation until one of our
Until
next
I drop dead.
co-hosts replaces me. No, until you just go to sleep, which you never do, but that's fine.
I shall relentlessly,
Because
quickly.
then it would be the pot calling the kettle black, right? Karen, please go ahead before I go. I haven't spoken to you in a long period of time. You have 3 minutes.
Just a second. I need to get organized, okay? Okay, just a minute.
Yeah, only have 3 minutes. If it's just a minute, then it's too long.
Okay, all right. A couple weeks ago, no, actually, it was only about 10 days ago, I noticed some blue dots over by the Kirsch Bridge that normally aren't visible on AIS. Okay, and we had a long discussion about that with Stephen Horo. I forget his last name. Anyway, with one of the people here that was knowledgeable about travel and shipping and whatnot. And so today I noticed that there is an article about the Russians are flooding ferries and sinking them as a by the Kirsch Bridge as a basis for creating some kind of barrier to naval drones. And to me, this was interesting because it kind of explained those blue dots, because normally it was very unusual to see any kind of blue dot near the Kirsch Bridge on a marine traffic map. Now the aqua blue dots are usually the special equipment or the tugboat. So it indicated to me that some kind of construction. And sure enough, one of the articles that I tagged for you guys has a floating crane nearby. But I was curious, just, and maybe you can float this to Chuck Fair when the space gets really crowded. I'm not going to try and get on at that time. How successful do you think this will be? I mean, they're sinking ferries by the Kirsch Bridge, and apparently they are building a barrier on top of that.
I think they're idiots. They're doing anything except acting, committing to, or conducting themselves as naval officers. It's not going to do anything. Yeah, well, they're creating obstacles. That thing happened back in back during the tripartite invasion and attack against Egypt, 1956 Suez Crisis. The Israeli Prime Minister met with the British Prime Minister and the French Prime Minister secretly, and they agreed a plan. Israel invades Egypt, travels all the way through the Sinai, reaches the Suez Canal. When it reaches the Suez Canal, the United Kingdom and France would parachute troops
Oh,
into
come
Port Said and Suez and take
on.
over. Just giving a background. So what happened is that the Egyptians decided to sink ships in the canal to stop maritime traffic in the canal and to stop the Russian and the French warships from approaching the canal, right? So the concept of sinking a vessel to use as an obstacle to prevent an enemy's vessel from conducting military naval operations, literal or not, because this is not blue water, this will be literal. Who knows? I mean, 3 blue dots, 7 blue dots, 1 blue dot. They said they had killer dolphins, man, and beluga whales, and divers, and air defenses, and sensors, and yeah, I get the whole space pen argument. We spent $1 million to develop the space pen. They went up through space using a pencil, fine, but no matter how many ferries or pontoons or whatever you sink in front of that bridge, you're not saving it. I believe Gunny actually explained this whole thing when he read the news. So if you kindly refer to Gani's feed, I think you'll find the answer there. And with that said, welcome Ellen, welcome Robin. Thank you, Axel. It's time for me to go to bed. And good night, everyone. I'll see you again tomorrow at 9 p.m. Kiev.
I tagged that article for you guys. Okay, I'm gone too now.
Thank you very much. And with that,
Thank you, Karen.
both my favorite Egyptian pyramid assessor and I will vanish and hand you over to the kind and equally capable hands of the well-coiffed Alan and the highly competent and definitely significantly more intelligent Robin.
Good Lord, Axel, how do I follow that?
Just
you follow that.
Just say this is
Go ahead,
true,
Alan,
Robin.
please. Yeah, let's see who's going to get first into the co-host seat.
I'm very competitive. I beat you, Alan.
Well, ladies first. And with that said, I will actually update my avatar to go inside my pyramid. So watch out for an avatar change. M is going into his pyramid right now. Good night, everyone.
Good night,
Thank you, Robin.
Ed.
Thank
Good
you, Ellen.
night. So here we are again.
Tutankhamun is going back into his sarcophagus.
Ah, that explains it. So we'll wait a minute while Alan gets up here, and then we're going to have a
drum roll.
Exactly. You know, Axel, did you see there was an article today in I think it was the Kyiv Independent. It was really very good one. It was talking about the two different kinds of Ukraine experts. Did you happen to see that?
No, I didn't, but I trust there are none. There's either Ukrainians who are experts, or there are people who believe that they're Ukraine experts.
That's about it. Oh yeah, the distinction he makes, or he, she. I never learned how to pronounce Polish, and I think it's a Polish name, so I'm not even going to try. It's worse than my Ukrainian. Yeah, but he calls them virtual experts versus raw elbow experts. The virtual experts are like, what's his name at the White House? Whose name I keep on forgetting. These people who have all of they've studied in highly Russified Slavic interest sections in universities, and they know all the statistics and everything. Have never met a Ukrainian in their life. Those are the ones who've been totally wrong about everything so far. And then the others, who he calls the raw elbow experts, basically people who know Ukrainians, either are Ukrainians, as you said, or people who know Ukrainians, who've rubbed elbows, who understand the Ukrainian personality, who understand, for example, that there was no way the Ukrainians were going to pack up and hand the country over, that they would fight, or anyone who knew Ukrainians knew that. Anyway, it's a very good article. It's definitely something to trot out to remember when some of our university type experts tell us things that are clearly crazy. And I must say, he does say that that Timothy Snyder is one of the non-Ukrainians who is, a raw elbow expert who really understands the Ukrainian personality, the Ukrainian culture. And anyway, so Alan, you're here. You made it up into the balcony.
Yes, I made it, not even out of breath. I'm wondering, Nuclear, are you still with us? Well, maybe not. I had a couple of questions for you.
Always, my friend. Unfortunately, the demon water on my phone sometimes taking me time to press it. The humidity, not water, humidity. Sorry.
Well, thank you for staying with us. I had a quick question for you, Nuclear, about the state of medical care on the front lines, because I have followed news of both new ambulances and new field hospitals being delivered. Is this making a difference on the front lines and keeping getting soldiers through the golden hour?
Listen, I don't know. Like, I didn't notice personally. Like personally, but in my opinion, the only army in the world right now that know how to treat a mass casualty events is Ukraine. Like, I don't know if it's the hospitals. Like, we always had a few doctors for the regiments or for the brigades staying just a few kilometers behind, like a field from operations and doctors to the front. So no, I didn't know some change. We always poo without us. We had way better medical treatment than the Russians, that's for sure. In many cases, sometimes we can evacuate an injured like 10 minutes to a surgeon behind the lines. Russians definitely 100% can do it. Like, not that I heard or saw something regarded. So in that regard, we have a definite advantage on them.
I think in fact the Ukrainian medical system can handle casualties from the front line, and unfortunately, all too often,
mass casualties, my friend. Like IDF cannot do, let's say IDF cannot handle those kinds of amounts at the moment, from what I experienced before I came here, in my personal opinion.
Well, mass casualties, yes, mass casualties, and also mass casualties from cities under terror attacks by Russians.
Everything from civilians, those front hospitals, field hospital treating everyone. Like, there is no, if you're a soldier or civilian, it depends on the situation. But yeah, in my opinion, it's the only army. Like, I trained with US Army a lot. They don't know how to do it. Like, I saw it the last time I trained and tried to, to do a training with the evacuate and injured 4 years ago. It was in Mala. It's like a city that it's a full city that was built in Israel for training, like Gaza or in Lebanon or in Syria. Like, in a city, buildings and everything, like for training. And we trained a lot there with Marines, with special forces from US. Like, I'm not even talking about the times when they go into Iraq or Afghanistan, that almost all the units, especially from Marines, were going through to Israel. No one know how to deal with it at the time. Maybe now it's things different, like I don't know. But at the time, no one knew how to handle those things. Definitely not like Ukrainians.
Nuclei, I was very moved by the photo montage that you tweeted out earlier today, showing 4 friends in 2014 and bringing them up to date in 2023, just sitting on the pier by the harbor, on the boardwalk there. 4 friends in 2014, and then 2 friends in 2020, and then 1 friend remembering the 4 together in 2023. It was very moving, and I'm just wondering, the conversation among soldiers is about lost friends and lost comrades.
We try to avoid it. To tell you the truth, we're trying to avoid it. Like, we're trying to stay positive. In the end, in war, the only thing that handle you is laughing and doing stupid things and making comedy. But in the reality, unfortunately, yeah, it's not let's say a real photo. But there is hundreds of families, friends with this story in Ukraine. Unfortunately, like, this is the reality. As harsh as it might be, like, there's a lot of people. Like, I lost quite a few friends here during this war. Like, people that came with me, and unfortunately, they will never come back.
Unfortunately, they won't come back, and of course, tens of thousands of lives have been changed by this war, and that includes those who have lost friends and husbands, wives, children. It includes soldiers who have been wounded on the front line. It has changed their lives too. Yeah.
100%, unfortunately, but that's the reality of this war. It's a long, atrocious war.
It is the reality of all wars, and it's a reality that stretches out.
I do not know if to tell you all wars. I'm sorry. The US and Israel and all other countries never come close to this. Like the last war that came something like that was maybe, I mean, maybe the Balkans, but still it's like a different. It's different. Like I don't think was a war like this since World War II. But it's my personal opinion.
Yeah, Alan, I read that that 80% of Ukrainians have lost at least one person. I think the average was 7. So it's we certainly didn't have that in the United States. It's really horrific when you look at the extent.
It is horrific.
Listen, I lost friends in that during the years, like, but not to this amount or count, like even close, fortunately.
Nuclei, I should have asked your permission to put that photo montage up in the nest, but it speaks.
You always can use my things, my friend. Like, sorry, MriyaReport is important for me and for many Ukrainians here. So always feel free. You don't need my permission for anything.
Thank you very much. It speaks to reality. It speaks to deep human emotions. It's just the way it is, and the only way to change the future is to deliver everything to Ukraine. Ukraine needs to win this war in as quick a time as possible. Nuclei, we have some hands raised.
Always, my friend. Ask free, whatever I can, whatever I can answer. If it's not the hard and obstacle, I'll answer whatever it is.
It's always good to have you here, Nuclei. I really appreciate it. It's G-Man, Rex, and Peter.
Good evening, Nuclei. Good to have you here. Question I think for you right now is how significant has been, and I don't know if you're able to answer this, but how significant has been the US donation of the DPICM 155 shells in recent times?
Very significant, my friend. Like the first DPCI, like the cluster munition we had was actually surprising from Israel for some reason. Probably didn't vote for directly from them, but we already saw different. But yeah, it's a game changer. Like even when people speaking about the F-16s and everything, I don't believe it will make any change as a current war going on. But it all depends what kind of ammunition and what kind of electronic warfare we will get for those F-16s. Then we will see. F-16 is nice, but it's a platform. It's nothing more than that. Like it's playing from when? 70s, 80s, if I'm not mistaken, in the end. And even S-200s can take them down. So in the end, it depends what kind of ammunition, missiles, ground bombs we will receive from our allies. The platform itself, I'm not too much, excited, as it says. I will be excited when I will see what kind of ammunition and weapons we'll get with that. Then we can talk. The platform itself, it's nice and everything, but let's see.
G-Man with a follow-up.
Yeah, no, that's a good answer, and more or less confirms what I was thinking. And we've had a lot of conversation with Chuck about these weapons, the DCP ICMs. That is, yeah, I agree with you what you're saying about F-16s or Gripens or any other weapon platform. It's a delivery system. It's not even a delivery system. It's a weapons platform that then you can use that to deliver munitions. So it's equivalent to the artillery that you fire DPICMs out of. So yeah, absolutely. It's the actual rocket, if it's a standoff rocket with some sort of, then that's one thing. If it's really extreme long range anti-air missiles, that's going to be a game changer with the F-16. But it comes down to what is provided with it. That's a great answer.
If we could, sorry to cut you out, if we get enough systems with electronic warfare and missiles that can suppress their anti-air defense, then we might have a talk. If we don't have even the smallest chance of air superiority, I'm sorry, it's nice to have, like we probably would hit their, their supplies routes, their supplies bases. Yeah, would it change the front as it is now after they're fortified everything? And I doubt it. We will need a lot of ammunition. Like we will need more ballistic and long range missiles to hit there. It will be way more effective than F-16. But that's what I think as an infantryman. There's way smarter people in Ukrainian command than me. So let's see.
Thank you.
Nuclear, have you seen any evidence of Russian troops being truly demoralized? Maybe you've seen some Russian POWs. How are they acting? What do they look like? What are they saying?
Bro, they're not surrendering anymore. That's a big issue with them. They're like, I don't know what they sold them. Like, especially, they're like the Storm Z, or Russisch, they're Nazi units or the convict units. They're not going back. Those, I'll peep what I think about them. It's different from the start of the war. It's different. It's way more harder. They're not retreating or surrendering masses as at the beginning, at the moment. No, they're way more motivated. I don't know what they were sold. Maybe money, maybe release cases for their family, maybe some other things. But no, they're not demoralized. Let's be real. They're fighting till the end. In many cases, they don't agree to surrender. Like, we yelling at them, fucking put your weapons. Put your weapons down. Like, get out. And they are running with grenades at us in some cases. Like, the only cases I saw it was with Muslims, jihadists. Like, I didn't saw those cases before. Like, in the first year, maybe in 2 months. Right now, I don't know what the propaganda sold them, but it's different. They're not sorry. They're not going running back or whatever. From my experience, maybe in other fronts it's different. I'm talking literally from only my point of view, guys, here. So something that you understand that I am just a soldier and not some commander or anything else.
I understand that completely, Nuclear, but it's valid and valued experience from what you see, what you know, where you are on the front line. Just on to, go ahead. Nuclear.
Listen, my unit is like we're like a lollipop. Like they're throwing us everywhere. Like, we need there, let's go there. But it's all guru units like that. Recon units usually. Like, we're not taking trenches or in most of the cases. Sometimes yes, like defending. But from my experience, no, I didn't see it.
Let's go to Rex, to Peter, and then back to G-Man. Rex.
Hi, thank you for hosting, Alan, and thank you, Nuclear, for your service. My quick question actually was, Alan stole my question, so I'll put my hand down, but thank you for your service.
You can ask anything in different variants, even if you ask something like that, maybe I might remember. My English is not the best, so sometimes even if you double, I might remember something new. So ask it again. Feel free, my friend.
That was really my question. I was just hoping that you were going to say they were demoralized and that they were starving and surrendering in mass. But it's unfortunate they're
No, it's not happening. It's not happening, my friend. Otherwise, you would see hundreds of videos like that. But you don't see even close. Like, let's remember from other offensive or defensive Kiev. Like, yes, they surrender free for. Listen, we saw videos live that people trying, like the Russians all tried to suicide with nades on us. And it's only what was recorded and published. So imagine what's not published and what's going on.
So on to Peter, and then back to G-Man, and also Robin. I am not able to bring requests up at the moment, so I leave that to you. Peter, go ahead, please.
Yeah, Nuclei, just to say a massive amount of admiration for you. Just two questions. Can you hear me?
Yes, just go ahead.
Hello?
Yeah, my friend. I'm listening.
Yeah, just two questions. One, if you had a magic wand and you could choose anything, any weapons or whatever, to give you the upper hand, what would you pick? And number two, just a question on how you actually mentally deal with this. Do you get breaks at all where you can go completely away from the war space, or are you dealing with it continually?
Weapons that I could take is the Israeli Harut. It's the drones, suicide drones. Like they show their capability in the war between against like when the Azerbaijanis fought against Armenia, they nullified their defense of the enemy like, in a week, I guess. Something like if I remember the Karabakh war together with the Bayraktars. That's the weapons and spikes. Spikes for entrenched positions to shoot the bunkers, shoot like their. I just remember from Lebanon when we just seated behind a hill and took down like 20 people. We took down another 200 fighters of Hezbollah without even getting close. Like, sorry, javelins and laws don't have those capabilities. Those are the weapons that I want from Israel, and that's why I'm so angry at my country. They not approve, not supply them, but at least give the. But unfortunately, that's the situation. Ukraine and Israel not going together, as I spoke before. Everyone have their interests in the end, unfortunately, and it's different from the people. Like the people want something one, and the government doing something else. What was the second question? Sorry.
Yeah, I just wondered how you mentally deal with this. Do you get breaks where you actually go away from the war?
Listen, I'm a foreigner. I don't have somewhere to go. When I lost my eye and I was treated in Israel, yes, I got a break, but I don't have somewhere to go for a family. So no, most of the time, let's be real. Like when you get your equipment time, like you're going just a few miles behind, but you're still in the range. Like like few weeks ago, we went for a rest, 4 people, like me and 3, and we got smashed. Like literally, I posted it in my Twitter. Like when they saw our truck, they just smashed us with the cluster munition at the village. So there is no really. It's hard, but somehow I got used to it. Maybe because I fought in the wars again, so it may be less. It's hard mentally, but you accept whatever you have at the moment. I'll think about the mental damage after the war, and there will be happen, unfortunately. But it's life. We'll manage somehow. First of all, we need to win. Then we'll think with other. There's psychologists. There's friends. But yeah, psychology is hard. But thanks God, we're trying to get funny. Like a few days, like few weeks ago, like 1 or 2 weeks ago, we got an underwear with teddy bears that was sold from covers for pillow by some babusias. It's grandmas in Ukrainian. So even those small things give you a motivation. In the end, we're fighting here for something that will change the face of history and the fate of Ukrainians. So, it depends. It's very personal. It's individually. For me, I'm a really positive person, and I'm trying to stay as that, because being sad and crying and complain, war is a horrible thing. It's always will be a problem. There will always be complaint, and I have shitloads of complaints about the Ukrainian command and Ukrainian government. But in the end, I'm a soldier of the SEAL, and I gave a oath to serve until otherwise. So,
thanks.
Nicky, I think you're a great guy, and thank you very much for talking to me.
bless you, my friend, and thank you for supporting Ukraine.
Look, I just wanted to ask you a quick question on what's going on in Israel, if I could. So I have too been very disturbed about how little Israel seems to be helping, certainly with weaponry. You said it's more the government. Do you find that the people, these Israeli people, are more positive about Ukraine than the government is?
Listen, it's not something that I done, but all the Ukrainian embassy doing, like a question who supports Ukraine and who is against Russian every 2 or 3 months. 84% of Israelis, but their information is for Ukraine, and around 68 or 69% for supplying lethal weapons for Ukraine. Listen, what's going on in Israel is insane. Like, right, I'm not too connected because, sorry, I have too much things to worry. Like in Israel, yeah, there is like a hell going on regarding government, and I'm also agreeing with my government at the moment. Like, I thought maybe they will be do better, but in the end, probably there are going to be a lot of problems, like cancel visas. Like Israel and Ukraine not going to be friends. Sorry, Israelis not see themselves like the government, as Europeans or the Western world. Like they never do. They never trust Europeans. Let's be real. I'm telling the truth. Whatever you like it or not, we were betrayed too many times. Maybe that's the reason. Maybe not. Maybe other interests. But I know about things that happen behind the scenes. From inside, there are things happening for Ukraine. Is it enough? No, definitely not.
At least there's something, because I've always felt that, I spent a year in Israel and I, know it a bit. And I've always felt that the story of Ukraine and the story of Israel have so many commonalities that you think it would be a natural alliance.
Listen, the Russian speaking, like the ex-Soviet, let's say, community of Israel, it's how much we have 9 million people, around 2.5 million of it is ex-Soviet Union, Belarus, Ukrainians. 90% of them support Ukraine. The issue is with many people that are Middle Eastern origins. I don't know, brainwashed news, whatever. There are a lot of them. They're not support Russia. Let's make it sure. They're neutral. They say we need to stake ours. Israel don't see itself as part of a EU or anything else. Like they don't see themselves connected to any way. Sorry. Like we were betrayed too many times over the years, so they don't trust. So I can see where it's coming from. Is it the reason in interest in Israel? In the far, it will hurt us, in my personal opinion.
Yeah.
But
thank you. That clarifies some things for me. Alan, welcome back. I'm glad you made it back up to the balcony. second climb as a nighter.
Me too. Everything seems to be working. If only they would put the restrooms up on this level,
That is a problem. Well, while you're here for a moment, why don't we go to Alex and then Meta?
Alex, are you with us?
Yes, thank you. I just wasn't sure. Thank you, Nuclear, for that story. I would like to better understand. So you're saying you are making progress. If we compare, say, since the beginning of June, what dynamics do you see? Is it like, are you moving faster, slower? Is about same speed? And what is Do you still mines the main problem, or like what do you say the dynamics would be, and how the battlefield changes?
It's hard. I understand what you're saying. It's hard to predict it, my friend. I hope for the best, but who knows? You know, in one moment we might breach. Indeed, when you're fencing, like you can be. Like I remember the Yom Kippur War from Israel when we landed in the IDF, how things work. Like for more than almost a month and a half, we were about to lose. Like, listen, we were about to get wiped out and get genocide by other side. But just small things changed, like the ammunition we received from US saved our asses. Like even though we advanced already like 70 kilometers from Damascus, for Israel, let's say, for example, it wouldn't make a difference because we didn't advance to the position we wanted. Here, it all depends on how much. My issue: where is all the mining equipment? Like we mostly use the Russians MLBTs, old Soviet, not Russians, Soviet MLBTs, and in many cases, then they don't work. Like you're firing the dragons, and they're supposed to clear the mines, and they're not working. But yes, the main issue is the mines, 100%, without any doubt. Like we need to think about tactics, how we approach things, how we discover those things. I cannot tell you the methods, like how we trying to, overcome those issues, but we are overcoming them. But it's too slow. Like, and we giving them time. Like, listen, even if we breach some places, like they have a mobile mining devices that can operate like 2 miles behind the place we breached and put a lot of AP and AT mines there. So that's all you need to know. Like we don't have enough mining equipment, and I don't understand why we're not something we don't receive in a sufficient amount those equipment. Like barely. Let's see. Okay, we received some clearing device from US, from Finland. Is it enough for front of 2,000 kilometers? No, in my opinion.
Nuclear, this is not going to come as a surprise to you, but I was shown something on YouTube yesterday of some Ukrainian soldiers up near the front just walking through the woods, and there were so many anti-tank mines that they were sitting on top of each other. I mean, it's amazing. I'll try to find it again and put it up so people can see what it looks like, but it's
thousands on thousands.
Yeah, it doesn't even look
like we're covered. As I said, they're mining their positions. They're trying to lure us. Their defense is their mining. And I'm sorry, no matter if you have 2,000 APCs covered in this kind of environment, like if you don't have enough clearing, it's not going to work. Also, the issue is there is sometimes that the Soviet doctrine, the stupidity of Ukrainian commanders, that we are going nuts in some cases. But thanks God, since the beginning of the war, most of them are gone.
So there was information that I think Dutch government is giving 1,000 anti-mine, how you call it, anti-mine shells or something. Is that how much? How many do you guys spend, say, a day? Is that enough?
I have no clue, my friends. I don't know. I don't have an answer for that. Like it's something above, it's something that a brigade or a regiment or a command. I don't know. Like I can't answer because I don't know.
okay. Shall we go to Meta next?
Yes.
Oh, thank you, Robin. Thank you, Alan.
And so nice to hear you again, Nukli. It's been a while. But yeah, those mines are so devious. It's so horrible. But, I wanted to talk to you actually about Budanov, because you mentioned him. I'm a big fan of him. And when we all love Mockers when she comes up with some boom reports and do you feel it in the front when they manage the partisans or Budanov's people, or maybe the missiles that came, storms, shadows, etc., when they manage to get something like the land bridge, what is it called? I can't remember. But when they get their logistics messed up in the deeper front. And do you see that in the front that they get slower and less weapons? And
No, unfortunately, they learned how to distribute their things. Like, yes, it's not perfect. They have issues that we take advantage from, but they learn, like, it's not like 2022 when we got the HIMARS first, when we had advantage when they hit their supply lines. Now it's different. Now they're working in different methods. They're trying to supply their troops with different methods, from drones, from dropping from planes behind, and then they're bringing. No, we don't have enough air defense and stuff like that, so we could cover all the front, in my opinion, personal.
how is the overall morale at the moment? You are advancing still.
Listen, morale is always high in Ukrainian army. In the end, we fight it for our survival. That's all that matters for us. Even if it's hard, and yes, there's a lot of questions with Ukrainian government, a lot of questions with Ukrainian army command from Ukrainians. I'm trying, I'm not a Ukrainian citizen for now. I requested the citizens, yeah, but it will take time. But still, I cannot quiz it. But yeah, there is some things that going really well in hitting their supplies, but many things they learn how to avoid it. It's not the same story like we had in Kharkiv or Kherson offensive. If you remember, we don't see those footage. Yes, we're hitting their commands. Yes, we're killing their generals. Will it change the war immediately? No. It's not working like that, unfortunately, anymore.
Last question. Thinking of it, because they are leaving more and more. When you advance, there's more and more Russians that they use roads, and there are people living and so on. So you would think that the mines will get fewer, and there would be more open landscape that you can sort of spy that where they are moving and find some paths, that it would ease up with the mines. But maybe they have the time to remine those positions. I don't know, but somehow it feels like it should get easier.
It's hard to say. Listen, we're trained. I served in Palkhan IDF. It's like in the IDF we have units that I served in use specifically that need to open roads for the fighting force behind you. Only now Ukraine started to adopt those doctrines. It wasn't something that was adopted beforehand, unfortunately. Even though we're like the Israeli volunteers who served in Palkhan, like it's assault units, special forces. That their job, like that's what I served in the F, is clear paths. It's open for the main regiment assault. It's not something that we had like in the last months before that. So it's something that we will need to work and improve. Right now, I don't have a specific answer if it work or not. We'll only results will give us an answer for that. We'll see in the future.
Meta, if you want to see the problem with mines, look at the first tweet in the nest. This is Russia unloading mines to be placed on the battlefield in Zaporizhia. This is the problem Nuclei is talking about. And, you know, Russia continuously tries to improve its defensive lines. They haven't constructed them once. They are extending them and looking for new areas to mine. So the future is going to be just as tough, detecting the minefields, demining, and getting through them.
You know,
I hope we'll receive, sorry to cut you off, way more drones that can spot mines. It's a specific technology that also Ukrainians developing right now. We already have, you know, like prototypes, but it's not something that we saw before that. Like not in any arm. I think the only place I saw this was in the IDF, like the thermal images of exact minefields. Even though we wasn't never in war like that, but we had an idea. But it's something that's only now coming to Ukraine, like how to working on that. But let's see how it develops. But I see good direction with it. Listen, seriously, people here learning very fast, even faster than Israelis, surprisingly for me. But thanks God for that.
Well, you know, MriyaReport has been raising money for drones with thermal cameras, and it's thermal cameras that are able to detect
Bless you, my
minefields.
friends. Yeah, I saw it. I also retweeted this. Like, it's in my personal opinion, personal. Again, guys, everything I talk is not coming from the comment because once I said something here, a comment after that came after me. But
well, that's good. So
they're
they're
improving,
listening
but
to
it's
us.
taking time. Yeah. My commenters listen to like what I'm saying because they know I can be annoying, like because whatever is truth is truth. Whatever. Yeah, you can. I told them you can put me in jail, no matter.
You sound
Like
Israeli,
even if it's
Nuclei.
shitty. Yeah, we're a little bit what's called chutzpah. We're like a retarded, we're saying whatever it is. But it's something that they need also, in my opinion, Ukraine. Like they need to listen to your lower officers and lower commanders on anything. If you want to improve, in the end, who is experienced the fighting is the lower ranks. So you need to get the fuck out of your comfort zone of Soviet commanders. It's happening, but it's also taking time.
So, Nuclei, one thing I've had difficulty understanding, Russia invested all this time and manpower into building defensive lines, really all the way from Kherson to Kupiansk when you come right down to it. And yet they are not falling back to those defensive lines and waiting for the Ukrainians to come forward. Rather, Russia is pushing its troops forward to engage the Ukrainians. Why are they doing that?
In my personal opinion, they're trying to get, like, because of the West's slow support, they're trying to get an advantage of it. If we had, full West, listen, Soviet Union received 12,000 tanks in the Second World War from allies. So they have experience. They're trying to get us 3 shifts with time. That's my personal opinion. God knows what is the truth. As I said, probably the commander of like Budanov can answer way better than me. But that's my personal opinion. Like they know how the past works, and they're trying to get it to a treasonous war to get the Europeans and Ukraine under their boot. Buy money, buy equipment, with everything. Like they see that the West is afraid, including Israel, my country. My country is afraid the most. Yes, shamelessly. But they're not stupid. Don't look at them as some retards from the beginning of the war. It's not the same commanders, in my opinion. Like, they're trying to get us Jewishes. If it's true or not, as I said, it's my opinion. I don't know.
So nuclear, that's one of the things you mentioned before, the differences that you're finding between the way the Israeli army does things and some of the things you're seeing in Ukraine. Do you ever feel about whether or not some of those problems you're spotting are things that are left over from the old Soviet style of leadership and training that was there before Ukraine started westernizing its military?
100% is still an issue right now. Like, if you look after people I follow, Ukrainian fighters, and you read their posts, you can see it answered. There is an issue. It's not perfect, but I'm sorry, you cannot change an army in few months. Like, it's taking time. It's taking like all the units that came from the West, from the training. Like, you cannot learn what they learn 3 months. It's a basic training. Like, my training took a year and 8 until I saw my first operation. They're just saying to you all.
Yeah, that I guess is, I mean, one of the real issues I know with the training of the fighter pilots too. Ideally, you need quite a lot more time to not just to learn how to what buttons to push, but to learn the style of fighting and working with each other. Yeah, and there's no time for that now.
Even if we receive F-16s, I hope, like, I'm praying for God I'm wrong, but I'm sorry, those types of equipment, you cannot be efficient and superior after you got training in some simulators for, like, in Israel, a pilot taking 7 years until he get into his first combat operation, and then he's followed 2 years by superior officer. Like, 9 years until you, like, I'm sorry. It's what I think, yeah? But still, Ukrainians are insanely faster to learn. But I'm sorry, from 9 years to 6 months, that's my opinion.
That may be pushing it a little bit. Although I was thinking the early years of Israel, that they had pilots flying French. I don't know what they were. They were French planes of some sort. I don't think they had a lot of training either.
French, German,
yeah,
British.
But somehow they managed.
But they had experience of Second World War.
A good point.
Most of those pilots were volunteers that fought for 6 or 7 years, even before the full German invasion to Europe. Like, they were fighting in Spain war, like the US and the British volunteers were fighting in UK. They're all Jews that came to volunteer in Israel, but I'm sorry, it's a difference.
So what do you think
between someone that?
I'm sorry. What do you think of Alexei Reznikov's idea of opening up the Air Force to foreign volunteers who would have that experience?
Amen. There's so many Ukrainian descended pilots from Israel and other countries that ready to come. I welcome it. It would make the difference. The question if it will happen. If it tells now we accept, pilots from other countries, like, there is at least 30 or 40 pilots from Israel to come that have Israel, like, Ukrainian descendants, and I had no idea from others that also might. I'm not talking about USA and other European countries, but that's my personal opinion. Let's see what happens. It's too early to talk about it.
Well, we can always dream a little bit. Yeah, and I certainly have heard of more than one American former Air Force pilot who would be ready to pack up tomorrow if they had the chance.
American, as you said, 100%. We have at least 50 pilots, from what I read in some, in some personal Telegram channels and stuff like that. What is the truth? We'll see only when the time comes. Everyone can speak and tell whatever they want. Only the moment of truth will say.
Let's just hope it comes soon.
Agreed. But as I said, it all depends on what will they supply and how. Let's see. Like, the West taking their time. unfortunately.
The West, or I think all of the allied countries around Ukraine they're making decisions too slowly. I think once decisions are made, weapons are delivered speedily. But in a war, and this is a war Ukraine is fighting for all of us, it's a world war that Russia has launched against the international order most of the world lives by and believes in. That means when decision time arrives, you have to make your decision quickly. It's the decisions that aren't being made quickly.
It won't be, my friend, unfortunately. Political interest. That's always how it's like. Unfortunately, I'm looking at the Israel experience, like in the 73, when we almost were overrun. No one helped us. Like otherwise, they were blocked, and we see the same story with Ukraine. They were blocked, like even supply us ammunition. Only some island accepted it to land for American planes from Portugal. Everyone else, like UK, France, Italy, everyone just said no. So unfortunately, it's the same story with Ukraine, as it seems for me.
Yeah, I agree. There are a lot of parallels, which again goes back to what I was saying before. It frustrates me that Israel is not standing strong together with Ukraine because of that. Because they've been through so many of the same.
Israel not trust anyone. That's that's one of the reasons. In my personal
opinion. I think you're right.
Like because we were disappointed so many times through history, like when Russia and Iran will attack us. That's what I think that the officers think. In my opinion, personal opinion, it's a mistake, and they will pay way more in the future because of our stance. But if you look like in the 70s and the 60s, everyone was putting embargo on us. Like no one cared. Like we needed to steal goddamn boats from France to bring them in the 6-day wars. Like they told us, no, we're not selling them. So we just sent like the officers that were already over training. They just said, fuck you, France, and just sailed back to Israel. But in my opinion, it's kind of similar. Even though it's, thanks God, Ukraine have way more support, but still not enough.
It's never enough. It's just never enough. Ruth and Bearded, you've stepped up to join us. Do you have questions for Nuclei? Or
I'm just
Bearded?
driving at the moment. Give me 10 minutes, mate.
Okay, you have your 10 minutes. And Richard from Frontline Kitchens, you've joined us as well. Any questions for Nuclei, or anything to add to the conversation here at MriyaReport? And welcome.
Hey guys, sorry, literally just jumped on, so I hadn't heard the previous conversation about what was happening. Perhaps I'll listen in for 10 minutes further and see if I've got something valuable to contribute. The only reason I was actually popping on, I don't know if you'd heard, Colonel Monty's doing another one of his IFAX campaigns, so we're getting a load of medical kits for our guys on the front, and effectively from today, for the next 24 hours, every one kit that is bought, we get another 2 free IFAX for the front. So that's going to be 200 IFAX for our guys on the front, which is absolutely insane and incredible. And I was just going to share that in the nest so that everyone can see, because, if you can buy 1 IFAX and get 3 for the same price, it's a bloody good deal in my mind.
It certainly is. That's wonderful to hear. We had Ryan.
Amen, my friend. Yeah. Do you have this message in your page? I already tweeted it.
Literally just chucked it in the nest. I don't know how long these things take to come up in the nest, though, to be honest. Yeah, Just put it up now.
Yeah, I already did it. I found it.
Thank
you, my friend.
Yeah, someone just reached out because they saw the campaign and they said, "Hey, we're happy to match every donation," because they'd worked with Monty, we've worked personally with Monty, so we know he's completely legitimate. We've already got IFAX to the front through him, and these ones I'm actually going to be hand delivering myself to the front, so I know for a fact they're going to be getting there. We personally need about 500, but through Monty and this campaign, hopefully we'll be able to get 200 to our guys. And then I just need to source another 300 from wherever. So if someone's got 300 IFAX laying around, that'd be very, very handy to have.
And Richard, that tweet is the first in the nest. Delivering IFAX to soldiers on the front lines remains a priority. It's soldiers who treat themselves or treat their comrades first. It's soldiers who buy the first few minutes of the golden hour for a wounded comrade on the front. And IFAX with tourniquets that work, that are well made, that are high quality. It's these IFAX, individual first aid kits, that are needed by every single Ukrainian soldier on the front lines.
You know, Nuclear, thanks, Richard. Well, I wish you great luck with this. I hope that you surpass your expectations.
That was their biggest request on the front. It was the IFAX, and then actually followed up by drones. So that's how much of a desperate situation they're in. And the majority of the photos that they were sending us were our guys dead with Chinese tourniquets around their leg. And you think just to save like $10 or whatever for our guys to die is insane. And that's why even now I'm pushing, I know they're not at the same standard, but talking about Dnipro tourniquets over Chinese tourniquets, a million times better. And I personally carry them around. So yeah, I know there's a lot of hoo-ha on Twitter on if they're actually as good as cat tourniquets, which obviously they can't be. But yeah, they're 100 million times better than a Chinese tourniquet that just instantly snaps and breaks every time.
Yeah, we've had people on who Ryan and a few other people talking about that. Nuclear, what is your feeling about about what we back here in the back should be focusing on getting to you guys?
Medical equipment at the moment, like Israeli bandages, good tourniquets, because there is an issue with tourniquets around all the army in Ukraine, in my opinion, from what at least I hear. So, like if you're going over Ukrainian, accounts, the biggest issue is the tourniquets, the fake ones. So yeah, it's very important to find I cannot say good ones, like it's a word, but the sustainable ones that really will save lives. Because many of them, you try to, swap them, like put the pressure on the wound, and they just break. Like that's why we, at least before anything donation and things we taken, we testing at least 4 or 5. So it's a very important mission. Like it's like a disease in Ukraine. Those Chinese tourniquets, it's horrible in my opinion. So it's very important what the Frontline Kitchen mentioned here.
I guess also the other thing too that we've got to remember is how perishable this stuff is. We can send 1,000 tourniquets, and that doesn't mean that the next couple of weeks those won't be needed again. They're being used, which is a good thing.
Listen, in many cases they just discarded after testing.
Mm-hmm.
Like we received something like 100 tourniquets. I don't really remember the type, but when we tried it after 3 circles, like they're breaking, and you need to get to a level sometimes, like on the, I forgot the word for in English for legs and hands that you need to cover in case you losing them. So if there's break there, they're just useless. Like they will be doomed more damage than efficient. So it's very important to see which kind of you send in before.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, I think Trident has a question for you now, Nikki.
Yeah, I don't know who the speaker was, but we just talked about medical kits, and then Nuclei just affirmed that that's a need. I don't know if we can do this, Alan, Rob, and other co-hosts, but if on this call anyone else wants to give to that, it sounds like they're doubling or tripling up, and then I'll match 500.
Okay, I think we need, honestly, if we're going to be involved in this, we need to run this past our board because we are a 501c3 and we raise money for MriyaReport. But if you'd like to speak to Richard offline, I'm sure he'd be really grateful. But I think we need to keep this just off of the space because we do have our nonprofit status that we have to take care of also. Thank you for being willing to step up. And if you and Richard are not friends, why don't you follow each other and you can talk about that offline. Thanks so much.
Yeah, I mean, Richard has been a guest here before. We cannot push and promote other fundraisers here on MriyaReport. Richard, I just retweeted this fundraiser for you, and everyone should take a look at it, get the information, retweet. But medical supplies, individual first aid kits, desperately needed on the front line. It's also one of the things that MriyaReport has raised money for as well. Richard, I know you understand. And Richard,
yeah, this is the first time I'm hearing of it. But then again, I haven't shared a fundraiser before. I mean, I've spoken about it. But yeah, obviously, when it comes to medical supplies for our guys, I guess that's just because you need accountability of things. That's why you can't share other fundraisers or legal stuff.
We can't push it, but I'm breaking the rules here and leaving this tweet up in the nest as long as possible for you. I'm going to hear about that, but I'm taking my cue from Nuclei.
Yeah,
Listen, I heard a lot from the guys about the frontline kitchen, like from Ukrainians people, and it's only good things. That's the only thing I can say.
And many of us in our
Believe me.
private capacity support Richard very much. So yeah, it's a legal thing, Richard.
Thank you, guys. Thank you very much.
And I see Dr. Nick is here. How are you, Dr. Nick? I hope you're feeling better.
Oh, yes. Sorry, I was speaking to an empty mic. Yes, just wanted to say everybody should retweet Richard's fundraiser and definitely donate to that. I know I just retweeted it. We all know Richard and the amazing work he does here. So please retweet that and do that. And that's just what I wanted to say real quick.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Nick. Richard, it would be great to have you back on as a guest here on MriyaReport. You're shuttling back and forth to the front lines. What are you seeing? What do you think the morale of Ukrainian soldiers is like? And if you've encountered any Russian prisoners of war, how would you describe them?
The morale is frankly incredible. In terms of prisoners of war, I shared a video and then someone was saying, "Oh, Geneva Convention. Apparently, we're not meant to be sharing prisoners of war." All right then, because you're not allowed to make them say something against their will, apparently. And after they captured this guy, they got him to just wish Ukrainians the happy the Apple feast holiday. And it was in a very nice way. There was clearly like no stress or duress whilst doing it. But yeah, I shared it because they actually captured this guy because we donated 24 hours earlier a thermal night vision probe. And so they managed to coming towards their position and capture him, keeping him alive, uninjured. And yeah, you just shared the good news piece, and then someone said, "Oh, Geneva Convention." I was like, "Oh, fine, just to play by the rules, I'll take it down." Even though I'm sure no one else has been complaining about some very well treated prisoner of war, wishing Ukrainians a happy holiday. In terms of the morale on the front, when we were a few miles from back. We went to Krivnery. I'm always saying that wrong. No, Krivya. VR. So Krivya. No, you know what I mean. The place right next to Backwood. VR. Someone can correct me right now. It's a place right to the left of Backwood. As hard as Vard. Chasiv Vard. Oh, this is very uninteresting for everyone to listen to, but let me. Chasiv Vard. That's the place. Just when we were there,
we all get to speak better Ukrainian.
Yeah. I was trying to say the place where by accident. So when I was there, I was saying to the guys, incredible here. You would think like Bakhmut would be the scary location. But in Kherson, it's artillery every 30 seconds and there are shells coming down next to you. And I said, why is there no artillery here? And he said, well, Rich, have you heard of HIMARS before? I was like, yes, obviously. He said, yeah, we got a couple of them driving around, and the second they pop off any artillery, they're all instantly wiped out. We can just take out every single piece of artillery the second it's fired. And I was like, wow, that's just incredible. So they're living in relative peace there around these areas. Obviously, when you're on complete ground zero, then it's not too much fun. But in terms of towns that are within artillery range, they are not getting hit. Whereas when we just spent the past week down in Kherson, a couple of nights ago, and actually last night, but I didn't tweet about it. We were under such heavy fire. Like you could see the flashes, you could hear the loud explosions going off around you whilst you're trying to sleep. And obviously in your mind you're like, oh, I'm gonna die, and you hear the sound of the Shahid or whatever drones, the motorbike drones coming through the sky, and our grad missile systems firing back off in return, and it's so weird. I'm not in that location now. I'm somewhere else, and it's silent, and it's so weird. This silence, just getting back, and I messaged my friend and I said, it's weird. It feels like I've got back from war, And then you think about the situation and you go, well, technically speaking, I was in the location where all of our boys and girls are. I just didn't have a gun with me. So I was experiencing the same stuff, but I just couldn't shoot back. So it's just a normal process of decompression now after, it always is after Kherson. Kind of getting back to real world.
Richard, your NAFO dog wears a chef's hat, but I know you often wear a helmet because you are under fire. Did you expect to be in that role near the front lines when you went to Frontline Kitchen?
No, and I promised my mother. I promised my mother I wasn't going to Ukraine. I at first said I was in Poland for the first month when really I was over here. But yeah, I was always like, okay, I'm going to stay in Lviv or Kyiv and just stay in the places where it's safe. And it just kind of it's like a frog in boiling water. Slowly the temperature just keeps getting turned up. And when I first effectively started driving around with Ernest, I went to Kharkiv, and he said, oh, can you help with delivering some humanitarian aid? And I said, yeah, it's Kharkiv. I'm in the city already, so what's the difference? And so we jumped in the car. He handed me a bulletproof vest and a helmet. And I was like, why do we need this? We're driving around Kharkiv, you know? There's not too much danger apart from the S-300s. And then he said, no, Kharkiv Oblast. And then that was when we drove straight into Kupiansk. And then, the artillery was coming down there. And then we went down to Izium. And it was from that point, I was like, well, I've done it once. I guess I can do it again. And then joined him the next couple of days. And then that escalated to then going down to Kherson when the floods happened. I say floods when the Russians blew up the dam. It kind of all escalated from that. And now we're taking drones and medical supplies literally to ground zero, exactly where they're fighting.
Richard, I just wanted to ask you something. We've asked about the morale of the soldiers, and it's very gratifying to hear how well they're holding up. Do you have much contact with civilians? And if you do, I'd be curious. See how people are holding up, and if you feel a real difference between Lviv and with people you're running into more on the front lines, and how people are handling that, how people are doing.
The people in the deoccupied areas are suffering. There's no work. There's no kind of shops, restaurants, bars, anything really open. They are just surviving on humanitarian aid at the moment. And I mean, one village we went to, their local shop just didn't exist anymore because the Russians destroyed it. So we ended up just leaving them 45 of these weekly meal parcels between the small community there, so that they can survive completely on that until we're back, because they had no way of getting to the outside world and getting to food. And there were some communities that we went to in the city of Kherson, one of the districts, that was so impoverished that these guys are barely able to walk. As in that lack of food that they have, and this is such a poor neighborhood that most of the people that were coming to get the parcels, you could see they were malnourished. And there was alcoholism rampant throughout the area, and it was just complete despair there. And with those people, with everyone, it's always one weekly meal parcel for a family per person, because otherwise someone doesn't get one if one person takes 2 or 3. But there it was like, okay, you guys can have 4 parcels each, because you just see this situation. You're like, crap, like these people are at the complete end of there's no one poorer in the Kherson region or area than these people. From that side, it's very, very difficult in all of the deoccupied areas, but most of the areas they're kind of living off the land and relatively self-sufficient and very stiff upper lip, and they're like, we're happy, very, very happy to not be under Russian occupation, and they're very, very happy to see us, and they're like, it's a very positive mentality. No one's downtrodden there. No one's feeling shit about everything that's going on. They just want victory, and they fully believe in the armed forces. In terms of Lviv, war doesn't exist here, to put it frankly. There are obviously lots of people that are making very large contributions to the war, but you don't know that unless you have a conversation with them. All that you see is lots of people in wonderful bars and cafes for wonderful life. And obviously the reality is that the majority of people are contributing to the war effort, but visually you'll go there and you go, there's no difference between this and any other European capital. Everyone's having a bloody lovely time. And yes, obviously most of their relatives, their brothers and sisters, are on the front too. So, and their fathers. One of my very close friends, her dad's on the front, and I just said, hey, is there anything I can do for him? Whatever he needs, please just tell me and I'll try and figure out, because it's just so hard when your best friend's father is on the front line, you know? And she worries about him every second of every day. But from the outside perspective, if someone walked in and didn't know any Ukrainians, didn't know what was happening in the country, you would have zero idea that war was happening in Lviv specifically. And I think it's relatively similar in Kyiv, and that's why there is an effort from the government to kind of remind people and go, by the way, guys, you know, our guys are dying in the east here. If we can all put a little bit more effort in collectively, then we can win this thing quicker.
Yeah, that's you know, I think that's something that it from the outside people don't understand. I know you see in Israel too, and we lost Nuclear. I didn't even notice that he dropped. I feel bad, but you know, Ukrainians are doing what resilient people in a war environment do, which is getting on with their lives as much as they can. And I know several people in Lviv, and I know, you know, from the outside it looks easy, but I know, you know, family members are at the front or they've lost people, and everyone is, you know, the war is not that far away from their hearts, even if the town is, you know, thank God, is in pretty good shape. Okay, we have Marcus has a hand up, so why don't we go to him for a question? Marcus. Marcus, you could unmute.
Oh, yeah, I'm here.
No
Okay.
problem.
I have a question for Frontline Kitchen. How is it your dog that you post with sometimes on your profile?
Richard, can you still hear us?
Sorry, the signal was kind of crackling in between there. I missed that. Could you repeat the question?
Oh, sorry. I was saying, how's your dog? Your dog was inside because of the mortar
Oh yeah,
fire?
yeah, neither. Yeah, she's had a tough few days. She's had some surgery, and yeah, to see her having tears rolling down her face was a very heartbreaking moment. On top of obviously, yeah, lots of mortar shells and shells landing down around us. But yeah, honestly, after waking up after her first night inside on a bed, she was the happiest dog I've ever seen. I walked out, she did a ooh, which she'd never done, and span around in circles. And I was like, what happened to this dog? You know, completely changed from just one night sleeping in a bed. Yeah, it was like a revelation to her, and I don't think she ever wants to sleep outside again.
I really appreciate your videos of her. It's always great.
I will endeavour to share more.
Thank you.
So, Richard, what are your plans for the future here? I'll just say the future, as in, oh, just the rest of 2023. You're staying put in Ukraine, I take it.
Yeah, I will be here until the end of the war. We have some very exciting things coming about. We're going to be doing a lot of partnerships with the incredibly trusted local Ukrainian. I don't want to say organizations, but yes, they're small little organizations dotted around the country. Effectively, we're going to turn into the largest network of volunteers across Ukraine, and we will have probably 10 to 20 people over this next week actually just planning and thinking of how we're going to make the single largest impact in terms of changing the course of the war and what we can do to make sure that we actually win this war earlier, you know, whether that be a week or a month earlier. It's kind of realizing that we actually have power, that we can do this, and it doesn't have to just be reliant on, you know, government or whatever else. It's, hey, how do we become force multipliers and make sure whatever is sent works 100 times better or 1,000 times better, and that works through communication directly with the front, but also directly between all of these different groups that we know. And yeah, we will only be working with the ones that we trust, you know, 100 million%, and that everyone trusts and knows. The likes of obviously with Z4 in Lviv, and a few of the other ones which we will reveal. But what's really cool is at the moment we're just making a lot of very good connections, and it's meant that we're able to do a lot more things and a lot more efficient. And yeah, we want to just build the team even more so that we can expand into helping as many people as physically possible. And what's cool is I'm trying to yeah, we're going to think our way out of this problem, which is cool.
Well, ending the war earlier by, as Richard says, for volunteers to become force multipliers, or for national governments, the allies of Ukraine, to send Ukraine everything they request, everything they need to win this war earlier than predicted. And this is predicted to be a long war. But a week or a month will make a difference. And after this war is finished, after Ukraine is victorious, people might look back on that 1 week before Ukraine's victory, and think of hundreds of lives, because there will be hundreds of lives lost just in that week. This is what happened to my mother's first husband, who was fighting in the Second World War. Had reached Bavaria with the American forces, and was shot dead, taking an SS officer prisoner on April 28th, 1945, 7 days before that war ended. And this was, this was something my mother wasn't able to tell me until I was 25 years old. This is the lifelong effect it had on her. A whole life denied her because of the Second World War. I wouldn't be here telling this story, of course, because George Jordan wasn't my father, but he wasn't anyone's father, and that's sad. Nick, go ahead, please.
Well, hi, Richard. Glad you're doing well, and I always enjoy when you're on, and we have a chance to hear from you. And I know Ukraine will win, but I know we were talking about, supplying Ukraine with everything they need, and you may or may not be aware, but there's a lot of us in the United States pushing our government to not only send, because we haven't sent all the stuff we promised to start with, but there's stuff they're about ready to scrap out that Ukraine could use. So we've been here trying to push the president, our senators, our representatives. No, quit the slow roll, ship this stuff to Ukraine. They need it, they can use it. And I'm not the military person, but I mean, they could list you off a whole bunch of stuff that we could be sending. And so we are pushing very hard for that, so that you do get the munitions for the soldiers to use to keep you safe.
Thank you. And I don't know if people actually come on and say this. I don't know how many listeners and speakers are on the ground. But the Ukrainian people, when they hear you are American or English, they are just completely over the moon, and they cannot thank you enough for the support, because it is America that is almost single-handedly in the media, the way that the media portrays it is saving Ukraine. And yeah, they just you get a immediate hug if you're an American from any Ukrainian here. So please, to anyone that's listening right now that's in America, know that they literally could not be any more love from Ukrainians. And yeah, when you do arrive, I'm sure there's going to be American flags everywhere on Victory Day, because of how much you guys have contributed has just been an insane amount. And yeah, the fact that even now you're continuing to push, and it's 500, geez, probably 600 days now later, is just amazing. And the NAFO community never giving up on Ukraine is probably the proudest thing I have ever been a part of. I've never ever met a community like NAFO that just will never give up. I haven't seen a single NAFO member that I know chop off and give up on Ukraine yet. Every one of them's been chatting to me since day dot.
Yeah, it is true. We have a really wonderful, dedicated group of people. I'm in awe of some of the people we have here. Nick, yeah, you had a response.
Well, and to me, in the eyes of a lot of Americans, it's like when you look at part of GDP, I mean, Estonia, what Poland and so many other countries have done, when you look at it from a GDP perspective or from other angles, what we're doing compared to the assets we have seem like nothing to us. So that's why we're pushing so hard. No, we've got stuff. Get it over there. And so, but my anniversary is September 7th, and let me tell you, it's one of the best groups I've ever joined, even though I've never physically met any of them. And yeah, we're never going to stop. We're never going to give up. Even after Ukraine wins, we're going to stay around and help Ukraine rebuild. So yeah, and there is nothing else. There's so many different people, religions, backgrounds, everything else. And we're all here for Ukraine and love you much.
Thank you very much, Nick. We are all here for Ukraine. And you know what? In 30 minutes, we'll all be here with Chuck Ferrer for Ukraine. Chuck will be here in 30 minutes with the Tuesday night edition of Bullet Points. Nuclei, welcome back.
Yeah, I hope to get to the point with Chuck, but I'm sorry. It depends on my internet, my friends, as you see. It's failing me in many cases.
Also, Nuclei, I think you probably should get a little bit of sleep before it's tomorrow already.
I'm sorry for the, be straight fuck sleep. Let me get to listen to you guys. I'm having, let's call it, a fun to talk with you guys. When I don't have internet, I have enough time of sleep when I'm in the trench. So all good.
Okay. Well, we're always very happy to have you with us. So we'll let you stay up. Tell your mother I said you could stay up late tonight.
My mother is another issue, my friends. I even don't want to bring it up. Like it's a horrible experience.
No, a nice Jewish boy like you. No complaining about your mother.
Listen, she have an Ukrainian and Polish roots. Oh my God, it's a horrible combination. Listen to me, horrible.
Okay, Alan, I think we better get on to another topic quickly before Nuclei's mother comes after us.
Yeah, Nuclei, you had me laughing. Is your mother on Twitter, Nuclei?
Thanks God, no.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Thank God, no, because she would.
Listen, my friend, like sometimes when I don't have time to speak with her, like for a few days. Listen, she is a real Polish mother. Like, did you take a shower? No, in a fucking trench. Sorry for the language. But that's how it goes. Like, that's the type of questions.
Well, you know what? To our mothers, we never grow up. We're always just boys of 11, 12, or 13. And that's why they ask, did you take a shower?
Listen, thanks God for my family. Seriously, they're such a supportive people. Like, listen, I'm half Russian. Like my descendants, like I'm from Mykolaiv and from Siberia. Like my father from Siberia. Like, and my half of the family of the Russians, like totally separate. In Israel, yeah, they live in Israel. They're from Soviet Union, so they didn't really live in Russia. Like we left Ukraine and Russia before it was Russia and Ukraine. But thanks God for my supportive family. Listen, like I told you, I am a 50% Russians, but not really.
I think the people who left Russia in those days are often a sort of a different kind of person than the people who are there now. I mean, they went through a lot to get out, and the reason they went through that was because they wanted to get out.
100%. If I could bring my grandpa to speak, like, listen, he was sent to Gulag for 8 years in Siberia in the 70s. Like, he is a Jew who refused to fight against Israel when many Soviets were sent to Syria or Egypt. So he was sent to the jail. Like, few percentage of my family came to Israel in the 80s when it was still like, unbelievable to come. So yeah, my grandpa. If I hate Russians, I fight against Russians, I kill Russians. That's the situation. But my grandpa is like, and he is Soviet. Like he's totally Soviet, but he hates the Soviet Union. God knows. If you speak with him, like the only thing you hear black and suka Sovietsky Союз. That's a summarize. Thanks
Well,
God.
I've spoken. I have run in here and there, run into a number of Jews who left the Soviet Union, and I remember, I mean, more than one of them has said to me, it's really strange. When we were in Russia, we were Jews. Now that we're here in Israel or the United States, now suddenly we're Russians. And so it's the people. I mean, when I think I know Russians, 99% of the Russians I know are Jews, and it's not the same as Russians.
No, it's different. Like we in Israel, we described ourselves as Russian speakers. No one described himself as Russians. Like only maybe, the guys that came after 2015, 14, maybe, but it's really a small percentage. Like the most, the biggest aliyah, like the movement to Israel, it came to 90s and they hate Soviet Union. Hate. Oh, hate is a light word. Like I said, half of the percentage of the Israeli volunteers here have a Russian roots, and they have Soviet Union Russian, including myself. Like as I said, my father is from Siberia, and he met my mother when he was serving in the 80s in Mykolaiv. That's like it makes you all to understand how. And that's why also I'm not exposing myself, unfortunately, as I have a family in Russia. And they're also against the war. That's the reason. Otherwise, fuck them. Seriously. Like, that's all I'll say. But they're against the regime.
So, Nuclei, if your family in Russia wanted to leave Russia, could they leave?
I wouldn't get inside it. No. My part of the family can't at the moment. But I told them, I give them a timeline. Like, you have a few months. Otherwise, I'm exposing myself. Like, sorry, I'll wait enough. A year, like, I cannot stay in the shadows for all this time.
Well, yeah, I would say any Jews left in Russia ought to be planning to get out now because it's not going to get better for them there.
Definitely not. They don't understand it. They understand it. They have their secret. let's leave it as that. They have their own take. In time, I'll tell my story.
When it's safe, we don't want to have anything that's
No,
going
no, no, enough
to.
with safe. I told them like 2 months ago. You have few months. Enough with the safe. Like take your choice. From there, it's your consequences. Sorry, that's the reality. You can come easily to Israel. Like not easily, but you can. And you're against the Putin regime, so do your choice. Like otherwise, you can tell me all the stories how you say. I'm in the end judging by deeds, not by stories.
Well, tens of millions of people, regardless of what they think about this war, are essentially captives inside Russia. My feeling is that a new Iron Curtain has almost fallen around Russia. Very, very few Russians will be going anywhere. And that this is the regime, the totalitarian regime in control of Russia today. They need Russians to feed into the meat grinder of this genocidal war.
There's a lot of like 70% of Russians support this fucking war. Like I hear it from my family. Like what other source you need when someone that's that close when you in Ukraine in Tokyo with them. Like no matter they have their own circumstances and their connection. Like but for us Israelis, it's insane. We have a lot of issues. Like a lot of us, because we came from Soviet Union, we mix. Like we have parents, a lot of them lived in Kiev until 91. And I'm not talking about the new immigrants that came after 2000, but almost all the Israelis before 2000 hate Soviet and Russia. Sorry, that's a fact in Israel, at least. Like hate them to the level of, we can't fight against them. So it just tells you what's going on.
Robin, let's quickly go to Curry, patiently with his hand up. Curry, go ahead.
Hi, Alan, current resident here. Hi, Nuclei. Just wanted to say hi from, again, also a former Soviet Jew who wasn't a Russian or Ukrainian in the Soviet Union, but was Jewish, as it said on all our records. My
You know the
mom,
story then.
pardon me?
You know the stories then.
Yes, I do, and hate the Soviet Union. Even so, I was a good girl and was Grandpa Lenin and the whole thing, and being proud of being a pioneer until I read enough books and came to my senses on my own. Even so, my parents were actually refuseniks. So we left just before the Soviet Union collapsed. And I'm sorry to the rest of the world because apparently our family were the only thing that was holding it up, because it promptly collapsed after we left. But my mom's uncle also spent some time in Gulag, but as well. So I greatly appreciate your grandpa, and cheers. Ёб Советский Союз.
It's hard. Like listen, I learned my lessons, as you said, like way before the war in Ukraine. Like I understood that they fought against Israel, all the history. Yeah, let's be real. Like that's what we're learning in the military in IDF. Like in the end, Soviet Union was one of our biggest enemies. Like they threatened us to nuke us in the 70s. Let's just understand. So no matter, most of the Jews at the time hated the Soviet Union and still hate.
But the new Jews, it's let's call it a new English. There is a support for Russia in Israel, but it's so minor from the Russian-speaking, community. Become like the Belarusians, let's say, for example, in Israel. Oh my God, they hate Russia more than Ukrainians and everyone together. Like I have a few friends in Israel that they donating, God knows, like almost 400 USD every month. Just they hate it. So it's just saying to you all the story regarding the Soviet Union Jews in Israel.
Thank you. We've got a current resident. Did you have a response?
Just a quick thing. The sad part is that I don't interact with the Russian-speaking community that much, but my mom, who is in her 80s, the exposure that she has, the sad part that because a lot of immigrants, even Jewish immigrants from Soviet Union, who themselves were prosecuted, because they consume the Russian news sources online and on TV, they're backing some of the Russian things. These are the people that suffered through the anti-Semitism and all the prosecution in Soviet Union, and yet they're being brainwashed again. And
Yeah,
that's really, really sad. That's
yeah,
it.
current resident, I absolutely agree with you. This is one of my big frustrations in the Jewish community, especially the more traditional community. A lot of people who came from Russia, they still watch Russia Today and they consume Russian news, and it has infected the rest of the community. In fact, we had Rabbi Osman, the chief rabbi of Ukraine, on last week. He's been on a couple of times. Wonderful man. I can't say enough about what an incredible individual he is. He was a refusnik. He knows what's going on, and this is one of the things that he is really trying to work on, to get into the ultra Orthodox community the truth about the fact that the things that even a lot of religious Jews from Russian backgrounds are telling other people are just not true, because, as you're saying, they don't, a lot of them don't speak particularly good English or whatever the current, the languages where they live. So they're much more comfortable consuming Russian media, and they're getting the Kremlin talking points. It's a real problem. So thank you for highlighting that again. Okay, Cornelius, over to you next.
Yeah, hi. Just a quick word of advice, and I know nobody likes unsolicited advice to Nuclei, is if you're communicating with people in your family that remain in Russia, don't believe what they say. I'm not saying not to believe. Believe in your people, but don't necessarily place a lot of faith in the communications. I'm pretty tech savvy, and any electronic communication you make between Russia and the outside world, Russia's probably listening in and recording every syllable. No matter what you do, I wouldn't trust apps on the internet. Be very suspicious. So anyway, that's a very big fear for me. If I were to have somebody in that situation, they may know that they cannot possibly say anything from their heart.
I 100% agree with you, but listen, my ex-wife, she's Russian, like, and her family have a connection to the Russian army. They're against the invasion, but they cannot say it. Like, I cannot. That's one of the reasons I divorced from her. Like, fuck the shit. Sorry for the word. Or you with us, or you against us. Sorry, you cannot sit on two seats. Same like with Israeli government. That's why I'm very angry at our ambassador, and very angry at our. And they know exactly. We have photos with Israeli volunteers with the foreign minister of Israel. They know exactly what's going on here and what is the opinion of Israelis on this war. And that's what's so hard. Like we had in Israel, we have like a 10% that like a pro Putin, and sometimes we had one how it's called a rally of support for Chechens. Like what the fuck, dude? There's Ahmad Siwa there, where thanks God he got his ass beaten up. The guy that like a few days after. But still, it's ridiculous. Like, how the fuck you live in Israel and you support the Chechens that want to kill you? I'm not talking
No,
about
you're absolutely,
like
yeah.
you cannot explain that. It's in Israel. It's really weird what's going on. Like seriously,
No,
It's a
that's a different scenario. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
Okay, Alan, we have Triton has his hand up now, but I am going to have to leave in a minute or two because we have to get ready for Chuck, and Scott wants to be up so he can get himself climb up the balcony and get settled in his seat on time. So I think we wanted to just very quickly, and Triton, don't go away, stick around. We just wanted to mention very quickly, Alan and I are starting a new program this Sunday night. It's the MriyaReport Book Club, and we will put up an announcement during the week. We plan to start with Timothy Snyder's, I'm blanking on the title, On Tyranny, 20 Lessons from the 20th Century. This is basically a very short handbook by Timothy Snyder on how to keep your home country, wherever it is, from turning into a tyranny. It's a very good book. It's something that I think all Americans and anybody who lives in a democratic society can buy into. It's very well written, little book. It's almost a pamphlet. So we're going to start. We will talk, I think, probably Alan on Sunday night about how we're going to structure this going forward. But if I strongly recommend that everybody get a copy of this book. It's definitely worth having, and we will start discussing that on Sunday night. And after that, we will probably go on to Serhiy Plokhy's The Russo-Ukrainian War, which is a fabulous book. And that's it, 9 o'clock Eastern time, Sunday night. Be there or be square, as we used to say 100 years ago.
Yeah, it wasn't 100 years ago, Robin. It was, I think, just last week I said that.
Yes, well, you and I are the same vintage, Alan.
We've had so many good recommendations for books to put on our reading list. But Robin and I thought that choosing this handbook, and it really is a handbook, On Tyranny by Timothy Snyder would be a great way to begin because it equips all of us with what we need to know if we feel our democracy is under threat. And actually, every democracy in the world is under threat. It's under threat of Russian disinformation that sows division in our countries. It's under threat of autocratic and totalitarian forces that are always present, but that sometimes lie unseen just beneath the surface. We all have to be aware, and this book really helps us become aware.
Yeah, and as you know, Alan, I'm glad you mentioned that. There's definitely a Ukraine connection here too, because all of the things that Timothy Snyder talks about are principles he gleaned from his study of Russia and its abuses and what has gone on in the last couple hundred years with Russia. So there's a definite tie-in and a warning to all of us about the position Russia will have in the world going forward. And with that, Alan, I have one little thing to go over with you. We know on Thursday is is it the 32nd, 33rd? Ooh, whatever.
No, it's the 24th. The Thursday.
No,
is
no,
the
no, 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 no. I
24th.
mean, thank you, Alan. Ha ha. I'm talking about what anniversary is it of Ukrainian independence? It's 91, so that should be 32nd, correct? Whatever. Anyway, the point is we're celebrating another year of an independent, sovereign Ukraine. Only the latest of many, many happy Independence Days. We hope to celebrate the next one in peace and freedom, ideally at the Crimea Beach Party. So I will remind us all, we're going to go over how to say Happy Independence Day. It is Znem Nezalezhnosti. Znem Nezalezhnosti.
Znem Nezalezhnosti. Znem Nezalezhnosti.
Nezalezhnosti. Oh yes, Nuclei, you do it for us.
Listen, we are preparing. Let's go to holiday as much as we can.
Okay. All right. Anyway, and
We will give a Russian hell, like with our, supportive and positive things.
good. Yes, give them hell. That's the best. That's the best way to celebrate. Okay. With that, I'm going to get out of the way so Scott can get himself, as I said, can climb up into the balcony and get himself settled in. Thank you, everyone. It's been a great couple of hours. Thank you, Alan. It's always such a pleasure to co-host with you. I appreciate it. And looks like us. Well, we'll see. What is it? Today's Tuesday. See you all tomorrow night. And Slava Ukraini.
Herom Slava. And thank you, Robin. Yes, always a pleasure to be together with you as co-host. And really looking forward to launching our MriyaReport book club. And we are going to find out how to say book club in Ukrainian. That is Robin's assignment. Trident, go ahead, please.
All right. Well, Robin, your timing, it's so hard to make a one-liner on this show sometimes, on this space. I was going to say, Nuclei, now I'm all confused because you appear to be Jewish. The owner of this space appears to be Jewish, and yet you're defending Nazis per Russian propaganda. So now I'm going to have to seriously consider whether I should listen to everything the Russians say and take it literally, or maybe, just maybe, they lie and indulge in just complete farcical, nonsensical, ridiculous doublespeak. Which brings me to a nice little wraparound, Alan. Your book club is, humbly, if I may suggest, remiss in not making 1984 the first book you read, because it'll help everyone understand what Russia does, how they do it. And I'd go further and say that the book We, which was written by a Russian, that the book 1984 borrowed heavily from, would be an even better, if not drier, book to read. So hopefully you consider putting that in your list, if only so people can understand Russian propaganda. And that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thanks, Trident. I bet we'll get to those books. 1984 should be on everyone's reading list, worth rereading. But first, we're gonna tackle the big books about Ukraine by Timothy Snyder, by Sergei Plohi. We might also take on some military history that has been recommended to us by Chuck and John Spencer. We might even throw John Spencer's book on. Once a book club starts, it goes on forever, right?
Indeed. Well, I'll be interested to see the list as it grows, and I hope to find some time to join you. Thank you.
I hope you can, Trident. And Scott, I hope you can too, because I know that you have finished Sergei Plohi's book, Gateway to Europe.
The Gates of Europe, the history of Ukraine. Yeah, I'd love to talk about it with some people, but I didn't know about his the one that you want to have second, and I'm excited to order it and read it.
It's just been released. It's brand new, and it's the kind of current history that will be updated, probably year by year. It's just laying the groundwork of what this history by Sergei Plohi will become. He's a professor at Harvard. Timothy Snyder is a professor at Yale. So I guess we have that covered.
We have the Ivy histories. I have been listening to a couple of the Stanford guys, but not so much reading, because they haven't, to my knowledge, don't have 1-volume histories of Ukraine.
I think that's right. So just before Chuck joins us, I want to go to Cornelius and then to Rune. Cornelius, go ahead, please.
Yeah, it was wasn't long ago before that we cooked up this book club idea, and I ran out and bought that On Tyranny book. But I thought, shucks, I've missed it, and I'm really happy to see it crank up again. What time on Sunday? Because that's a big dartboard. If you can only plug in for a little while on Sunday, what's the time we're going to be looking at this?
I think Robin and I are going to start at 9 p.m. Eastern time, Sunday evening, maybe a little bit earlier. We're going to figure it all out this week. So we'll know no later than Thursday, and we'll give you your assignments.
Right on. Are we taking it chunk by chunk, or are we doing the whole book in one session?
Well, this book is so short. It's a handbook. It's only 126 pages long. I think we can cover the whole book.
Oh boy! Do you remember who was that? Famous philosopher that said, "If I had more time, I'd make it shorter." Might have been Blaise Pascal or somebody.
No, that was my editor.
Good point. Good point. Thanks, Alan.
Thank you, Cornelius. Rune, go ahead.
Sorry, the screensaver came on my phone here. I just wanted to say that I just discovered that the Norwegian defense minister has said that a Norwegian delivery of F-16s will be important and necessary, and said that Norway wants to contribute to Ukraine. So I think something is afoot there with a Norwegian delivery of F-16s to Ukraine soon.
Yes, I think Norway, Denmark, and the Netherlands are all contributing F-16s to Ukraine. Supposedly, the very first F-16 from the Netherlands, I believe, arrived in Ukraine today. And 8 Ukrainian pilots are being trained right now by Denmark. In total, between the Netherlands, Norway, Denmark, I think we're up to 61 F-16s that will be flown into Ukraine, and there they will be flown by Ukrainian pilots.
Yeah, the article I'm
that's
reading.
61 before Norway.
Yeah, the article I'm reading does not mention a number, but we have, I believe, 12 airframes that we could deliver because we just sold 32 F-16s to Romania, and we only had 44.
You know, Angry Moose probably has the number for us. Angry, go ahead.
62. 62 in total. There's going to need mockers here because I don't know if we're going to need mockers here because I don't know if this is the Ukrainian.
Yes, Alexei Reznikov, the Ukrainian defense minister, made that invitation to any and every F-16 pilot available. If you want to fly in Ukraine and shoot down Russians, come along, get in your F-16. And actually, you know, Angry, this could mean Ukraine needs a lot more F-16s, right?
I dare say so. Rune, you're hot mic in there, buddy. I dare say that they should probably extend that to any ground crew that's served with the F-16 as well. You know, and then they'll have the full meal deal. Not that you'll probably have to go there and become a Ukrainian citizen. And I'm not condoning this or not condoning this, because that would be. It wouldn't be proper to say here on the space, but if it is something that you want to do, you know, do your due diligence and go look that up.
You know, I'll look for a tweet and get it up in the nest, Angry, because I hope a lot of F-16 pilots will do their due diligence. Rune, go ahead.
Yeah, I think the number 62 is only the Danish and Dutch F-16s. The Norwegians have not yet made the final decision. And according to what's in the media, they will come back to it. But it's something we want to do. and so that would be 12 planes on top of the 62 if it happens, and I think it will. So far Norway has not talked about giving anything, and it didn't happen. Yeah.
Well, thanks, Rune. While we talk here at MriyaReport of the Ukrainian, and Rune, you've got to mute your mic. Thank you. Or I'll do it for you. But while we talk here, the Ukrainian Air Force is growing every single day. That's what we like to see. It's what Ukraine needs to see.
Well, Alan, they can take on many aircraft, because currently the aircraft to pilot ratio or pilot to aircraft ratio in Ukraine is 6-1 right now.
So Ukraine has 6 pilots for every airframe they have.
That's correct. And I imagine, well, it's hard to say, because there's been a lot of attrition of aircraft. They've lost some, and but they've been trickling in these MiGs from around the world, whatever ones that are still working. And I don't know, I'm pretty sure Chuck's got one in his backyard that we can donate.
I got a lot of stuff in my backyard, and I'll be willing to donate almost all of it. Hi, Alan. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, Chuck. Really good to see you. We have a great show ahead of us tonight. A long way to go, and I think the week is only going to get better. It's only Tuesday night's bullet points. Wait till Thursday, folks. Just wait till Thursday. You know, Chuck has a 3-bay garage, and he only parks one F-16 in it.
You know, I was listening to Rune. Hello, Rune from Norway, and I agree with him. I like the way Norway has been contributing to the war. They don't make any announcement, and 3 weeks later they say, by the way, and this is the real number, folks, by the way, we sent 250,000 M72 law rockets to Ukraine. So Norway knows what it's doing. And believe it or not, I was once married to a Norwegian woman. And let me put it this way. She got mad early, and she stayed mad for the rest of the war.
I'm not going to say anything about that, Chuck.
I lived, though. I lived, and I am very happily married to the most wonderful Canadian in the entire world, even though she's probably fed up with me, but I love her. But anyway, let's go to the real war, Alan, huh?
Yeah, let's go to the real war and how far Ukraine is taking that war all the way to Soltsy Air Base, where between 2 and 5 Tu-22 Russian bombers, strategic bombers, have been destroyed. This is 650 kilometers from Ukraine. Does Ukraine have anything they could launch from inside Ukraine that could go that far?
No, but what's really worrying to the Russians is that Ukraine has two guys in a hatchback rolling around through Russian territory, and they're doing it. So these attacks, the majority of them, but not all of them, on Russian strategic aviation positions, and the latest ones have been done with quadcopter, vertical launch drones, which have a limited range because batteries and fuel and everything else. So what's really worrying to the Russians is that this infers, indicates a network of Ukrainian assets within Russia itself. So these drones were launched in proximity to these air bases. And I'm not kidding. I'm talking about a couple of guys in a crossover SUV. They pull up at a predetermined station location, because these are not improvised attacks. They are very carefully planned. I think what we'll have to do is get Doug London up here this week, Alan, and we can kind of deconstruct some of the things it actually would take to put saboteurs into Russia and allow them to operate with impunity. And the targets that they're attacking, I think we all know by now, Tu-22M and C variants of Russian supersonic strategic bombers, of which the Russians have 60 operational and about 200 in the boneyard, which is good for them because they need the spare parts. The Soviet Union, as we all probably remember, went out of business a while back. These airplanes had not been made in decades, but they are still effective as missile trucks. But the fact that both of these air bases, as you pointed out, Alan, Soltsi is 400 miles from the border with Ukraine. And the other one was 125 miles south of St. Petersburg, again, deep into Russian territory. And one of the second order effects of these attacks have been that these Tu-22s have now been moved, wait for it, folks, to Murmansk. So they have been moved literally onto the Arctic Ocean. It's about as far away as they could possibly go and still be on the same longitude. So these are really really effective attacks, even if it's not racking up big numbers. Believe me, there are colonels whose heads have rolled, air defense commanders whose heads have rolled, the detachment commanders of these bases, security, their heads have rolled. And it's a pretty good trade for a Mavic 2 or whatever you've got, and an amount of plastic explosive, folks, that you could put in your hand and squeeze. And configured correctly, that is exactly the amount you would need to hit one of those bombers. And you saw, I think we've all seen the flaming wreckage. I'd also point out to our Russian listening guests, the information of these Ukrainian teams was so good that they only hit the aircraft that were fueled up, right? So they knew which one of those aircraft was sitting there with empty fuel tanks and which ones had just been topped off. So that should give them pause as well. And I'm glad it does.
And that means eyes on the targets, right, Chuck?
Absolutely. And we really, I'm going to give Doug a call here this week, because this, there are of course overhead assets, NATO assets that can and do and will forevermore look at these Russian strategic aviation bases, just as the Russians look at our own strategic aviation bases, Offutt Field in Nebraska and beautiful Barksdale Air Base in Louisiana. And that is what big nations do, right? You look at each other's strategic air bases. But the fact is that, you know, these targets are located by those overhead assets. But again, I say this deliberately to give pause to our Russian listening guests. They have information inside the bases, right? There are cooperative elements within the Russian aerospace forces. So their information is so good, and approaching one of these air bases, folks. So it's a big air base, right? Think of think of the size of your airport that you travel out of. Now imagine that is completely surrounded by forest. Imagine that there are no roads in and out of the base. You don't drive past the runways. You can't see it. And tucked into the corner of that huge, sprawling, multi-hundred-acre base, maybe 1,000 acres, maybe more than that, there's the ready service area. There's the hard stand and the revetments where you put aircraft that are fueled up and arming up and are getting ready to go. No place that's visible to any casual observer, right? But these drones fly all the way across the base. They don't wander around looking for a target. They know just what revetment to go into and land on the back of those airplanes, right about in the shoulder blades, right? Top half of the airplane, right between where the folding wings are, right coincidentally where the fuel tanks are, and whammo. So the Russians are claiming one aircraft damaged. I think we all saw that particular fireball. But the French intelligence agencies came out today and said there have been at least 5 airplanes damaged, and possibly more. And according to the French information, they were not all strategic bombers. So what would be on the other target list? I would say MiG-31Ks, which deliver the Kenzal hypersonic missile systems. So good job, Ukraine.
These are 5 aircraft that will not be launching missiles against Ukrainian civilians. Angry Moose, go ahead.
Yeah, just to add a little bit of credence to what Chuck is talking about here. The strategic bomber bases, whether you're in North America or over in Europe, have multiple layers of security on it. And if you don't believe me, go down to Minot, North Dakota, go to the outer fence and just shake it. Just walk right up there and shake the fence and see
Don't do that,
fast
folks.
it takes. Yeah, it takes how long for the MPs to come and get you.
Yeah, don't climb over the fence. They have little signs that say warning, lethal force in effect, and they're not kidding. But that's how good the intelligence is. And that, and these teams are prowling, Moose, aren't they? I mean, they are in there. These bases are hundreds of miles inside Russia and hundreds of miles apart. And it is amazing. So you think,
buddy, if they hit Murmansk, we're going out for some beers.
Listen, and that's not impossible. That isn't impossible either. So, wow. So just the fact that, the earlier attacks on Engels 1 and 2, that necessitated Russia's moving those strategic bombers all the way to the Far East into Siberia. And the fact that now these Tu-22s have been moved to Murmansk, adding, I don't know, 700 miles to their mission profiles. And, just moving the airplanes, it takes everything, right? The squadron has to move, the headquarters elements have to move. You move them to Murmansk, where the infrastructure to support these aircraft, that's already dedicated to another strike squadron. So the second order effects here are almost as delicious as the barbecue itself.
Thanks, Angry. On to Furious George, not a children's book, and then to Griffin.
Hey, yeah, so here, Chuck, this is the other thing is, we know those planes are old. those are old airframes, and now they have to fly a little bit. See, so here's the biggest problem now for this is why these attacks help. The further, right, Chuck, the further back you push them, and the longer they have to get up. Now, obviously, Ukraine is getting intel once these bombers are up in the air. Someone's letting them know, whether it's intel on the ground, they're getting assistance, reconnaissance assistance, what have you, intel from their allies, which at this point, why would it shock anybody that they would be getting that? So now the missiles, I don't know what their range is, but even if they don't have to fly that much farther, the planes, the missiles do. So what does that do? It gives Ukraine a heads up that they're coming, right? It gives them more of an early warning. But I don't.
Yep, absolutely.
Exactly. But even with that, I think the planes have to fly longer to get into what we call the launch envelope, right, Chuck? And the more airtime, the better for Ukraine, because that means those planes are getting beaten up.
Yeah, absolutely. There are even a couple of accounts on Twitter. We have amateur radio people in the United States, and that is a whole class of mega geeks, folks. And listen, the world turns on geeks. And these guys are completely into radio. A lot of them have former military training. And at least one or two accounts that I follow, these guys will come up and say within seconds of a sortie of one of these, for example, Tu-22s, they will say Russian strategic aviation frequencies are active. Believe it or not, these Tu-22s, we're talking about them being old. They use continuous wave communication, which sounds better. But folks, that is a radio operator with a nee key in his cockpit. And that is the way these aircraft communicate in the air, literally by Morse code. Now, I know that sounds a little hokey, and believe me, in the here in the 21st century, it is a little hokey, but their communication modalities were designed around the apocalypse, right? And if you've got a Morse code key and a book of codes, you can communicate very securely, provided your brevity codes are changed every day. But the fact that the Russians still use the same frequencies, mission after mission after mission, right? And the key to all of that is heads up for Ukraine. Because if Russia's going to send a precision strike munition somewhere, folks, literally that they're aiming at a pizzeria. They aim at blood transfusion centers. They aim at apartment buildings. That's what they're aiming at. So the heads up is so vitally important. And Ukraine prioritized aid requirements just today, and their number one request was air defense. So we know they need it.
Chuck, really quick, you were just discussing, there's got to be guys, gals. Let's put it. There's got to be Ukrainian entities maybe operating in Russia. The thing that people forget is, the Russians love to say, "Oh, there's Russian-speaking Ukrainians." Yeah, and the Russian-speaking Ukrainians are now in Russia launching drones against your asses.
And that has been one thing that has really helped Ukraine. I mean, they can penetrate Russian tactical radio with native speakers, and that helps.
And let me just put it: there's a lot of Ukrainians that are Russian speaking that know the Russian language so well that they can adapt their Russian to speak in the localized accents of the country so as to never give themselves away. that they are not only not native speakers of Russian, but not native speakers from the area. So and I'm getting this information from my wife. Obviously, she speaks both Ukrainian and Russian fluently, and she knows some of the Ukrainian dialects, and she also knows the Russian dialects. She says, I know when someone's from Kursk area. She can tell the difference between someone speaking Russian that's native from the Kursk area to St. Petersburg to Moscow. So that information and the ability for them to be able to do that it would be obviously be key to these operations, because they can blend into the crowd, right? And it could be female operatives. Remember, because a male operative might give you away, because especially if you're at the age where maybe, hey, conscription in Russia, these could be female operatives working in a Russian factory. And if the Russians, I mean, hey, it sucks to be you, but you guys asked for it. You wanted the Russian speakers back, they're back. They came with presents.
All true. And right, Russia started this, folks. They started it in 2014. And don't they wish they could be able to finish it? And that they're still not going to be able to finish it. We're not going to be over by Christmas. We're not going to be over by next Christmas, or maybe even the Christmas after that. And I mean it. We're in for a long fight. But I also mean this. Russia cannot win this war anymore. Not with the army they have, not with the Air Force they have, not with the leaders they have. They're not going to win this. So, and I and Alan and I and all of us, we're going to be here until the Crimea beach party. And we're going to be, we're going to be cracking open some red stripes, I think.
More than one. Griffin, go ahead, please.
Hi. Thanks again, Alan and Scott, for co-hosting, and Chuck for giving your wonderful commentary. One thing that hasn't been mentioned so far, and it'll probably terrify the Russians. It's not the Ukrainians that can do the sabotage work that you've discussed. I've got no doubt that they are doing that. But what immediately came to my mind were the Russians who were fighting the Russians already north of Kyiv. And there's those two distinct groups, not talking about the fascist bunch, but the other bunch of Russians that were fighting fellow Russians. They would be a natural. And this must terrify the Russian military, because they could come from Moscow, they could come from St. Petersburg, they could come from wherever. They've joined the side of the Ukrainians against the invasion. And if you were to take and create teams of them running loose, I could see that being a real problem for the Russians.
Well, and again, the second order effect is important too, because right now the notice went up on the bulletin board. Note to General Commanding Strategic Air Base: don't let this happen again, or you'll be invited to Moscow for a skydiving lesson. So what that translates to, though, is a tremendous diversion of resources, right? That means more patrols, more guards, a diversion of electronic warfare machines to these bases, everything else. And, we can sit here and rub our hands and sort of gloat over it, and I encourage us all to do that. But, I always like to change the polarity on any sort of information that we get. Let's just put this shoe on our own feet. If you're from the United States for a minute, can you imagine if drones were blowing up B-52 bombers on the runway at Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana, or Offutt Air Force Base outside of Omaha? Right. That's how significant it is. So these are also these Tu-22 M&Cs, folks. They are nuclear capable strike aircraft. So it's a big deal.
It's a
Yeah.
big deal. Go ahead, George.
George is going out to the garage to check on his arsenal.
Apparently, I think George just stepped on a rake. So, Angry Moose, go ahead until George sorts himself out.
Yeah, I think it was Griffin. I was kind of getting dinner going there, so it might have been Griffin that was talking about the the other factions that are involved, and the list of disgruntled individuals and groups against Russia. The list is long, and it is growing daily. Keep in mind, there's several 100,000 very disgruntled Chechens and Georgians that just woke up one morning and found the Russians knocking on their doors. So like I said, there's many assets loose. Russia's a big country. I wouldn't be surprised if we start seeing things in the West. What's that? Chuck, what's the naval base in the east of Russia?
Vladivostok?
Yeah, the big one. If we start seeing stuff go down there, it wouldn't surprise me. Wouldn't surprise me at all.
It absolutely could happen. They're going to operate where they're going to operate, and it's a security nightmare for Russia. These guys are operating with impunity here. And these quadcopters are just a different variation, because the earlier attacks on Engels 1 and 2 were conducted by fixed-wing, long-range strike drones. But this quadcopter stuff is, that's a whole nother enchilada. And everything it takes to get those assets in there, remember, to reconnoiter the target, to plan it, to complete the briefing loops. There are all sorts of issues of supply, dead drops, communications, changing cars, hotel, gas, hamburgers, everything it takes to pull that off, right? And Ukraine has shown these are not going to be one-offs, right? This is now part of the playbook, and it's going to happen again, right? Just as sure as the Kerch Bridge is going to get hit again, there will be more strikes at Russian air bases. And as the French said, we don't know this, but apparently French intelligence does, that it's not just bombers that are being hit. And that's encouraging, because you're not going to put all those assets in, all that risk to blow up a couple of trainers, right? You're going to be aiming at the top shelf of Russian strike aviation. And to me,
Pilots.
that means MiG-31 or the Tu-22.
What about the pilots, really quick?
Yeah, you know what? I don't know that I would try to get them, because they're more movable. I know that sounds. You've got a human who can walk 4 miles an hour, and you've got their platform that can fly at Mach 2.5, but it's probably harder to hit their pilots unless they have the Tu-22 pilots convention, and that would not be a very smart thing for Russia to do, because Ukraine has shown that it does hit when it finds out there's a general staff command and control meeting. I believe it was the 49th Combined Army there in Melitopol 3 or 4 months ago, 5 months ago. They were able to hit that. They got 2 generals, and they took out, a dozen colonels, decapitated that army, right? I mean, not a battalion, not a regiment, not a division, an army. So they'll hit them when they can get the intelligence, and they can get it.
So we're going to keep talking for a few minutes more about how Ukraine is making deep strikes inside Russia. But we're also going to move on to the critical maps tonight here on Bullet Points. Folks, please do retweet this space. It's MriyaReport.org. We're with Chuck Farrer, and this is the Tuesday night edition of Bullet Points. We have Dryfly, Hopsy, and Rune. Dryfly.
Yeah, I just got one question regarding these this attack, and I would like Chuck to describe to us, all of us, myself included, the process by which Ukrainians had to go to make this work. You and I talked about this a year ago, and you mentioned how hard it would be to do the scouting, to set up the contacts on the ground, to have the safe houses, to have the infiltration route set up, to pull off the mission, then to have the exfiltration route set up, and then to have everybody scramble to ground without being caught. Can you kind of go and recap that? Because I don't think people appreciate just how big an operation it would require and how significant it is. And I say this because I was on another thread with one of the airplane um, people you described, you know, the bear watchers. And they were kind of commenting like, well, this doesn't look like this was a drone attack at all. This is probably just merely, and that's what they said, just merely a local drone attack. And I was like, well, wait a minute, people. Do you realize how hard it would be to do a localized drone attack in Russia? You know, just think that one through, you know, unless it's a suicide attack. And I'd love you to describe it because you kind of discussed some of the stuff you guys did in Nicaragua. And that was as tough as that was probably easier than trying to get into the middle of Russia and hit a strategic base. And I'll listen.
Yeah, it's well, so it would take this. Probably the targets were identified with overhead imagery, right? So you get a satellite picture of the base and everything else that can be gathered by overhead means, which is, of course, electronics intelligence, communications intercepts, etc. And a pattern is worked up. How do the Russians deploy these aircraft from this base? You know, what does their own workup cycle look like? When do they get their missions? How long does it take to fuel the aircraft? How long does it take to bomb it up, to get the ordnance on it? How many aircraft do they sortie at once? On and on and on. So you find out how it is this base conducts its business. Then you're going to want to, by some means, you want to confirm that information and find out how accurate it is. So that means you are going to have an intelligence asset developed at the base. And there's a couple different terms of art that are different. Commander James Bond isn't necessarily a spy, right? He is actually an intelligence officer. And an intelligence officer cultivates intelligence assets, right? Those are kind of really the secret agents, the people that he gets to work with him. And how do you develop an asset? Well, there's a whole book in it itself, but there's an acronym for that, and it's MICE. People join you in your efforts for money, ideology, compromise, or ego. So money, pretty simple. Spying is the second oldest profession in the world. You pay somebody and they'll do what you want them to do. One of the most rare occasions to develop an asset is someone who is ideologically motivated, right? So you've got somebody who thinks Putin is driving the country that he or she loves into the ground, and they're going to help you based on that. Compromise, of course, is that you catch them doing something in flagrante delicto and you tell them, look, this can go no farther than you and I, but I require you to do this. And of course, any previous cooperation that any asset performs for you then becomes leverage, right? You ask him to steal a couple paper clips from the office. That goes down the slippery slope. Okay, and the last one, of course, is ego. And you would look at someone like Robert Hansen, of course, who was the FBI agent who betrayed, almost blew up the entire intelligence collection capability of the United States in the Soviet Union because he was just turning them over. And Aldrich Ames. And there was a case of money. Aldrich Ames was doing it for money and a little bit for ego. Okay, what I've just described right here, to get this around this sort of target, this could have taken years to develop a human source inside the base. Okay, then you divide this operation into a couple of different cellular parts. One is a planning cell, and this is where generally all the wires, planning and command cell, which will never venture out of your own secure area deep in a bunker under Kyiv somewhere. Then you've got an operational cell. And then you've got a reconnaissance cell. Then you've got a logistics cell. And these people will, in a perfect operation, they're never going to meet each other. They'll never lay eyes on each other. The reconnoitering cell will confirm everything that you know. It goes back to the planning cell. They fine tune the plan. And then I'd like to work it this way. I'm going to get the logistics people, and I am probably going to put this equipment that we need, for example, these drones. I'm going to hide them somewhere, cache them at a place around the air base somewhere, under a fake tree stump, anywhere in a dead drop. I'm going to lay on a series of rental cars or vehicles that I have stolen. I probably want 3 or 4 of them parked, by the side of the road, in front of a parking lot, and all these places that my guys later can use these vehicles sequentially to infiltrate the target, and then use them to exfiltrate the target. Then there is the operational cell. And I would have rehearsed them again and again and again on a similar target in Ukraine. Okay, so those operators who go in there, they're also going to be a very small group of people. And we just spoke about, I want somebody with regional Russian accents, absolutely fluent, idiomatic Russian appropriate to the region. They need perfect paperwork, right? They need to be backstopped perfectly. That means they've got identity documents, they've got transport, they've got driver's licenses, they've got pocket litter, so they are perfect. That was another cell back in Kyiv that is creating what used to be called the legends for these people, which is the backstopping of non-existent people, right? Stolen identities. So get all of this stuff, everything prepared, all the little pieces, equipment, getaway paths, safe houses, dead drops, extraction platforms, everything in position, ready to go, dormant and waiting until I send the operators in. So they would be driving towards the airbase in a car. They would have 3 things: cover for movement, cover for action, cover for status. So what does that mean? I got a man and a woman, and maybe there's a 10-year-old kid in the car, and we are driving from Gumpty Swatch to Magubisville to see grandma. And we've got a picnic basket in the back. We've got a blanket for grandma. Everything lines up, right? If I get stopped at a roadblock, if I get stopped because I'm speeding, I get pulled over, the cop takes my driver's license. He goes, "Where are you going?" And I got a thing to tell him. And all of that. I also want redundancy, right? So I want a number 1 operational team that is ready to do this, but I also want a number 2 operational team that is also ready to take over the primary mission, that is fly the drone into the target. But if one of the other operational teams gets wrapped up, delayed, diverted, they get hit by a meteorite, I can still make this operation happen. So drive into the area, you get to the cache point where the drones are. Initially, you're probably flying the drone to an 8-digit grid coordinate, which is the geolocated place on the Earth where that revetment is, where those Russians traditionally park the ready aircraft when it's all fueled up and ready to go. And that information, the latest up-to-the-date information as to what revetment the fueled aircraft are, you have to have a communications plan that is flexible enough that your operators can get that information confirmed, possibly at the moment they're going to launch their drone. And remember, in the SEALs, one is none, right? If you got one drone and one shot, it just isn't worth it, right? I'm risking the lives of possibly 20 or 30 people to get 2 drone operators onto the site, and their drone doesn't work. It's broken, the propeller, no good. I want at least everything that is a critical point of failure in this entire operation has got to be backed up at least twice, right? You look at the Abbottabad raid that took out Osama bin Laden. Bill McRaven planned that thing to the point where he expected to lose 2 or 3 helicopters in the assault. And that was the only way those guys were getting out. And he did lose a helicopter in the assault, but he had redundant transportation assets. So not only did it not affect the op, they got in and out, everybody safe and no problem. So the same thing with this operation. Okay, so you imagine these guys get into the position, the drone takes off, they zip it in there, it blows up. It blows up on the tarmac. It takes out this airplane. You can imagine how the balloon went up at that target, right? The Russians are invincibly ignorant, but they are not stupid. So when one of these bombers blows up on the runway, they push the button and their security forces are going to go outside the base and they think they know exactly what they're looking for. But this drone team, they walk to another part of the road where a second vehicle, not the insertion vehicle, but an extraction vehicle, picks them up and starts driving. And everything I talked about, cover for movement, cover for action, cover for status, now these guys, they're somebody else, right? They've got new wallets with new ID. They're going to a different place to see a different grandmother. And then they're going to drive. I'm not going to tell you how far, but at a certain point along this route, they're going to change vehicles again. And all those cars you parked in parking lots and bus stations and just off at the side of the road, those vehicles all come into play. Did I mention safe houses? Yeah. So the best thing to do is get to a place where you can just button down for 2 or 3 days, maybe even a week. But that requires some planning too, right? You don't want to be the stranger who shows up in the apartment building, especially if you've got an 18-inch neck and crew cut, right? You want to blend in. So this whole operation, if I was planning this, I need about 30 or 40 people. And it would take months to plan this, months. And, pulling this off is, really, it's an impressive piece of work. It really is. And Alan, we really got to get Doug on here. We can tear this apart. But that is just the view of 10,000 feet of what this takes.
Yeah.
And it's
Doug,
a lot.
Doug London does have to come back for sure with you, Chuck, and talk about how there is resistance inside Russia, inspired and managed by Ukrainian operatives. Let's go to Hopsy, to Andre, to Bearded, and to Rune. Hopsy, please.
Yeah, I wanted to, boy, Chuck, that was I wish I had been taking notes. I was out for a walk. That was fabulous. Um, I know back many moons ago, we had the capability back then to, through various, Par Pro assets and stuff like that, to know if fighters at another base were fueling up, if they were taxiing, and we would leave the area, when we were told by the powers that be that were monitoring that stuff, and that was 30 years ago. I can't imagine what they're capable of now, especially since the Russians haven't upgraded from Soviet style tactics and comms. Another thing that with the overheads you were talking about earlier, as far as triggering the kill chain, um, these these backfires, they're enormous aircraft. They require tremendous amounts of fuel because Soviet engines are so inefficient and old and all these other reasons. You can actually in an overhead look at the wing panels on an aircraft that's been fueled and tell how much fuel it has by because generally aircraft fuel, even if it's not stored underground, is going to be colder than the outside air temperature, especially once it starts moving around. And you can almost determine what an aircraft's fueled up for just by the temperature differentiations that the IR aspects of the satellites would be able to easily attach. And another thing they'd be tracking is, I mean, this is Soviet based. They probably don't have very many fuel bowsers because not only are they needed at the front, but trucks break down and stuff like that. They probably have to start, if they're going to launch, say, a 4-ship missile mission out of a normal base, they probably have to start fueling maybe even 24 hours or 18 hours beforehand. And that doesn't even count what they're having to do over at the weapons station to get that stuff moved over. And there's a whole rhythm that they would probably be able to establish pretty quickly that would be the trigger for, okay, we're a go tomorrow. They're fueling. Looks like they're they fueled 2. They're up to 3. Okay, let's now we got a target rich environment. And the other great thing about the overhead capabilities and stuff is they can see which aircraft are hangar queens, aren't being touched, aren't being fueled, and they can focus on the operational aircraft. Just my 2 cents worth on that.
No, Hop, that is great. That is, and absolutely every one of those things. It is amazing too that, well, not amazing, but Hop, you and I have lived in that world where if your adversary has an operational tempo, right, and standard operating procedures, which everyone does, we do as well. But you always want to be able to use that. You want to know that and use that. And right, those little Hop, I bet you could look at one of those planes and say if it's fueled or not. I mean, even the load on the tires, right? Because it's tons and tons of fuel. And these are big airplanes.
You could easily do that just by looking how on the main landing gear how compressed the struts are. You can tell how much fuel's generally in there.
Yeah, this was a great piece of work, folks. And they've done it twice, and they're going to do it again, right? Nothing succeeds like success. So these operations, again, I said that early in the explanation, these are not targets of opportunity. Develop a plan, work the plan, rehearse. James Bond never rehearses, right? But actually he does. Everybody rehearses because you work out, you want to discover the kinks when you're in training, and develop the plan so that it is adaptable, right? We always, we used to not even say planning. It was like creating the operational contingency tree, because we wanted to be able to have a quick solution to anything. At any point where there's a critical failure in your plan, you want to make sure you address that. And Hop, I don't know if you guys did this, but in the SEALs, you'd come up with a plan and you got your idea and you scratch your head and you work this out. But before you show that plan to the boss in the brief back, we used to do reverse planning. and we'd literally start with a case of beer for the debrief, right? Beer and pizza for when it's over. Where's that coming from? What time's it's going to be here? And you work the whole operation backwards and literally planning, go through the execution checklist, but go backwards, because the problems will really present themselves when you're reading right to left instead of left to right.
And the Ukrainians really have a two-pronged strategy inside Russia, Chuck. It's not only striking these military targets, but it's also sowing terror and doubt in Moscow itself. Ukraine.
Alan, I think.
Yep, thanks. I was speaking into a muted mic.
Well, that's the best solution, because when I lose you, I'm like, uh-oh, no net.
Yeah, well, there's nothing like a muted mic to make you turn red. That's why I love radio. No one can see me. But what I was going to say, Chuck, is Ukraine has two prongs of attack here inside Russia. Military strikes, like these air bases, taking out the strategic bombers, but also in Moscow itself. Drones have struck in Moscow, sowing doubt and fear, and I would probably have to say wonderment among Moscow citizens. How is this happening?
Absolutely. And so the drone attacks on Moscow have been increasing in the last couple of weeks. And you imagine this, folks, you're at LAX and you're going to fly to Denver, but your flight's delayed for 4 hours because the airport's closed because of drone attacks. You don't ignore that, right? You don't just sit back in your chair and read The Economist and forget about it. It sends a message. What I love, that it's something that the Soviets did oh so well, and Putin does it oh so well. The terrorist attack on the bomber that I was using to bomb a children's hospital. It is amazing how shameless the Russians really are. You think they call that a terrorist attack because you're attacking a strategic bomber that is being used against population centers. But it is having an effect on the Russian people. It really is. And always flip that information around on your head and always think, how would I react if this were happening to me? How would my people react if they bomb a strategic air command base, or they're closing DC National Airport because there are drones in the air? And that's a better way to put it. And I'd be thinking, isn't this Washington, D.C.? Aren't we supposed to have air defense? Why is it that, 4 days out of the last 2 weeks, there are drones crashing into what I promise you are not random buildings in downtown Moscow? They are hitting strategic offices on certain places in high-rise buildings, and right now only the Ukrainians and the Russians know what was in those offices. But I promise you, it wasn't the Acme stocking company. It was something nefarious.
Well, a lot of papers are flying around on the street. Pick one up, put it in your pocket, and let's just see what it says.
Yeah, that would be.
So to Andre, to Bearded, to Rune, and then, for sure, after these three questions, on to the maps. Andre.
Hey, it's Andrew here, actually, but I appreciate the Ukrainianization of my name. I what I wanted to bring up is actually spot on to what we were just talking about, I think. I just wanted to sort of put this out into the universe and see if anyone was receptive. About almost a year ago, last fall, Bellingcat did one of their brilliant, open source investigations, and they identified many of the members, the office location, and the specific strikes they were involved in of a missile guidance team at something called the Main Computation Center of the Russian Ministry of Defense. This GVC team that it was directly involved in targeting specifically civilian targets. And it just occurred to me that while drones are flying around Moscow, if one should happen to wander towards, Zeminska Street, I, for one, would not be unhappy. I'll just leave that there. Thank you.
Very good point. And a while back, Ukraine actually posted the photographs of the 20 or 30 person targeting cell that was responsible for, again, hitting absolutely civilian targets within Ukraine. But Ukrainian digital sleuths were able to dig around and find the unit photo of these bright-faced Russian men and women whose job it is to pore over the maps, open source and classified information, but mostly open source, because if you're targeting a hospital, it's usually easy to find one, or you want to find another lucrative target. If you're a Russian, you look for the drama theater in MriyaReport, where the word children was written in the parking lot in 20-foot letters, and they hit it. So that's who we're up against, folks. And anything we can cut off and serve back to them, I'm sure happy about it.
So to bearded, to Rune, bearded Rune. And by the way, all airports around Moscow tonight have been closed. Bearded, go ahead.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon from the Big Island. Hope everybody is well. I wanted to present the other side to what Chuck was describing some moments ago about the planning and preparation and the like, and look at it from Russia's perspective. There's primary effects of these strikes, but what about the secondary and tertiary? How is Russia going to counter what is effectively a nascent counter-insurgency type operation that they're going to have to raise? And this takes me back to Op Banner in Northern Ireland and counter-insurgency work there. We had a complete network of player intelligence. And we had manpower on the ground looking out for them or being directed towards them. And even with a comprehensive approach from government, national intelligence agencies, boots on the ground, informers, if the OPSEC, operational security, as Chuck alluded to with the Ukrainians earlier, is tight as a drum, the first time we know about something is happening is when it's happened. And it is very difficult to counter. So thinking from a Russian perspective, okay, I've got FSB, I've got GRU, I've got some intelligence assets, but where are they going to go digging the intelligence from to start countering whatever mesh network has been put up in Western Russia at the moment? It's not a small undertaking, and the secondary and tertiary effects being, one, oh my God, now we've got to deal with this. But where are we going to get the manning for? What's our plan to interdict these strike teams? Are we putting a 10-person checkpoint on every crossroads? Well, that's going to suck up hundreds of thousands of people. Secondary, tertiary effects, hitting Russia's weak spot, which is very hierarchical, very vertically structured, and finding the chinks in their SOPs, and what is a lack of a credible interstate intelligence network, which could be digging around trying to find them. Thoughts?
Thoughts? I can't. The thought is that I can't hit my mic button. Bearded, I'm glad you shared that. And let's just talk about just the last raid here on Solsi. Russia, they want to launch this investigation, right? So Putin is telling them, find out what happened and make sure this never happens again. Well, how many FBI agents would that take? I was a contractor for the FBI for a number of years. You know, I'll give you a rough estimate. I'd say I need 75 or 100 people to make that happen. And those are 75 or 100 people. They don't grow on trees, and they already have jobs. And you're going to form a task force now to investigate this crime. And you know, there's a couple of markers I won't discuss that, you know, I'd be looking there, but there's hundreds and hundreds of leads you have to run down. And then if you're higher up the food chain in Russia, you have to think, do I really want to devote all this manpower and all these man hours to what? Finding out what already happened? Why, you know, shouldn't I be taking anti-terror measures? And anti-terrorism means hardening your target as opposed to counter-terrorism, which means going out and doing to them what they're doing to you. So, Bearded, you are right on. So it's almost like no win for Russia, right? 10 weeks from now, a thick file could hit the Putin's desk saying, here's what happened and here's how they did it. But Ukraine is not going to do the same thing the same way. You know, they're just not going to do it. Their tactics are going to evolve. So it's just a no-win. And every asset that's taken away from Russia's main goal, the subjugation and destruction of Ukraine, the diversion of those resources are exactly what Ukraine desires. And sending 3 or 4 squadrons of Russian strategic strike aircraft used to terrorize Ukraine and getting them to move to Murmansk. That's right, folks, Murmansk. I mean, that's priceless. So you can investigate it all you want. Ukraine has already achieved not its tactical goals here, its strategic goals, the repositioning of critical Russian air assets. So it's brilliant. Bearded, I'm glad you came up.
Oh, thank you, Chuck. I just wanted to add to that. If I was in a strike cell as a planner, I'd be looking at all the churn that's now going to happen in Murmansk. New personnel coming in, strange faces, easy to blend in, golden opportunity. They can move them to wherever they want. But if Ukraine has the adaptability and the foresight, they're already 2 steps ahead, wondering how they could look at these possible dispersion sites.
You hit it right on the head. And they are smart enough to do that. And they already have a pattern of response from Russia, right? The first time Engels 2 was hit, they moved everything to the Far East. The Ukrainians, yeah, I won't go any farther into that, but I agree with you. They're waiting for the enemy's predictable response.
Thank you, Bearded. On to Rune, on to Alex, then on to Herson, and we will get there within 10 minutes. Rune, go ahead. Rune, if you're with us, Rune, while you figure out your audio problems here, we will go to Alex and come back to you. Alex.
Thank you, Alan. Actually, I'd rather ask about Kherson or, you know, the front line elsewhere. So if we move to Kherson, that's fine.
Oh, absolutely. We can definitely move right on to Kherson. It's the second tweet in the nest. What are your questions about Kherson, Alex?
Oh, I just want to hear good news. um, yeah, I read already, but you know, let me listen first. The question will come. I don't have.
Well, we did
now.
have. Well, that's okay. You pop up when you've got one. It was a fairly routine day here in Kherson, and by that I mean Russia did not miss an opportunity to shell the city center of Kherson, where I would suggest there are not very many military targets. Ukraine is maintaining a presence on the south bank in the vicinity of the Anatovsky Bridge. If you have access to the map today from Kherson, there is a Russian fire mission plotted to the west of the M14 highway. And interestingly, it is across one of the tributaries there, indicating that Ukraine has advanced to a location to the northwest of Oleski. So an interesting development there. The force postures on these south bank crossing positions are not really known. I would estimate, actually, folks, that they are not necessarily that significant. But what is significant is that Russia cannot turn their back on any crossing point. And Ukraine makes a point of letting the Russians know that they have operators on the south bank of the river. Read an intelligence estimate today written by a friend I used to work with, reiterating that small boat operations, naval special warfare insertions continue across the Dnipro on a nightly basis, and not just at the landing spots we traditionally discuss. So these are operations where special forces themselves are being inserted across the river. Agents, assets, partisans, the two-way traffic going to maintain an unconventional warfare presence in Kherson Oblast, south of the Dnipro. The other thing that was noted in that same intelligence estimate is that Russia is in the process of forming a new army group level tactical entity in Kherson Oblast, manning it with freshly acquired, i.e., newly mobilized bracket, absolutely untrained forces. And they are combing through the existing forces to put more experienced or better trained troops and to get them north. And we'll be visiting some battle locations on the east-west contact line. But as predicted, every one of these crossings, all this unconventional warfare going on around Kherson, around Melitopol, it is forcing Russia to keep their troops here in the most irrelevant place they can be in Ukraine. And that is anybody west of Melitopol and south of the Dnipro is in the side pocket. They're on the sideshow. North of the Konka River, they're at Kozachi Lahari. Konka River is a little tributary flowing into the Dnipro. Ukrainian forces are still there on that island. They plink away at the Russian forces in the town. They also operate strike UCAVs and reconnaissance drones, and Russia's positions, and we've mentioned many times here, in order for Russia to get troops to deal with the Anatovsky Bridge crossing or to deal with the Kozachi-Lary crossing, they have to come up the M17 highway. They have to go to the M14 highway in either one of those cases. And they just create targets for Ukrainian artillery. We've got a photograph today. If you are looking at that map, you can see it. This was taken of the Novoharkova Dam, taken from, I believe, the northwest, but it shows the damaged section of the dam complex. Shows you what the damage is. Again, what the Russians did is simply damage one of the floodgates closest to the south shore. That demolition took place probably on the night of the 1st of June, but by the 3rd of June, of course, the dam had failed and the flooding was unleashed. But interestingly, to the west of the dam, there is that first island, just about where the word river is. That island has a name, but unfortunately I haven't been able to find it. But Ukraine is expanding and consolidating control of the western portion of the island. I've also been informed that there is raiding activity going on against Nova Harkova itself. These kind of operations would be, again, prisoner snatches. You put guys across to sabotage, mine, do some target reconnaissance, electronic warfare, etc. But it's every operation in the Kherson area, again, is succeeding, if not in terms of territorial acquisitions, but in fixing a very significant Russian force. Again, 15, 20,000 people, perhaps more than that, maybe as much as twice that many, although I think the number's probably around 30,000 troops being pinned down by 4 or 5 SEAL platoons. That's good payment on investment.
Yeah, so 4 or 5 SEAL platoons, that's what, 25, that's 25 people, Chuck? 25 soldiers putting down 30,000. I know it's not that extraordinary, but it's very, very few Ukrainian soldiers. But more could be on the way.
Yeah, General Budanov, said that he has 2,000 naval commandos, and that makes him a major player in special warfare. 2,000 guys. And how are they trained? Well, they're being trained by the British Special Boat Service, which is the UK analog of the SEAL teams. They're being trained by the SAS, again, British Special Air Service, absolutely tier 1 operators. They have been going through training, 3 or 4 month long training syllabus in the UK, and I promise that these guys are top drawer operators with more than adequate training to bring it to the Russians. And again, you've got special operations forces, and they augment the intelligence networks, the partisan networks that already exist south of the river. So it's a winning combination. And that inscrutable smile of General is, he has got adequate forces now to make it really difficult for the Russians to the west of Melitopol. And all of those activities, as sexy as it is to blow up bridges and grab generals out of their beds and do all that great stuff, special forces really pay for themselves when their mission's set and their operations they expand on and make possible larger conventional operations. That's the real bang for the buck. Everything else, you know, it sounds good. It keeps the enemy off balance. It makes for diversion of enemy resources and material. All of that's great. But when those raids, sabotage operations, targeted assassinations, whatever it takes, but when they facilitate the conventional military, that's what you want.
Yeah, I love that look on Budanov's face. It simply says, if you, and by you, I mean you Russians, if you knew what I know, wow. To Angry, to Scott, and then we'll try Rune again. Angry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say that go back a little bit. One sniper can hold back a division. You know, that's the typical doctrine. And for all the Finnish people that may still be up, remember Simo.
Simo Hara, the world's greatest sniper, folks. Literally the White Death. He was I think he was a junior sergeant when he did his work. He was later made a lieutenant, but arguably the greatest sniper in history, and probably better than Carlos Hathcock, and he was pretty good himself.
I dare say Simo probably held back more than just a division.
Yeah, the Russians actually claim they lost 10,000 people in the Winter War, but I think the Finns are a little closer to what they think they lost, which is 1 million killed, wounded, and missing. So, and there is no arguing that little Finland, that Winston Churchill called sublime, fought the Russians, to a standstill in the Winter War. And that's the kind of Russia that we're still dealing with, right? If you're our neighbor, give us your stuff. That's the psychopathy of Russian political leadership. And, nobody disagrees with that. I believe, isn't this are we coming up, isn't this the anniversary of the 1968 invasion of Czechoslovakia? Moose, am I right about that, or am I off a little bit? I think it's now.
It was today, Chuck.
Wow. I remember as a kid when that happened. Boy, am I dating myself. But there is another, one thing Russia has been very good at, and has down to a science, and that is invading their allies or former allies. They did it to East Germany in the 50s. They did it to Hungary in the 50s. They did it to Czechoslovakia in the 60s. They've done it to Chechnya. They've done it to Georgia. They did it to Afghanistan, who was a erstwhile ally. That's what they do. That is what they do. So they've done it again, but this is going to be the last time in a while, I think, that they pull this off.
Now, I remember 1968 and Czechoslovakia, and again, watching nightly news here in the United States to see Russian tanks pour into Prague. It was a horrifying nightly news report. Just as horrifying as what we have seen that the Russians do in Ukraine. Actually, it will be more horrifying to see what the Russians have done in Ukraine. To Scott, then we'll check Rune's audio.
Thanks, Alan, and good evening, Chuck.
Hey, Scott. How are you, bud?
I'm good. I have a question for you. I know that you've said a bunch of times that probably the Kherson operation is more of a fixing operation than a territorial advance one. But what I was wondering is, given the the Surovikin line situation and the diminution of defensive, let's say, barricades, whether they're the pyramids or minefields or trench lines, that it seems like there might be an opportunity, and also given the distance between where they are, south of the Conca River and the Crimean Peninsula, the tip of it. I guess the specific question is, could you see a way that it could be feasible that they could, with the pontoon bridges or the pontoon boats, like we saw with that one piece of equipment within the last week, could they get enough armor across to maintain surprise and just kind of rip across the M14 and down the M17 or some other approach through farm fields and get to the tip of Ukraine and form that kind of a salient? I don't know if that'd be advisable or not, but it seems like it would accomplish one strategic objective perhaps more easily than the Orkiv axis. I'm just wondering if it's even doable from a logistics and planning perspective.
Well, it could be, but there's we talk about the situation of the roads and the topographic realities of south of the Dnipro. One of those realities that's working right now in the favor of Ukraine is the fact that it's only the M17 highway that comes up from Crimea into the Kherson operational area. And right now, that's good for Ukraine. But should Ukraine launch a major operation across the Dnipro, their beach exit, if you were, that would only be the M17 highway. So it would sort of be flipped then instantly into kind of a liability because there's really only one way out from there. But that being said, if the situation develops south of Kherson, where Russians just keep combing live bodies out of the occupation force, and it becomes weaker and weaker, or some other eventualities happen. For example, if the M17 highway bridge out of Crimea, and that would be the westernmost of only two crossing points out of Crimea. So if the M17 bridge were absolutely finished off, and by that I mean, a couple hundred yards of it is dropped, that could change the calculus, right? That might mean that a major landing operation across the Dnipro would have a better chance of succeeding. Let's put this little possible nugget in our back pocket. Without a whole lot of backing up, I hypothesize that the Russians were convinced, coerced, and compelled to blow the Nova-Harkova Dam when they did, because they thought the Ukrainians were going to do just that. Because otherwise, it made no sense for the Russians to just blow that dam at the very beginning of the summer, right? That was a card that they were planning to play to interrupt, disrupt, and completely derail a major crossing of the Dnipro. So I have to assume that they didn't just stupidly play that ace, right? They didn't just do it because they wanted to, unhouse a great portion of the population along the Dnipro, although that was a benefit for them. But that was a card that would have really been better played later. So, very short answer, could it happen? Yes. But I don't think the situation is quite right south of the Dnipro right now. But Ukraine has got they've got the 70% solution here right now. They haven't defeated the occupation forces west of Melitopol, but they've done almost the next best thing, and that is they've fixed them and they've made them inane, right? They've made them, these guys are sitting around at the far end of the basketball court with their hands in their pockets. And that's pretty good. And in terms of effect to effort, right? They've probably got, I won't tell you the number, they've got X number of naval commandos operating across the Dnipro, and they are sticking into place, wow, I don't know, 10 or 20 times, 30 times their number. So I would expect them to just keep this up. I know I would. I would just, for a minimal effort, I am fixing into position. Well, no, let's call it what it is, a fifth to a third of the enemy forces. I'm fixing them with just a series of nightly raids. Man, I'll go for that.
And you can do that all the way from Novakhovka down to Oleshki. That is a long front for Ukraine to commit raiding forces across the Dnipro and to keep Russia guessing. What is Ukraine doing? What is their intention here south of the Dnipro? Rune, I'm going to check on your audio one more time, then to Alex, then to Fletch, then to Steve. Rune. Unfortunately, Rune has fallen asleep. So to Alex, to Fletch,
Sorry,
to
Rune.
Steve.
Thank you. So this morning there was somebody from Russian Telegram saying that on Kherson axis they have полный пиздец. Like this could mean, well, usually they use this word to describe something very bad and very big. Maybe they are in total kind of confusion, or I don't know. But it looks like, so Ukrainians are kind of fixing a large portion of Russian troops there, and but they're still preparing, right, to cross Dnipro, or like how does it work? Say if they decide to cross, and then try to attack Crimea from that direction. What would be your estimate? How much time they need, assuming they have enough brigades in reserve and enough assets?
Well, I'd look at it this way. If you pull up the much bigger map of Ukraine, so you're looking at if you pull up a map so you can see most of the Crimean Peninsula, and then you can see what I mean here. Of course, it's the shortest distance, obviously, to Crimea, from Kherson to Crimea. But for Ukraine to prematurely open this front, right, this major effort at the extreme west of the whole battle problem, right, and by that I mean the war, I'm just not sure that's where Ukraine wants to put a lot of resources right now, because we're looking at 600 miles of front, right? And this would make you deal with about the westernmost 150 miles. So I just don't think it's what Ukraine is going to do imminently. They will definitely do it eventually. And I wish there was another word. Eventually sounds like it's never going to happen. But if you are looking at a map right now where you can see all of Crimea, now you look at it this way. If Ukraine can get, and it will eventually, it will get to Tokmak and take Tokmak. By pressing on that side, you're going to, in the eastern portion of this, on the Dnipro watershed here, you're going to compel the Russians to move forces in that direction. Then it would be a great idea to cross the Dnipro around Kherson and Novakhovka and start operating in what will be the Russian rear. I just don't think the time is right now. The good thing is that Ukraine is of such a mindset that they are going to be able to quickly capitalize on any favorable development that would make that Dnipro crossing look like it's going to be more effective, right? So it looks like a better move. But right now, the thing that's hurting the Russians, that single line of communication and control, right? M17, that's also pretty much the sole line of advance, right? So it's one of those situations that we're going to be moving down the battle space here, and we're talking about it. But for example, in Robotny and in Velika Novosilka, you've got that road that they're fighting over. And for both of those guys, that road is a line of communication and supply, and it also is the axis of advance. So it becomes, the battle line becomes this rectilinear, straight north and south, narrow tactical space, right? It isn't east to west, it's sort of north to south, and it's channelized. And I don't know that the time is right now for Ukraine to sort of fight that battle around Kherson. We'll see. We're doing all these attritional things to the Russians right now. There's a very successful day in terms of counter battery fire for Ukraine. They're weakening. Russian material is being affected. Morale, manpower, all of these things, and we keep knocking on the foundations of the Russian occupation force, and that's good because you weaken them and you lower their combat effectiveness, and you are going to be able to eventually pick the place on the entire line of engagement that the Russian forces that you face are the worst supplied, the worst disposed, with the lowest morale, lowest combat effectiveness, worst logistical situation, and that's where you want to really plunge the knife. And I think, so far, Ukraine is still trying to find that place. But we'll get to Robotny, and we'll get to Velika Novosilka. We'll even get to Bakhmut, and we'll get to Kupiansk as well. I don't think the time is right for this Dnipro crossing. But here's the other good thing for our Russian listening guests. You can't take my word for it, right? You cannot afford to turn your back on the Dnipro, because if you do and they come across, look, they're going to be astride your lines of communication and supply. And especially since you are in the midst of trying to reorganize a new army, a new task element to face the Ukrainian south of Dnipro, you've got to keep a nucleus or a considerable portion of your force has to be combat ready. If you're a Russian here, you can't send everybody up to Robotny. And that's the real purpose, task and purpose of the Ukrainian forces around Kherson. Keep the pressure on and make sure the Russians have to deploy these guys. And look at that picture. If you're looking at the whole Crimean Peninsula here, you can see what I mean about the island of Crimea. You can see where it joins the mainland is essentially a coastline in itself. And you can see that corner pocket of the war, right? Everything to the west of Melitopol, you can see, bound in the south by the Sea of Azov, bound in the north by the Dnipro, and bound on the west by the Black Sea. The more Russians I can keep there for the lowest cost, that's having a real strategic contribution to the war effort.
So on to Fletch, to Steve, to Trident.
Thanks, Alan. Hi, Chuck. Yeah, I agree.
Hey, Fletch, how are you?
Yeah, not too bad, Chuck. You?
Good. Good.
Yeah, just going over those assets you were talking about, and we spoke about this over the last few weeks. Yeah, the regiment of special forces. They were trained by 22, well, the SAS and the SBS, but they were also trained in land warfare as well, not just on the boat area, because it was the mixture of SAS, which are the ground forces, our guys, and the SBS. But also there was a battalion's worth of naval infantry. And I emphasize the word infantry on that part of it. So there's around 3,000 soldiers all geared and ready. Now, I've been looking at this particular, I've been correlating information, over the past 12 months on this particular area, looking at how it's been developed. And I've also tried to correlate what the releases are from the general staff, and also picking up on bits from British Intel, old Vauxhall, as we all know them well. And there's some key things here where I've seen a pattern. There is a pattern developing, which seems to correlate with actions. Now, I'm not going to give this out here for obvious reasons, but I'll just cover some basic stuff which people will know. The Kherson area has been primarily a counter battery area for Ukraine. And the main area, certainly over the last 6 months, apart from the crossings, has been to push the artillery, the Russian artillery, back to around 20 or if not 30 kilometers, as far as they can push it back. Now, you will have seen artillery numbers going up over the last 3 or 4 days into the 20s and 30s, which are high numbers, and that is spread throughout the whole battlefield. Now, those assets, there was a press release given, and those assets, and as far as this press release was concerned, was to provide a ground movement warfare supported by ground troops. That was where this press release came from on the training. So that has been thrown out there, and that could be a misguided or shall we say a deceptive release of information, because obviously these ground forces as special forces can be used in different areas, as we know, of securing roads and roadways, etc. Now, would you agree, Chuck? And I know you've sort of looked at this area, most probably along similar lines to how I perceive it. But to make a crossing there wouldn't be the right time unless there was movement on the nether axis. Would you agree with that? Just that one area, or certainly two movements on different other axes, and that would possibly be a supporting axis.
No, I absolutely agree with that. And I just don't see uh, the Kherson Oblast as the way to start winning the war, right? I think, we agree. I don't think Ukraine would benefit from shifting their entire effort into this corner pocket. I mean, so I agree with you there, absolutely.
Yeah, and just on that, and then when you move on to the other areas, there is a pattern emerging as well on how Ukraine is prosecuting this particular area. And when we get there, I'd like to discuss what I see as things opening up very favorably, but I'll leave it until we get there, Chuck.
Yeah, Fletch, please stay with us, and we'll get up there. But we are absolutely thinking along the same lines. And I also want to say this. Fletch was talking about the training going on in the UK. You've got the SAS and the SBS training these operators. So this is special warfare training. One part of it, the SBS, more geared toward naval special warfare. The SAS more towards special warfare, special forces training. But I'll also say this: SEAL stands for sea, air, and land. And we used to say, you can swim, you can take the boat, you can take the submarine, but that's just the ride to work, right? You've got to be able to operate as an infantryman, right? You have got to know the land warfare, those absolute fundamentals that, frankly, Russia isn't inculcating into their troops. To me, it's unfathomable. I cannot imagine the nightmare of being a, air quotes, Russian infantryman and having no idea how to use a map and compass, right? I don't have any idea where I am. I don't know how to get there, right? We have those golden rules, right? You want to be a ground force operator, you got to know how to shoot, move, and communicate. And there are dozens of sub skills to every one of those three, right? I won't go into them. Obviously, there's at least 12 of them. But yeah, so Fletch, stay with us, and as we tour the battlefield.
Yep. Orkiv, the liberation of Robotny will be next. But first, Steve and Trident. Steve.
Appreciated. It's going to be brief. Actually, and there's a nice segue. Good evening, Chuck. Lovely to be on the panel with you again, very briefly. But yeah, you were talking about the skills, and my ears pricked up when you talked about Simo, whose name is Simo Hayha, but the last name is I think pronounced Hayha, if I get it correctly. Finnish people can correct me on that, but Hayha. Anyway, I just wanted a very brief sidebar, very brief parenthesis about Simo, because why it wasn't just the number of kills, but he was facing 40 to 1 odds in terms of strict numbers, but also 40 to 1 odds in terms of artillery capacity. So the Russians, at the height of the main offensive, were this is in the Winter War in 1940. Chiefly 1940. Were capable of putting onto the Finnish defensive line about 40,000 rounds artillery a day, and the Finnish could only reply with 1,000. Finnish had virtually no armor. The Russians would attack with columns of tanks, and they also had total air superiority. Finns had basically nothing. But what's really amazing about this guy, he was using his original service rifle from the First World War, which was a Seiko variant of the Mosin Nagant. But he used it with open sights, with iron sights, no scope. And during that period, he is credited with 505 kills in 100 days.
And we also have to remember that this was from December to March in the far north. And he wasn't using thermal imaging sites. They didn't exist. So he wasn't using anything other than hard iron and daylight, which was very short. So that's averaging 5 kills a day in the winter against absolutely overwhelming odds. So I just had to interject that. Thank you.
No, I'm glad you did. And here's another segue. As odd as it seems, there are Russian forces and even some Ukrainian units, rear area units, but the Russians have sent people into combat with the same rifle that Simo used, which is a Mosin Naigat, designed in the latter part of the 19th century. But to shoot from iron sights, right, just regular Daniel Boone sights, that's one of those skills, folks. That's in the shoot part. It's basic marksmanship. And obviously, Simo Hara was not a basic marksman, but to be able to shoot and hit what you're aiming at 500 yards with iron sights, it can be done. But you have to practice, and you need good coaching. But there are, the skill set required for marksmanship, it is the same for every infantryman since the time of Napoleon, and maybe a little before that. And rifles came into existence, widespread use. It was sort of late. They were using muskets, right? At Bunker Hill. You couldn't really put a musket ball any farther than 50 or 60 yards and have it hit what you were aiming at. But when you have a rifled piece, and Simo was using a bolt action rifle, like I said, as it was just pointed out, his service weapon from the First War. But those rifles are still in use. And if you are someone who paid attention and listen to what your rifle instructor was teaching you, you can still be a force on the battlefield. And they are still used to this day, Mosin Naigats, as sniper rifles. So amazing. I'm glad you brought that up.
Steve, with a quick follow-up.
Yes, the very quick follow-up is I missed the segue, but you already covered it. But the thing is that in between the wars, he was a farmer and also in the winter a hunter. So he honed his skills as a hunter with this same rifle. So he knew the rifle intimately, and he was obviously trained as a soldier previously and then later, and that is very important. But the main thing is he was incredibly skilled due to his long experience. And so yes, that is to endorse exactly what you said about, of course, about the difference in skill set, the difference in just that. Thank you. I'll drop down.
Thank you, Steve. Third tweet in the nest. It's Orkiv, the liberation of Robotny. We've seen some moving videos from Robotny today, Chuck, and this the Orkiv axis is an area of Ukrainian success. What do we see on the map?
Yeah, we talked before about a sort of rectilinear battle space, right? So you're looking here, south of Orkiv, the TO408 highway goes pretty much straight to Robotny, where it takes a little jog to the west. Ukraine's been fighting here for a number of weeks. Folks, the fighting has been extraordinarily heavy. Over the last couple of days, I dug this out here earlier, Russia has lost 80 vehicles in the last couple of days. Ukraine's lost 52 in hard fighting. But when you break the numbers out, you'll be able to draw some conclusions here. In terms of tank losses, Russia's lost 18 tanks in the last 2 days. Ukraine's lost 9. Infantry fighting vehicles, Russia's lost 24. Ukraine's lost 5. In terms of artillery pieces, and this is updated, this is older information, Russia's lost 13 and Ukraine has lost 7. So this is some really hard fighting. And those numbers are not just for Robotnik. They are from the whole battlefield. Essentially what's happened in Robotnik, it's a little town, maybe 6 streets. I can't imagine that there'd be more than 200, 300, 400 people living there in peacetime. If you're sitting in the middle of Robotnik at your 1 o'clock, there is a band of forest. Maybe, I don't know, it's 600, 700 meters out of the town. Ukraine has based its attack out of there and advanced from there. One point about 2 weeks ago, they lost 5 Bradleys in the course of an afternoon. That's how hard the fighting is. We saw today, and again, the information goes back and forth. It can be a triumphalist on one side and intended to deceive on the other. But one of the findings of facts and the very confirmational information, Ukraine has taken at least the northern portion of the town. Now, they may have taken all of it by the time we're talking right now. We saw some video today. I took some still frames and put them on the map. I don't do that very often, but I do it especially when the proof is in the pudding. Ukraine was able to conduct what we call NEO operations, non-combatant evacuation operations, from the northern portion of the town. We were able to get some old folks out. And again, these are kind of affecting photographs because you've got a person, an older person. They have this little house, and folks, that's all they've got. And people will hold on to what little they have, and they'll do it no matter what the danger. And there's 2 grandmothers shaking hands with their Ukrainian liberators, and you can only imagine what those poor women have been going through. This is one of the focuses of combat in the whole war, and these poor people have been hugging the floor in their basement for weeks. Right? God knows what they've been able to eat. And God knows what tender mercies they could expect from the Russians, right? Who would just as soon throw a hand grenade into that cellar as smoke a cigarette. So those are the developments in Robotnik. Nova Prokopia, there to the south. Ukraine is operating to the east of Robotnik, and they are south of Robotnik in that western thrust. If you're looking at the map, go to the east and you'll see the town of Verbove. Ukraine, I don't have it listed here on this particular map, but Ukraine is also in contact there as well. If you go to the sort of lower portions of the map, you can see the TO408 as it goes up towards Robotnik. That is Russia's principal line of communications and supply. You can see that just south of the map, the TO401 branches off, and that's how you get to Verbove. But you can see how Russian logistics would be affected, right? They have got to divert forces, resources, material, artillery pieces, manpower, everything to guard Verbove. Because regardless of how much fighting has been going on in Robotnik, no matter how long it's taking for detractors to say, well, they're still stalled in Robotnik, they have fixed the Russian forces there. Everything to the east of Robotnik is in play, right? Ukraine could launch another attack on Verbove and push. So you look at that big salient, that big bite that Ukraine has taken out of the east-west line. And you see in that white space, right, those are the interior lines of communication and supply. So it's a lot easier for Ukraine to operate and direct thrust out of that central location than it is, go to the red portions of the map, and you can see that Russia has to operate around the outside of that perimeter, right? They have to move twice as far. They actually have to move 3.1457 times as far, right? They have to move pi. They have to move the circumference of the circle, and Ukraine only has to move the radius of the circle. That's interior lines, mathematically explained. But Ukraine is making progress here, and Russia's going to keep fighting as hard as it can. But you keep going south on the TO408, and next stop is Tokmak. So Russia knows it's got to fight here. But keep your eyes to the eastern portion of the salient, because it is logical and to be expected that Ukraine will push on the eastern side here.
So, Chuck, Ukraine has taken a big bite out of Russian forces here south of Kyiv. It also looks dangerous for Ukraine, exposing both their left and right flanks. What's the danger Ukrainian forces are facing?
Yeah, that is something they have to be prepared for. But if you go back this week and look at the Kyiv maps, Russia has tried. Boy, I'm guessing it's probably half a dozen times in the last month. Russia has launched simultaneous attacks on this salient from the west, from the south, and from the east. But those have all been broken up by the Ukrainians. And the Ukrainian method of defense is basically the Kremena rope-a-dope. There was a fight. If you go to the northern section of the map, the T0815 is a road that goes sort of east and west through Kyiv. The Russians actually got to Mala Tomanchka. They got that far, and the Ukrainians pushed them back. So Ukraine's SOP for these Russian platoon company-sized attacks is you let them get to their initial objective. That's anywhere from 2 kilometers, 3, maybe even 5 miles sometimes. Ukrainians let them come on. Then they fight them. And once the Russians get pushed backwards, you all remember this, the hardest thing in the world to do in a battlefield is break contact with the enemy. That's the hardest thing to do. And that's been Ukraine's SOP here. But you're right. I mean, any salient, anything that sticks out on a battlefield is going to get bitten off. But Ukraine has been able to defend this salient for at least the last 6 weeks, and good on them. But we're looking at Robatny. That is that is the place to look. And I have a hunch that when the Russians break here, and they are being pushed very hard, that it will be a brittle break. And I think the Russians are going to be pushed back. I think likely to Nove, which is where plotted a headquarters element destroyed today. That would probably be the next likely place for Russia to fall back to, but we'll have to see. They might want to go south of Nove. You can see that little water course coming up. That would be likely the place to stop. Now, will Russia do that? God knows. God knows. They don't want to give 1 inch backwards. They don't do rational things on the battlefield, right? It would be much better to retire in good order and set yourself up on a new defensive line. That's the way you're supposed to do it. They never do what they're supposed to do. But a couple of things are making this happen here. There have been a series of Ukrainian airstrikes directed against troop concentrations here. Good counter battery fire, which is continuing as well, and also precision rocket and artillery strikes on Russian command centers. So favorable developments here, but extremely tough fighting.
Yeah, Chuck, what is happening to the north of Polohi? It just looks like Ukrainians are engaging Russian forces to the north, but again, a possible opportunity.
Yeah, there were some attacks. God, it was 72 hours ago, and I've still got the little blue stripes there. Ukraine attacked between to the east and west of Merne. They actually engaged, and they were pushing east on the TO-815 highway. I don't know how far they got, but their engagement was significant. And you think what that forced the Russians to do, right? So everything that was heading for Robotny got sent to Polohi. So that a bit of good planning and well worth that attack. And I think we're going to see more of that, because as the Russian forces are approaching the zero line, 20 miles south of Robotny, they've got to make a choice. Are they going up the TO-408 to Robotny, or are they going up the TO-401 to Polohi? And they are mutually exclusive. And Ukraine, again, because it has the interior lines here, when they push on Polohi, something's got to give in Robotny. So that's another thing I would expect. I don't expect to be plotting that tomorrow, but within the next 48 to 72 hours, I think you'll see another push up there in the northeast corner of this map.
Larger forces of both Ukrainians and Russians are engaged here in Kharkiv. So these are not small units engaging small units. Is that correct, Chuck?
I'm sorry, Alan. I had an audio blackout there. I just missed the question.
I'm just wondering if larger forces are engaged here in Kharkiv, or is it still small unit on small unit?
No, I think we're getting into multi company engagements. I don't normally post Ukrainian unit numbers. I will occasionally when Ukraine itself acknowledges a unit for especially meritorious performance on the battlefield. But I noticed it was the 47th Brigade that liberated this section north of in the northern part of Robotny. But the other thing that Ukraine announced is that they had been newly rotated into the battle space. So that's telling me that there are larger units employed here. I don't have really good numbers on the Russian order of battle, but I sort of, I don't really I try not to get down into the weeds on that stuff, because I'm producing maps, not for military people, but for civilians to get a line on the battlefield. But I think this is turning into a bigger fight. And it's interesting. I almost said this is going to be combined arms maneuver warfare fight, but We're dealing with that rectilinear battle space, right? We're fighting on a road for the road. So that tends to put everybody's units, people on offense and people on defense, it's two spear points banging up against each other, right? And although this is essentially flat countryside, it isn't really the best way, the best terrain to be maneuvering big units around. First of all, every one of those green lines you see is a band of forest about, I don't know, 25 yards deep. In agricultural situations like this, often those bands of forest, there's a big ditch on either side, right? And that's for purposes of irrigation and soil conservation, but it makes it harder to cross those with an armored vehicle. And if the enemy is, if you're constrained, generally the enemy is constrained as well. Another thing that is definitely figuring into the tactical position here are the tens of thousands of mines that have been strewn in this particular battle space. There are 10 million mines, landmines deployed by Russia in this battle space, in the whole war here. That number is probably closer to 20 million. And I just go to information warfare for a second. I want you to remember a decade ago, the great agitation coming out of certain political circles to make landmines illegal. No more landmines. They're terrible. They're horrible. And who benefited from that? Those weapons are a fundamental part of Russian land warfare. You don't just magically discover that you have 10 million landmines to throw into the Ukrainian battle space, right? This is what Russia plans on those sorts of things. They vilify, fill in the blank for the weapon, right? Russia, no more cluster munitions. They're horrible. They're terrible. I agree. They are horrible and terrible. And Russia has been using them in Ukraine since 2014. And they have been attacking civilian targets like, anyone remember the Kramatorsk train station filled to the brim with refugees struck by a Tochka-U short-range ballistic missile filled with cluster bombs? That's the way Russia fights, folks. That's the way they fight. So this is an especially knotty battle problem. Again, you need the road to supply your force. You are fighting for the road, and so is the enemy. So this battle comes down to almost 2 lanes of blacktop, and it's very difficult to maneuver to either side of it. So we'll keep an eye on this, but a breakthrough here would really be important.
That's Knotty, Knotty. Know your knots. Especially know your half hitch. Not naughty, Naughty.
Yeah, naughty. My mother was from Boston, so I say words like that. I get the wrong inflection on my A.
Well, no, there's no way you can distinguish between naughty and naughty, frankly. There really isn't, unless you say Kanati, and then you know you're talking about Knots. Fletch, go ahead.
Thanks, Alan. Yeah, this is a very interesting area, Chuck. A bit of information that's coming out today. Now, we covered some snipers a while back in one of your evening ones. Now, what Ukraine is actually utilizing throughout the front, and I won't say specifically where, but they're having groups of 4 to 6 guys, elite sniper units, are normally operating in the grey zone, and the grey zone is in between the where the battle is commencing and where the Russians are. It's the middle ground in between the two forces, really, that neither force is secured. And they're operating in the rear as well. Now, the numbers haven't been divulged, but it's significant number of sniper units. And Chuck, you know how the old sniping goings. Gone are the days when you lie in wait and you take your beta blockers and you're just waiting. These are rapid fire sniper units, and it gives you an indication because some of the figures that come out on the actual losses they're causing to the Russians, they're around the second or third in the number of killed after artillery. So artillery's number one, and sniper units are between second and third. And we're talking thousands of kills. There are some sniper guys in these units that have hundreds of kills. And I know you were talking about the Finnish situation, etc. So you can just imagine these sniper units working along the front, and they are demoralizing. Now, the word on one of the interviews with one of the sniper units, and they're all covered up for obvious reasons, is that it's causing the Russians to really panic. It's like the ghosts in the night. And you're not having just one lone sniper out there, you're having 4 or 5 or 6, and they're all part of groups. And we covered this before. Now, these groups, normally it's men who are operating, and their range of fire is anything between 1 kilometer and 3 kilometers, and that's a massive distance. I used to use the old yards, but we'll go on the kilometer meter side, what they're using in this particular area. And that's a massive situation. Now, you can just imagine them all along the front line. So when some form of breakthrough comes through, these sort of units are really going to be deployed to their fullest. And I would imagine all, if not most, of the units will be deployed when the breakthrough happens. Now, on the Rybotny area, funny enough, I was covering some of this with Dryfly last night. Now, at one stage, the Russians had vacated Rybotny, and as is normal, the Russians normally do a counterattack, and then they did that today. They tried 2 or 3 times and they failed. And it's normally what happens when Ukrainian takes a settlement. Russia normally goes back in and has another go to try and get it in. It happened at Staromeretsky on the next line on the east side. But what is interesting here, Chuck, and you've most probably picked it up because I follow ISW as well and some of the satellite images with the drones. They basically just about out of the main area of minefields leading up to the Rybotny forward line. And that is a very key area because we've seen some videos there where they're moving more freely, where the minefields are not as dense, and in many areas there's no mines there in certain areas, which is a very key point. Now, you've most probably seen the Nova Poperica area. Now, what Ukraine has been normally doing, as you've highlighted on your maps, Chuck, they tend to operate on the pincer movement situation on each settlement, where they attack from the west and the east, and they come in from the north if necessary, and the Russians are withdrawing in the south. Now, when they withdrew out of Rybotny, they hit some of their own further minefields further back, but they also had nowhere else to go, which is the word that's coming out. So they had to go backwards, forwards, because a lot of them were getting killed by their own defenses, which is always a good thing. Now, what I'm going to ask you on this, Chuck, and you've seen it, and what I'm seeing is in Babove, they're covering their flank, from the Polony area. Because what seems Ukraine is doing is they're always having flanks, because all the way they've come from all Kyiv upwards to Rybotny, there have been new troops going in, and I won't say what they are, but they cover the flanks and the rear of the advancing forces. Now I see, and I don't know if you agree with this, but do you see Babove as covering their flank if there is any movement from Poloni on this area. And do you see this area as one of the main possibilities of a bigger breakthrough? Because the key thing that has to apply to this whole domain of this counter-offensive is about 5 weeks. There's a 5-week window now until we get to the end of October, where really Ukraine is either going to go or they're not going to go, because then possibly the weather might change. And although that won't stop them going forward, the ideal situation, and I see they're pretty near a break in this area. And I know you said you didn't cover the order of battle for the Russians. Well, I looked into that in quite detail, and along this Pacific line, it's mainly Barr's forces, which are mainly Mobics. They do have a few Storm Sea scenarios, but they're basically poorer quality. But what I've seen is most of the Russian forces are primarily situated between the first line and the second line. And Ukraine now is on the first line going towards the second line. So do you think in this area, they're near forwards are going for a break? And do you believe that the Vobove is where the Ukrainian wants to secure their flank if there's going to be any further movements on this area?
You have summed it up perfectly. I agree with every one of those assessments. When we look at the map, and we just discussed the recent sort of Ukrainian probes at Polohi. Ukrainian commanders, of course, have to be aware there are considerable Russian forces in Polohi. Although they are there right now to essentially make sure that city remains in Russian hands, they are, they're not fixed, right? These guys have vehicles and they can move, so they could be thrown into this fight as well. But I think Ukraine's developed this situation pretty cleverly. So the Russian forces that are in Polohi to hold it, although they could be deployed south, remember, there's a couple of places, well, as you know, Fletch, but I'm just saying to everyone else, armies are very vulnerable when they move, right? And should a considerable Russian force be deployed south out of Polohi, of course, per force, they would uncover the city, right, and open it to a Ukrainian attack. As they proceeded down the TO401 to get towards Verbove, they would be turning their flank to the line of contact. So as they were going down the TO401, their right flank would be exposed to the Ukrainians. So Russia's in really kind of a bad situation here. Although they've still got force parity, and almost certainly, they have got superiority, frankly, to the number of Ukrainian troops. Ukraine's sort of turning up the heat here on Robatny. If the Russian forces come down from Polohi, that's an opportunity for Ukraine to strike them in the flank. And I see Verbove to the east here of Robatny. I see that as being part of the Robatny solution, and especially because of the way the roads go. Would you agree with that? That the Russia faces of literally a crossroads as they are sending guys up from Tokmak towards this battlefield. 20 miles south of the line of contact, they've got to decide, are they going to Polohi or are they going to Robatny? And, that's a favorable development for the Ukrainians, because they've literally got to split that force down there. I mean, that's the way I see it, agreeing with everything you said.
Yeah, I agree, Chuck. And also as well, if we sort of go further out, now the Ukrainians' modus operandi is to attack from the east and the west and come in from the north. And Polonny sits in the middle of Robotny and Stara Malinka, near enough if we sort of, I know we're looking at kilometers distance. But in theory, if there is movement on both axes, then in theory that they could meet up, and I'm talking about the Ukrainian forces, they could bypass Polonny and they could actually come in from the north and they can actually pincer it. I mean, because then they could meet up as a drive towards the sea. I mean, that's a possibility. I don't know if you've thought about that one. Is that something you've given any thought to?
Yeah, I would see that as a favorable development. But the one thing though, folks, I think you can be sure of, Ukraine does not want to get into an urban fight in Polohi. They don't. I think what they'd like to do is turn up the heat in Robotny as much as possible. And as the local commanders, Russian commanders, try to do whatever they can to hold the Ukrainians back, I think it's going to be inevitable that some forces, Russian forces, are going to be diverted from Polohi. And there's an opportunity for Ukraine to strike as well. And it's funny, we were talking about the deployment of sniper teams, and there are all sorts of sniper rifles out there. Lepuas, there are Barrett 50 caliber rifles. You can deal death and destruction at a couple of kilometers with these rifles. But you know what? It isn't just rifles that these guys are bringing to the party, right? They've got javelins, they've got NLAWs. So you think of these sniper teams operating beyond the forward edge of the battle area, beyond the zero line, operating in the enemy's rear. And these guys aren't just toting rifles, some of them, right? And Ukraine is not just deploying a sniper and a spotter. It's multiple units of these guys acting in concert. And then you've got a real problem, right? You've got these guys, and you don't want to be in a vehicle with a lot of antennas on it. You don't want to, all these little things that Fletch and I know on the battlefield, you don't want to be the commander who waves his arms around and directs everybody and points into the distance. You don't want to be the guy who's walking in front of the radio man, because those are the people that we snipe, right? You're looking for commanders, you're looking for communications nodes, you're looking for that BMP with all the antennas on it, and that's what these guys are doing, the Ukrainian teams. And that has a really outsized effect on the battlefield. If you take out the company commander, you take out the battalion commander, especially with the Russian ethos of command, that top-down, vertical, micromanagerial command, it has an effect directly on Russian troops who are not. They don't ask for permission; they wait for orders, right? They don't develop anything on their own. They only do what they're told. And 2 or 3 well-placed sniper rounds at the right time in a battle can have a tremendous effect, cascading command catastrophes for the Russians.
Thank you, Fletch. Thank you, Chuck.
Just one bit on that, Alan.
Go ahead.
Chuck, we're looking at where the Russian forces are in Robotny, and certainly around the Stala-Malinka area as well. Most of their forces, and I'm including the best part of their reserves, are committed to this forward edge of the battle and just a few kilometers behind. So it looks like about 80 to 90% of their forces are concentrated on engagement on where the battles are taking place, with a little bit of reserve a few kilometers behind. Now, there's been a few little images that come out that seems to suggest that the third line of defense, which is, as we know, mainly the last line of defense before there's next to nothing, there seems to be next to nothing there. And I've looked all the way along this line, and there's very little reserves. I mean, they even have to transfer that brigade up of VKS, you know, of the airborne, from Kherson up to the Zaporizhia front. So with all that in mind, where the most forces are committed to engaging the Ukrainian forces at the point of contact, with their reserves literally just a few kilometers behind them, what does that suggest to you when the third line, you know, what does that suggest to you with the third line being hardly manned? You know, what do you think will happen when the breakthrough occurs, if it does?
Well, I'd look at it this way, and I know you and I have talked about this before. You can have the best laid defensive positions in the whole world. If they're not manned, it's like they are not there. And given the Russian propensity to order their men not one step back, right? And we saw this at Liman, for example. The Russians stayed there and stayed there and stayed there until they were virtually encircled. And then, likely without orders, because no Russian commander gives a flying damn about his own forces, when those guys finally pulled out, they got annihilated on the road out because the road out was completely surrounded. So it was a shooting gallery. Here's what I think is going to happen in Robotny. There is a pretty dense defensive structures to the south of Robotny. But I think the Russians are going to be ordered to hold there for too long. And we saw this in Eurozone, that the Russians, when they finally did pull out, they had no vehicles. So they were left to try to get out on foot. And of course, they got fried up with artillery. So I think what's going to happen is this. Russian forces are going to be engaged at Robotny. They're finally going to pull back, and they have once already. They abandoned it once and came back in. The next time that wave rolls in and out, Ukraine will follow up. It'll follow the Russians back. But I think as these Russians go back with the intent of manning their defensive lines, I think there won't be enough guys to make it to those defensive lines. And unless the Russians are doing this now, manning those defensive lines, right? Getting ready to fight them. And I don't think they are, right? I don't think anyone wants to report to Moscow that, we only sent 2 platoons forward because we've got the other 4 platoons, they're manning the defensive lines. The military genius of Vladimir Putin, he doesn't want to hear that. He doesn't want to hear that his military commanders are taking prudent steps defensively. He doesn't want to hear that. He wants to hear that you're conquering Ukraine. And these are great things for Ukraine, that you've got a self-appointed military genius who's right up there in my mind with Saddam Hussein as one of the great military minds of the last century. And I put Putin in the last century because he's the last Homo Sovieticus, right? This is a guy trained as a intelligence officer. He has no military training. He has no officer corps. Everybody who's a general in Putin's army is king of grift, right? They're not good. They're not professional. They don't think. And we see this. They prove it every day. And I will say this. Look, the Russian soldiers can fight hard. They can, but they are not very often well led. And their officers do not seem to look ahead 24 hours. They don't look ahead. So there are strong defensive positions to the south of Robotny. Whether or not the Russians man those in time to slow down Ukraine, we're going to have to see. So those defensive lines, if they're well manned and planned out, they can be a wall. If they're not manned perfectly by troops who want to fight, then they're just going to be a speed bump. So we'll have to see.
So as we watch the map around Robotny, around Polony, really what happens here depends in part on what the Russians decide to do. Do they retreat out of Polony? As Chuck said, if they do, exposing their flank to the Ukrainians. The other thing we, of course, have to mention here is the fighting around Robotny, Verbove, Polony, is brutal, absolutely brutal. But we are going to move on to the fifth map up in the nest. It's Velika Novosilka, and here Ukraine is maintaining engagement with Russian forces as they retreat down the TO5 18 highway, and this is down on the right bank of the Mokry Yali River. Again, a section of the front line where the fighting is absolutely intense.
Yeah, it is, and I used a slightly different map projection for this particular map that's in the nest. It doesn't have the closest rendition of the Mokryali River Valley, but I wanted to show. You can see Vuhledar in this map presentation. I'd also point out that you look at, again, we've got that sort of rectilinear north-south battle space, TO508, which is both a necessity and an objective for both sides, right? Ukraine coming down from Velika Novosilka, it needs the TO518 as a line of communication and supply. It is fighting so that it can take possession of the TO518, and the same constraints on the Russians. They are fighting for that stretch of road, and they need the stretch of road behind them. This bigger map gives you, you'll see a similar picture here, and that is Russian forces 20 miles from the zero line to the south. You can see there's a point at which those Russian forces have either got to take the TO518 to get into the Mokryali River Valley fight, or going east now, you can see that other smaller highway, C-Series highway, the 051104. The same thing. So within 25 miles of the battlefield, Russian logisticians have got to decide where are they going to send their forces, right? Do they send them to Vuhledar, or do they send them into the Mokryali River Valley? And again, none of this is coincidental, right? So this is not a, wow, what do you know? It's a similar coincidence to the Kyiv fight. No, this is the reason the Ukraine picked this battle space. They looked at the totality of the battlefield, right? Or let's call it the area of operations. And they looked at the roads, and they said, look, this is going to pose a problem for Russian logisticians. They've got to supply these two mutually exclusive areas of operation. So, and again, we've got Ukraine pushing south out of Velika Novosilka. This is the Robotny of this area. Now, I've got the sort of battle lines, and normally I'll use an inset, and I think you've all seen that, but it takes up a lot of the map, and it takes you away from the sort of bigger picture here. Russia has been sort of reattacking Eurozane and Starmayorsky. The battle goes back and forth. The breakthrough at Eurozane, you probably remember, there was a JDAM strike, I believe it was about 4 or 5 days ago. It decapitated the company size element that was fighting in Eurozane. Those guys decided then, when the company commander was gone, to retreat. They had no vehicles, right? They have no counter battery fire. And those guys got fried up as they were trying to make it down to Zavatne. That's about where the battle is right now. The battle line is in the northern parts of Zavatne. I've shown the Russian lines coming up to the east of Eurozane. I'm not sure the Russians are actually that far north. I do think we're going to be looking at this from Ukraine here. They're going to press down on both sides of the TO5-18, and they would like to converge slightly to the south of Zavatne. On the blow-up maps, you can go back yesterday, you can see the little bridges that exist here. Every one of these little towns, actually every other one of these little towns will have a bridge across the Mokriyali River. It's not the biggest river in the world, but you can't get a tank over it. You can't get an infantry fighting vehicle over it. So this is a place that Ukraine put some thought into, because now speaking as the Russians in this tactical situation, they have a river dividing their force, and so it's very hard to come. They are not entirely mutually supporting when they are divided like that. Their maneuver options are constrained not just by the river, but by the fact that this is the only road network in the area. What Russia has been trying to do is take the pressure off the Eurozane fight, and this map isn't the one that covers that. But to the west, Russia has made a couple of probes up there. They've even made a couple of runs at Rivnopil, but again, they get pushed back. And one of the things that is hurting Russia here is that in this particular area of operation, they're still fighting the platoon size, company size scale of battle. And it hasn't been sufficient for them to advance the ball. But the fighting here is very difficult. But the needle is moving for Ukraine. I mean, they have every one of these towns from Bladnante, Marikivka, Staromamryansky, Eurozane, they are pushing south. And you look to the east, and you can see this the C05-1121. That's a viable axis of advance for Ukraine as well. And over there on the right side of the map, we have Vuhledar, a place that lives in infamy in Russia's history of arms. That is where 2 brigades of naval infantry were taken out by the Ukrainians. So this too is a really dynamic battle space. As of right now, the battle is in the Mokriyali River Valley. This map doesn't show the topography quite as well as the other ones. High ground is generally to the west here of the river valley. And if I'm fighting this battle problem, I'd rather be fighting it as a Ukrainian than a Russian, because Ukraine's logistical and support situation is much easier. It's much less complicated than the Russian. So we'll have to see. Also compounding the the Russian situation here is Ukraine has taken out one ammunition dump every 48 hours in this battlefield. Yalenensky was the last time they hit a great big dump full of artillery ammunition. And that's also hurting the Russians. Ukrainian counter battery fire is good and getting better, and that is preventing Russia from supporting its own defensive and offensive operations here. So Ukraine's moving the needle here, slowly but surely.
You know, Chuck, I look at these maps, as you know, every single week, every Tuesday and Thursday, between Thursday and Tuesday, always new maps coming up. I'm looking for a tipping point where Russian forces are retreating. Ukraine is engaged with them, making that retreat disorderly. Where on the line of battle do you see this kind of tipping point occurring, or are we weeks away from it?
Wow. I look at this map, and to me, the belly button of this map is Staromalinkivka, which is the next town south of Zavatny, Bazhanya. The Russians have been there for a while. It is one of the larger towns here south of Velika, Novoselika. And I am sure that the Russians have been fortifying positions there. That is the place that sort of gives me pause, because the solution to getting down the TO5-18 is not going to be fighting it out in Staromalinkivka. It's you want to maneuver around it, and that's one of the problems here. You've got this rectilinear battle space, right? The battle is on and for the TO5-18, and that makes it difficult because Russia is fighting this defensive battle, and they can fall back onto these, I don't want to say urban areas, but onto these built up towns along the TO5-18 and fight them one at a time. So the solution to that is, you don't want to fight the war the enemy's prepared or wants you to fight. You don't always get the luxury of denying him that, but you always have to look for ways around it. I'd look to the west, which is unfortunately off this map, but also to the east. I think the solution to the Mokryali River Valley battle is actually not in the valley itself. I'm making a prediction. It's going to be a renewed Ukrainian offensive action in an area contiguous to the TO5-18, but not straight down it, or a significant effort is going to be made to the east and west, and that will be timed to support an advance down the TO5-18, because that still remains what is being fought for here is the axis of advance down the TO5-18. So the solution is not necessarily to fight on that road, but to make sure that the Russians can't fight on that road. I know that seems a little counterintuitive, but that would be the goal. And my military education has always been, and I'm a small unit guy, and big units, big army doesn't always have the luxury of doing what I always try to do, which is I always try to fight where the enemy is not. I always want to fight where the enemy is weakest. And I always try to fight the way the enemy doesn't want to fight, right? So there's no doubt that the Russians have fortified these towns and are prepared to hold them. Therefore, I'd aim to maneuver around these towns and get farther down the highway, because Russia's goal is to deny the Ukrainians access to the south. That's their goal, right? So the enemy's objectives always constrain him, right? This is what he wants to do. So don't hand him the battle there, right? Don't, he wants to deny you the TO5-18 highway. So approach it by some other means. And again, that's easier said than done. And I'm sitting here Monday morning quarterbacking this. The solution also, if you cannot outmaneuver this highway, it is simply tough, brutal fighting and taking it town to town. And Ukraine is, look, they're doing it. They're pushing it. They're pushing it incrementally forward. And the fight here, it fixes and attrites the enemy. And remember, we're talking about a couple of fights here. And so far, we've talked about a place where, in Kherson, where Ukraine, with very minimal effort, is fixing 10, 15, possibly 20,000 Russian troops. Then we go to Kharkiv, where tough fighting is also pinning down great portions of the Russian forces, presenting them with a logistical dilemma. Do they support Polohi, or do they pour forces into Rabatny? Now we go over 30 miles or so here into Velika Novosilka. We present the Russians with the same dilemma, right? Do they support Vuhledar and shore up that portion of the battlefield, or 20 miles in the rear, do they have to bifurcate their logistical efforts? So you see in every one of these places, you're making Russia fight in dispersed battlefields. In both places, you're forcing them to half their fighting power, and none of these things are random. A lot of study went into where to fight, and Ukraine cares about how many guys they lose. They care about how many vehicles they lose. Russia doesn't. So there's significant objectives being accomplished here, and not just how much terrain is being taken. All of this takes it out of the Russians, right? It costs them men, it costs them materiel, time, effort, ammunition, food, everything else, and we still haven't seen that big punch, right? We still haven't seen it. General Zaluzhny has still not thrown the dart where the big effort is coming. But all of this frays out the Russians. It tires them out, it wears them out, and it burns up their gear.
And I think General Zaluzhny is still looking for the right place to throw that big punch. We have some hands up here. It's Steve, then Fletch.
Many thanks. This may seem to be a almost foolish question, because when I saw the image and post about this, I thought it was absolute nonsense. But I'm not completely convinced it is. So you were discussing earlier on the millions of mines that. So it's a two-part question. Firstly, I would like to ask, to what extent are the mines the problem? And so, for example, if you were to be able to remove all the mines magically from the battlefield right now, to what degree would that change the picture? My guess is a very, very, very great deal. And then the second thing is, there was a post that I don't particularly credit, but it was interesting. I initially just disregarded it entirely, and then I thought, well, actually, it has some reasonableness to it. And that was a thermal image purporting to be of some mine distribution in a certain area. Now, when I looked at it initially, I thought, no, that's not mines. That's actually just recent, shelling or something like that. But there is some reasonableness to this idea that the soil, certainly in the heat of summer at least, will heat up to a depth of a few centimeters, not very far, 20, 30 centimeters. But mines buried in the soil will have a different thermal profile to mines, to the soil, surrounding soil. So as the soil cools, because they're much more dense, they will have a tendency to retain heat and therefore give it off more slowly, and therefore a period of time be more detectable. Do you think that is that's a reasonable thing? Because it does stand to reason to me to a degree, and also just going forward, not necessarily with regard to this very specific post, but I could see something like this, very, very fine thermal imaging, which is extremely accurate, being a pretty good tool in this exact way. And if so, how do you think it would change the picture? So it's about 3 different layers of question. Thank you.
No, those are really great issues, and your instincts are spot on. Normally, if you're in a Western Army and you lay a minefield, you get out there and you lay them in a pattern. There are dozens of different patterns, and then other ones you can improvise, and you bury the mines and you camouflage them. And some mines are buried more deeply than others. There are different kinds of mines. They're activated by pressure. Some are activated by magnetic fields. Even acoustically, there's all kinds of mines. That's in a Western Army. The Russians have machines, and I think we've talked about this, that they look like the trap and skeet. You stack a big pile of these mines that look like plates, and this machine just whizzes them out willy-nilly out into the field. There's no effort made by the Russians to keep any track of where they are, whether or not they're actuated, whether or not they're camouflaged, et cetera, et cetera. So I say this on background because you're absolutely right. Mines that are just laid, I don't want to say laid, that are just distributed like that, you are absolutely right. They lay in the sun all day. They take the heat on. And by 2 o'clock in the morning, if you're flying a thermal armed UAV over the battlefield, you will be able to see them much more readily than you would be able to discover a mine that is laid, using standard operational procedure. Meaning an anti-tank mine will probably be 6 or 8 inches underground, covered by soil, leaves, debris, anything else you can send out there. So that is a tool for, that is an information source for finding those mines. And those that are not laid correctly will be easier to discover. Here's the big but. So minefields are put out in front. Of course, they're defensive. And what the Russians or anyone else does is you then position troops that can sweep the minefield with fires. And I mean heavy and light machine guns, automatic cannons, indirect fire weapons, mortars, artillery, direct fire from tanks, et cetera, because even if the Ukrainian forces can locate those mines and determine their locations with thermal cameras, and then go back and you plot the locations and you send your troops forward to defuse the mines, which unfortunately is what Ukraine has to do. It doesn't have enough of the explosive mine clearing equipment, again, which fires a big rocket that sails out over the battlefield for a couple hundred yards, towing a very long rope of plastic explosive behind it. In the Navy, we call it Mark 8 hose. It's like a fire hose, but it's full of C4. So that rocket goes 400 yards, 500 yards down the battlefield, I think 600 even. That explosive lays down on the ground and then goes off and it blasts a channel through the minefield. The problem there is that now your vehicles are advancing in that very relatively small path cleared by the explosives. And the Russian enemy still has defensive fires. So you're advancing along that one narrow cleared strip and they can really lay it on you. Especially around Robotny, that's been very costly for Ukraine. And there is another way to go forward and clear a minefield. And unfortunately, I've had to do this a couple of times. I don't recommend this job for anyone. And that is going forward on your belly in a ghillie suit with a plastic knife, advancing on your fingertips and toe tips 6 or 8 inches at a time and sticking that knife into the ground and finding a mine, uncovering it, and then unscrewing the fuse, given all sorts of variables, like some of the mines are booby trapped, right? Some of the mines have got another explosive under them. Some of the mines have a pull detonator on the fuse. You can see all of this comes down to mine clearing efforts that have to take place in a fire zone prepared by the Russians. So it's really difficult. It's really difficult to advance. And you're right. You could wave a magic wand and get rid of those mines. It would change the complexion of the whole war, right? We're just talking about the battle here on the TO518 highway. Without Russian minefields, Ukraine could make all sorts of moves that are to the east and west of the TO518. One of the reasons the fight is for the road is it's harder to lay a clandestine mine on a paved road. There are off-route mines. There are actually mines that you lay to the side of the road, and this is what it's used to be called are called IEDs these days, but there are actually munitions that are designed to attack tanks on a road, but you hang them up in a tree, right? They've got a magnetic fuse. Tank goes by, it fires an explosive projectile into the tank. The IEDs were homemade approximations of those things, but that's another reason why in both Orkiv and here in Velika Novosilka, fighting over a highway because it's really tough going in the open country. And although the mines are not everywhere, right, they are in some places. They are laid in quasi-rational locations by the Russians. Again, they just scatter these mines out there. The Russians don't even know where they are. They just know they're somewhere. But you're absolutely right on the thermal. That information does inform Ukrainian EOD operations, but they're so exposed. You're just so exposed when you're out there doing this, and perforce that it's an operation that is dangerous and takes a really long time. And that is one of the principal reasons why it's been slow going.
So a quick follow up to Steve, then to Fletch, then we'll finish up with the map on Velika Novosilka. Take a quick look at Bakhmut. Steve, go ahead.
Yes, thank you indeed for that, Chuck. I suppose what I was thinking of rather was a overlay of the thermal over a computer-generated map of the territory, so they could be precisely located, and you wouldn't need necessarily to diffuse them; you just go around them. However, I can see that, of course, not all of them necessarily are just shot out of a. They probably also lay some deep, and so therefore that can't guarantee that. One last little thing that I would ask about would be, can you give a very brief account of, because I don't really understand well. Account of artillery laid mine systems. So in other words, ones that are ad hoc and can be laid in advance or behind an already advanced unit as they're advancing, even if they do have knowledge of positions of mines. Thanks.
Yeah, there are artillery fired and by other means delivered in a very simple way. You fire an artillery shell, it goes up to a certain height. Great way to use these are in the enemy rear, and this munition explodes and it lays down. Traditionally, they're anti-personnel mines, and it scatters them in an area in a burst radius around that shell. You face the same problem that the Russians create the problem. They don't have to solve it when they've got that mine-o-manic that's just literally flinging these things out into a farmer's field. Those Western anti-personnel mines, air-distributed mines, most Western systems, you set those things out there. They are anti-personnel mines. They've got to be stepped on. And of course, this will make it difficult for Russians to retreat through these mines. Most Western systems, they don't just sit out there forever. They will go off, and you can set that 48 hours, 36 hours, 12 hours, 2 days, and they will clean themselves up, because you don't want to create a problem for yourself as well, right? You don't want to. You can fire these weapons in the rear of the Russians, so they have to face it, and if they retreat, they have to retreat across it. But you don't want to have to face that same problem yourself, which is why the Western systems that I'm familiar with, they will blow themselves up at a certain amount of time. That being said, the Russians have systems that lay anti-personnel mines as well, and these things have no self-destruct date. They just sit there. And again, it's Russia screaming how horrible cluster munitions are, and Russia literally dropped tens of millions of these things over Afghanistan, and they're still there. The locals, Afghanis, they call them green parrots. They look like a little wing-shaped thing with a cylinder on it, and they sit there forever until kingdom come, until somebody steps on one. And those anti-personnel mines, I mean, this is the ugly part about that entire system. They are not designed to kill anyone. They're designed to wound one person, and the mathematics are you wound one person and you take 3 people out of the fight, because 2 people have got to carry the wounded guy to the rear. So besides the simple reasons of humanity, it's not necessarily the best weapon for most circumstances. But Ukraine has those systems as well. But I think what Ukraine is using, it's dual purpose improved conventional munitions, cluster bombs, The ones that Ukraine are issued, the munition bursts over the battlefield and it rains down submunitions that have a shaped charge detonation sequence. So they will land on a vehicle and blow a little dime-sized hole in it, which will destroy the vehicle. The dual purpose is that it will also produce fragmentation. And we're going to segue here into Bakhmut, and we have got film of this exact process taking place and thoroughly breaking up a multi-vehicle Russian advance around Klishvika. So again, mines are a huge problem here, and they're going to be a problem in the war, but unfortunately it's going to be a legacy for Ukraine. It's going to take a long time to clean this mess up.
To Fletch, to Al Kilo, then on to Bakhmut. Fletch.
Thanks, Alan. Yeah, I think what you've been saying, Chuck, I agree entirely. A few things. Just like to remind everyone, about a year ago, there was a lot of moaning and whinging about how slow the Kherson offensive was going, and it was going nowhere. And we know what happened. And when I say I see patterns, very similar rhetoric is occurring now. And I've got a feeling of what could be happening over the next few weeks. But certainly, very key what Budanov said recently about when he was questioned about a rhetorical question, I suppose he said, about it going slow. And he said, well, you don't know what the Zelensky knows. And I would agree with that entirely. So people got to bear in mind the similar press and what all the whingers were saying, it was going slow and it was going nowhere. We know what happened in Kherson and we know what happened in Kharkiv. And I think this situation is very, very, very similar. And I expect we will see some form of big diversion move occurring within the next few weeks. Now, on the Staromalinka side, before I go down there, Chuck, just to support what you've said, I'd just like to cover the mines very briefly. Now, clearing minefields is an easy job if there's no ATM teams and no artillery fire. Then Ukrainians could just clear the paths without having to be under duress. What's occurring now at the moment is that Ukraine have been clearing paths through, which they have been doing, because obviously they can't advance otherwise, but they have been having artillery fire and ATGM teams which have manned the trenches they've been attacking. And that's been occurring in this axis as well. So just bear in mind, if there was no ATM teams and no artillery, then Ukraine could just clear the paths and they would have it. Now, the minefields, you have to remember, they're tens of meters in some cases thick and tens of meters wide, and that is a massive, massive area of minefields. But that's not the main area where Ukraine is looking at. Ukraine is just looking to clear paths through. Now, all they need to clear it is a path of around 100 meters wide along a particular minefield area. Now, what we've seen over the last 2 months is Ukraine has been adapting and certainly to approach the minefield area. Now, yes, there has been the thermal imaging, which is helpful because they can know roughly where the mines are, and that is helpful. And then they can choose the paths which they hope to have least resistance through. But they've also been attriting the artillery. And certainly over the last few days, it's been in the 20s and 30s per day. And in my mind, that's a high ratio. We've had those ratios occurred previously where there has been further advances by Ukraine. So the higher number of artillery that's done on a daily basis, they're normally clearing a particular area within a normal 20 to 30 kilometers area to try and take as much artillery out, and they normally make an advance. Now, on the Staromalinka area, you're right, Chuck. I don't think fighting for Staromalinka like Staromalinski and Urazane is going to be beneficial because they do need that road. Now, just to add to what you're saying, Chuck, the two areas one to the east of Vlodeline and to the west, to the west Vlodeline and to the east Connecticut, there is movement on both of those areas, Chuck, quite recent. Yeah, and so they're looking, and that gives an indication of how they've approached Staromayorsky and Urazini, is that they are trying to come in from the flanks. And whether they go from the north through to Staromalinka is yet to be seen. But if they can do a pincer move here with this movement on those flanks, then that would be ideal because they can cut the road off on the south and hopefully block the Russians. So that's key. There are heights to the west and east as well. So I'm assuming that they're going to be aiming through the west and the east flanks to try and get these heights for artillery. And I pay attention to what the general staff say, and what they've been saying on an irregular basis, over the last few months, is that this particular axis, all roads lead to Mariupol, and whether or not they would go into Mariupol is another story. But I certainly see this axis here, like Robotny as well, as very key areas where advances could be made on both areas, with possibly a diversion with the Dnipro. Because we have to remember we're in the same place as we were a year ago, where the people were whinging about the Kherson offensive. Then all of a sudden it all changed. And that all changed within a very few short weeks. And I believe because of the weather situation and the timings of things and the attrition that's been going on, I certainly think that over the next 2 or 3 weeks, we're going to see some big movements. That's the indication. And certainly the rhetoric, what we're getting through, because the messages the general staff get tend to be opaque and sometimes have no meaning to them, but they have massive meaning if you can correlate it to similar rhetoric that occurred a year ago. So there's a little pattern that's occurring at the moment. Now, on the minefields itself, what Ukrainian is also doing is they are, when the Russians retreat, Ukrainians obviously have drones up to follow their retreat and they hammer them when they are retreating. But they're also noting the routes they take through the Pacific minefields themselves, because you will see that from the advance from Robotny, it was quite quick, and they did follow up, whether the Russians have actually used. So there's always a route through the minefields, and that's what the Ukrainians are noting as part of their modus operandi on their advancements to date. Now, Staromalinka, going further south, is the least fortified of all the frontal area. Now, Chuck mentioned Vuhledar, and in Vuhledar, Chuck, it's the 72nd Mech, if I recall rightly, and we know how well they performed in this particular battle. So we've always said that Vuhledar could be holding some surprises, and they never followed the Russians last time that they made their advances in Vuhledar and got decimated. But the Ukrainians will know the routes they took to retreat. So that's another Pacific area that is going to be quite interesting. Now, I don't know if you see, Chuck, but I see this area. I don't know what you perceive as a time frame on this, but I'm looking at from what we saw last year. I'm feeling reasonably optimistic. Within the next 2 to 4 weeks, we're going to see some major movements occurring here, and I perceive we will see some diversionary advances as well. I mean, can you see how they can flank on the Staromalinka if they're already attacking Volodny and Kremenchuk on the west and the eastern flanks, Chuck?
I absolutely concur with you, and I think that's what's going to happen. And I'm glad you brought up those former successes of Ukraine. The failure of Russian defenses at Kharkiv it was epic, folks. The Russian forces fell back in such disarray that Ukraine couldn't pursue them fast enough. And importantly, Ukraine had the sense not to overextend its own supply lines and get turned on by the Russians. But the Russians lost, at some points they were traveling 20 and 30 kilometers in a day. They were falling back. Also, when their positions on the north bank of the Dnipro, when they fell back around Kherson, they were in free fall, right? They just took off, abandoning one example of every sort of equipment they had. So we know that Russian retrograde movements can be precipitous, right? And that's what John and I talk about sometimes as a brittle force posture, that they are incapable. Well, look at this. Their commanders do not prepare their forces to retire in good order. And complicating that problem is, and we've talked about this, and Fletch, when you're breaking contact with the enemy, look, somebody's got to lay down a base of fire and somebody's got to fall back. And then you turn around and you lay down a base of fire and your sister unit falls back. The first time somebody decides they've had enough fighting for tonight, that whole thing goes sideways. And it goes sideways fast. And you can have a failure squad to squad, two squads not supporting each other, but very quickly, almost exponentially, that expands into now two companies are no longer acting in concert. And when you've got a company level failure, it affects an entire battalion. So I do think as well that Ukraine has got enough tactical flexibility that they will be ready to exploit a breakthrough south of Velika Novosilka or south of Orhiv, or a new advancement around Vuhledar, or any one of those combinations in concert. Because remember, each one of these places were picked with they were purposefully chosen, and they were chosen for just the reasons that Fletch and I have been talking about. That in each of these areas of operation, Russia is forced to bifurcate their logistics. I mean, it is absolutely no coincidence that we're talking, when we talk about the Orkiv area of operations or we talk about Velika Novosilka, Russian battle planners are faced with the same sets of problems. And I think it's important, and Fletch, I'd like to get your opinion on this. I think Ukraine will be very opportunistic. If there's failures in either one of these areas by the Russians, Ukraine is going to be in a position to jump on it. And again, these places are too far apart for Russia's forces to be mutually supporting. But it doesn't mean that Ukraine, for example, if there is a breakthrough along the TO518 highway, pressure kept up in Robotny 40 miles away, that still affects the Russians, right? They've had to bifurcate their resources in either one of these area of operations, but now get closer to Tokmak, they had to bifurcate it there as well. I mean, what do you think, Fletch?
I agree. I think we're going to see movement in three areas. I was also quite supportive of this, Chuck, and I know you pay attention to ISW. I've been picking up on what they say, and I'm normally they're a day behind usually. But they're seeing opportunities, with the attrition going on, and certainly the way the battlefield is actually poised at the moment. We also had the statement from Blinken today, which I thought was extremely telling, where he said he doesn't see that the battlefield is at a stalemate. Now they know something, yeah, and they don't come out with statements like that willy-nilly. They know something, and British intelligence has been picking up on all the stuff going on, you know, from the drone attacks, which I agree with your synopsis on that one. So we are getting a lot of rhetoric, which are not direct statements about there's going to be a breakthrough, but it's certainly stating that the battlefield is being set up perfectly for that particular occurrence to occur. Because when you have British intelligence supporting what they say, and ISW supporting what British intelligence say, and then we've got releasements from Blinken today, which of all days is today. He says we don't see it as a stalemate, and we also have the small little messages that the general staff are getting, where all roads lead to Mariupol. That could be a diversionary psyops, who knows? But you know, I do see that as a very big possibility. And also, as well, we had a general. Now, this general, I don't really. Some of his comments have been quite off the cuff, and not necessarily having his pulse on what's going on. You know, like someone who follows this every single day. You know, and correlating all the information. You know, from the individual battles to the bigger picture. But General Mark Hertling, he said today that he expects a breakthrough within the next few weeks as well. All right, so he's obviously picked up other information, and he's picking up what I'm picking up as well. And it's all seeming that, as this being set, you know, is the battlefield poised for that particular moment? Because Budov, when it says it's not going slow, it's that, you know, only General Zaluzny knows that. But all the indications are, and what you've just said in your summary, you know, how you see things, you know, and how other people have added to that as well, then I do see there's going to be at least 2, if not 3 areas where they're going to push. And I certainly think that they have to do something on the Dnipro, because that will hopefully draw forces. And remember the old adage from last year, Chuck, drawing forces away. Yeah, so they do need to do something over the Dnipro over the next few weeks, because they did move more forces back there when they did that crossing. Yeah, so I think it's all poised, Chuck. And I do think that Ukraine does have a time scale in their own mind as well.
Yeah, and I think you take the totality of those clues, right? Those little nuggets of information here, and you can underscore this. There's no reason for the American Secretary of State to toss out some little observation that may be contradicted by developments on the battlefield, right? He doesn't need to say something like that. He isn't a cheerleader, and he doesn't want to expend political capital. So I tend to agree. I agree because a politician said it, but I think his opinion, and not just a politician, I mean, he's the Secretary of State, and all of the intelligence agencies support that as well. And folks, if you're not following the UK military intelligence briefings that come out, they come out, what, Fletch, every couple of days, but
Every day.
every day, and they always elucidate something that's happening, and you know, that's good money, as we say, right? They you know, they don't make any mistakes, and you get really really good, high quality, top drawer analysis out of those guys. But Fletch, thank you for you know, thanks for the supporting fires. I really appreciate it, and we don't usually contradict one another.
we don't, Chuck. You know, I have a similar psyche, but also as well, the key morale area that's been mentioned quite regularly now as well, and it seems to be taking root Now, the old adage in battle, you can have low morale, but it doesn't mean you're going to run. But we are seeing when Ukraine takes a settlement, the Russians do retreat, and in disorder normally. So it seems that this morale is really starting to take place. And British intelligence have said that over the last week as well.
Yeah, Fletch and Chuck, there seem to be contradictory reports about Russian morale and its effect. Nucley was on the space earlier tonight, and he reported Russian troops are surrendering less now than they were a year ago. And I'll just paraphrase him. He doesn't know what they are telling the Russian troops, what the propaganda is, but they are simply not surrendering and rushing at Ukrainian troops saying, put down your weapons, surrender, rushing at Ukrainian troops with hand grenades ready to toss, kill themselves, kill the Ukrainian troops trying to capture them. I think this is it's anecdotal. It's only Nucley where he is on the line of battle, but it's interesting information.
Yeah, I had that chat with Nucley a couple of weeks ago, and he's the first to say that he's not aware of the full bigger picture. But I wasn't talking specifically about the surrenders. I'm talking about the retreats, because every retreat a force has to make, their morale goes further down. So it's not necessarily about surrenders, it's about this morale. And we saw it in Urozheny, and we saw it in Staromirsky, and we saw it in Robotny. And this has happened over the last 3 or 4 weeks, that the Russians are retreating in disorder. And more often than not, they're getting hammered by artillery and cluster missions on that retreat. And then they do a counter-attack thereafter. So it's the retreat that causes the morale. Because if you're losing all the time, yeah, think about how that affects morale. Whether I agree about the surrenders, a lot of them are blowing themselves up. But an interesting point, Alan, on the Zaporizhia front, there has been an increase in prisoners of war, and a third of those are voluntary surrenders. So once again, the bigger picture shows a slightly different picture in the whole, Alan.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, Alan.
Go ahead, Chuck.
Well, I was, there are as many conditions of morale as there are units. And I think that was a really good observation that Fletch just made. What are the Russian soldiers being told, right? Are they being told that if you surrender, you're going to be cooked and eaten? If you surrender, your family's going to suffer for it? Are there really determined Russian fighters in some units? I think it's yes to all those things. We know that Sarah Ashton Carrillo has reported a decided uptick in the number of surrendering soldiers, and again, I think morale varies unit to unit. I would also say this. I mean, as much as I love to gloat over Ukrainian victories, we all know, as General Patton said, that the Russians can fight like sons of bitches. They truly can. But you want to create conditions on the battlefield where it doesn't matter how hard an individual Russian or an individual Russian unit fights. And you do that by having better tactics than the enemy, by having a better battle plan, and by overwhelming them. I mean, some of the fundamental principles of warfare are never going to change. You have greater mass and greater firepower and more maneuver options at the point of attack than the enemy has. And then you develop those conditions, and it doesn't matter how hard the enemy fights. It does not. You have mass, unity of command, superior firepower, and more maneuver options at the point of contact that you've chosen, and you're going to win. You're just going to win. Okay, but creating those conditions, that's the magic. That's the secret sauce. And to do that, you need something, this ineffable quality that I do not possess, and it's called generalship, right? It is being General Zaluzhny. And everything comes together, right? He has a plan. He has the backup to it. He has the logistics in place. He has the personal, everything from personal charisma to making sure that his guys have dry socks. Everything. And those are other reasons why I am still firmly convinced, not confident, firmly convinced that Russia can't win this, right? And that Ukraine will. I am firmly convinced of that. And I see that by the diminishing, the downward trend of Russian combat effectiveness on the battlefield. And I keep seeing, and we're going to get to Bakhmut here, I keep seeing dead, stupid tactics on the side of the Russians. So that when there is Russian firmness, and I will even say it, Russian valor, it's wasted. It's wasted. And when we get to Bakhmut, we'll talk about it. There's 30, 40 seconds of film I encourage everybody to watch. And it is the classic textbook of a wasted attack, of a dead, stupid, wasted attack. And if you lead your guys like that, and as Fletch just said, if you feed them a diet of big and small defeats every day, it doesn't matter. If you were Stonewall Jackson, your guys would have low morale. And you can have the greatest Stonewall Jackson plan in the whole world. But if your guys are convinced that you don't care and that you are incapable of delivering them victory, then they're not going to fight for you.
Chuck, I'm just guessing in Klishvika, the video you're talking about is the armored attack of closely bunched Russian tanks, all taken out. I think there were 6.
That is definitely the one. And just to set it up for you guys as color commentary on Monday Night Football, you've got a Russian attack, main battle tanks and infantry fighting vehicles, and they rush towards the battlefield. Okay, think of the battlefield. Draw a line across a piece of paper, in the middle of a piece of paper. Draw a line down from the top, and these 4, 5, 6 Russian vehicles come down and they hit that line. They've traveled in this column and they're kind of bunched up. They cross the line in the middle of your paper, and then they turn to the right, exposing their flank to the Ukrainians. And that is where it hits the fan. I believe at least one of those vehicles hits a mine. I could be wrong, but they start taking direct hits. And as these hits are distributed among these vehicles, and remember, they have turned their flank towards the Ukrainians, not a single vehicle pivoted a turret to point where the Ukrainians were. This artillery starts falling. Big clouds of dust get put up. And folks, if you've ever been in this stuff, all of a sudden you can't see anything. You can't see your hand in front of your face. Literally, it's just dirt everywhere. Now, as these vehicles are blowing up and there is absolute confusion, for some reason, which I think I can explain, one of the Russian vehicles tracks, aims, and shoots at another one of the Russian vehicles. And I think it's a crew in there, panicked, who had no briefing, who did not know what the threat axis was, War College talk for where the Ukrainians were. These guys are all of a sudden in this big series of explosions. They don't know if they're being attacked by artillery. They don't know if they've been ambushed by Ukrainian armor. There's yelling and screaming. The radio's going dead. And one of the gunners in one of the vehicles says, "I see a Ukrainian tank." And the tank commander says, "Kill him." And he's just shot a Russian vehicle. But I look at that chaos as it unfolds in less time than it's taken me to describe it. And I know that unit was not briefed. They had no plan. They were not conducting fire and movement, meaning I'm shooting at the enemy, so you move forward. Then you shoot at them, and I'll move forward. When they lined up in that line and came from the top of the piece of paper, they were in a line, right? Meaning that only the guy in the front could bring his weapon to bear on the enemy, right? We got 5 vehicles, but only one can shoot at the enemy. Then I approach the 0 line and I do what? Do I make a wedge? Do I put myself in a position where I can bring all 6 guns of my vehicles on the enemy? No. We take a right-hand turn, so in series, we expose the biggest parts of our vehicles to the enemy. And we just keep driving, and guess what happens? They get clobbered. They get clobbered. That tells me, folks, back at company, back at battalion, it's amateur hour, right? If I can sit here and be aghast at this, look, I'm a naval officer, right? This was really dumb. And it has a profound effect, right? So those guys, 5 vehicles, basically one squad right out of this company, none of those guys walked home, right? This was over. The other thing I saw was the Russians thought they were trading speed for safety. They put all of these vehicles forward and they didn't dismount a single trooper until the hatches are getting blown off the vehicles and guys are staggering out so they don't burn up. There was 0 infantry support. You can't put armor forward on the battlefield. You don't put infantry fighting vehicles forward unless they're covered by dismounted infantry. And that is what you'll learn in day 1. But I see failures of leadership, failures of execution. I see futile actions. And I also see an adroit, opportunistic, and prepared Ukrainian force that was ready instantly to exploit on an enemy mistake. And
Have they ever used?
watch the. Go ahead, please.
Apologies. I realize I'm being very rude here, and I do apologize. Have they ever used adequate infantry screening in this conflict?
I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it. And it's right. It's something that's completely fundamental. And it works really well if you just do it right.
And a classic case of Russians attempting to take a goal, but not having the forces to take it and hold it. And in this case, much worse than that. Unsupported armored column actually attacking high ground occupied by the Ukrainians. Even me, with no military experience whatsoever, would be able to say, my God, you Russians, what are you thinking? You weren't thinking. So we're going to go to Al Kilo, to Ethic Alliance, to Jacques Cousteau, and to Sussex. But then we do want to take a very quick look at the map in Bakhmut. Al Kilo.
Yeah, hey, thanks. Just a little comment. I mean, this space is great, and I think it should. Hopefully, this is going to become like a mandatory civics platform for high school, college people, and older farts like me, because you guys are really enlightening us about what it means to be in the military for people that have not served, and I think there's this chasm that needs to be basically broken. And I really thank you, Chuck, for your many hours of dedication, and also Fletch and other people that talk in the space. So thank you so much. And just a quick question, and it could be like a super dumb question. Regarding those minefields, like, so how much of a problem are they? And the other question is, there are these like heavy equipment, these sort of I guess flails and plows and rollers that they use attached to tanks or whatever, and how important are this type of equipment? And in general, what in your estimations are the most important equipment in general in light of those minefields, for the Ukrainians? So again, thank you guys.
Well, the biggest problem is that you put a minefield out, and it takes the enemy or the adversary here, it takes them time to cross it. So a minefield that isn't overwatched by infantry, that doesn't have troops there deployed, backed up by artillery to report that the enemy is trying to cross the minefield. They're conducting mine clearing operations. And so the magic solution is you call in artillery on the enemy's engineers and pioneers as they are conducting mine clearing operations. So there are plows, mine clearing plows on the front of vehicles. And you've got a tank which is acting in this case as a big bulldozer. It pushes this multi-pronged plow in front of it, and the goal is to detonate the mines on the prongs. Often it's self-destructive. If there's a big enough anti-tank mine up there, it'll blow the plow apart, but the tank will back off. But therein is the rub, right? So you've put a main battle tank forward. It's pushing a mine plow in front of it. It detonates a mine. It does or does not blow the plow off. The tank keeps going, but look at what's happened there. The tank has only cleared its two trackways, right? It's only cleared 10 or 15 feet, a channel 10 or 15 feet wide, and let's say 200 yards into the minefield. If you don't have any soldiers there to back the minefield up, then the who's ever crossing the minefield can just do it at their leisure in broad daylight and take their time and clear the mines. So what the best way to clear the minefields, of course, there are the projectiles that fire the explosive hose and blow those channels in, and you get across the minefield as quickly as you can. But the real solution is to get across somewhere and put a force operating against the infantry and artillery that is covering the minefield, right? So this is a sort of bad example, but were I able to get a small team across the minefield of infantry, and I could have them attack the nearest battery command location, and therefore depress the artillery support for that minefield. You see how that all locks together? There isn't sort of just one solution, just plowing up a track in the minefield. Everything's got to sort of work together. The minefield itself is an impediment, right? It's a sand trap to catch your enemy in. And unfortunately, most of the rest of this war is going to involve crossing over minefields. And Ukraine can use, they need the equipment to do that, so that they are not risking their crews and their vehicles to do it. And that's what's going on in Robotny. That's what's going on in Velika Novoslika. These are all places that crossing the minefield, you got to pay the toll.
So we have Ethic, we have Jack Cousteau, Sussex, and Fletch. Please be concise. We still really want to take a look at Bakhmut. Ethic.
Sure. Thank you so much. Great commentary, Chuck. Your knowledge is incredible. I was wondering if you could comment. There's a recent story, a really brilliant move highlighted by Business Insider, that Ukraine's National Anti-Corruption Prevention Agency is now offering a reward up to 10% of recovered funds for any whistleblowers that are reporting corruption. And there was recently, Zelensky went after, essentially, it was an investigation done into recruitment offices where people were paying off recruiting officers to be able to dodge the draft. But it's very interesting that the Anti-Corruption Agency is about to offer a 10% reward for recovered funds for anybody blowing the whistle on corruption. I was in Ukraine in 2015 and had an opportunity to meet Igor Sobolev in the Rada, who is in charge of the Anti-Corruption Commission there. And he highlighted that in the war against Russia, the second most important war was the internal fight against corruption, so that we could ensure that everything was reaching the front lines. And I wonder if you could speak to that. The United States, during our U.S. Civil War, Abraham Lincoln passed the False Claims Act, which allowed whistleblowers to report corruption in defense contracting. There were, amongst other things, military defense contractors selling diseased mules to the U.S. cavalry. And just was wondering if you could comment on that, because I think it's an absolutely brilliant move by Ukraine in offering rewards to folks that are engaging in corruption.
Yeah, I agree with you completely. I think that is an absolutely brilliant move. And, there is corruption and it has to be dealt with. But if anyone is sitting there from the United States making clucking noises and shaking their head, I would remind you that what Harry Truman did for most of World War II is crack down on, wait for it, American corruption. So the temptation is there. The United States itself has not been immune to it. And you're right, in the U.S. Civil War, it was egregious. It was awful. And I think that was splendidly put, that corruption is an enemy, just like the Russians. And interestingly enough, that is one of the post-Soviet legacies that most of the former Warsaw Pact nations have had to deal with. And rooting it out is, it's so very important. And I'm glad you brought that up. But even the United States has not been immune to that. And it's got to be cleaned up. Amen,
Yeah,
brother.
I hope folks can promote. I posted in the chat there a link to the article. It would be great if we could get the word out about this, so more people, Ukrainians and anyone that has information, can help put a stop to this.
Yeah, absolutely, folks. And if you are listening, if you are in Ukraine and you do know, hey, I encourage you to drop a dime on those people, because they're hurting the nation. And they are playing into the hands of the enemy, and more despicably, they're lining their pockets, right? Some people give blood, sweat, and tears, and some people put a $5 in their wallet. Don't let them do it. Don't let them do it. Come forward and dime them out, man, and collect your reward, because you deserve it.
I actually do have a quick question from a listener, real quick, if you can. How about?
We can.
Yeah, this is a quick one. I know it's a quick one. How about using the cluster munitions for demining? I know the answer, but I think that it would be better coming from you.
Yeah, it's that's a rational question. The problem is you don't have any you don't have a really elegant control about where your cluster munitions fall, and so it's a little bit like shooting a shotgun at some polka dot wallpaper and hoping that your buckshot hits all the polka dots on the wallpaper. So that's kind of the example. So it's not a dumb question because explosives are used to clear minefields, but they are used again, and we just discussed it a little bit. A rocket is fired, it tows a very long explosive rope behind it, more like a fire hose. And that lands in a linear pattern, right? You crank that rocket off and you can know exactly the compass bearing on which that explosive is going to be deployed. It hits the ground, I think it's a second and a half, 2 seconds, then it detonates, but you have got a completely predictable and predictive path through which you can expect that mines within the blast radius of that linear explosive, they've been neutralized. Rather, they've been detonated either sympathetically or directly by the explosives. So that's the long answer, but I don't consider that a bad question at all. And I like the way you think because explosives are definitely useful in demining an area.
Thank you, Prince. Thank you, Chuck. So, just a few more questions, then Bakhmut. It's Sussex, it's Steve, it's Fletch. Each of you must be concise.
Yeah, thanks, Alan, and thanks, Chad. I just want to know, like, what is the biggest problems that the Ukrainians are facing right now? Is it the mines? Just give us the details. It's like, because it's like they've got, the Russians are like they put, they put everything there, and like, what is the, I just want to know from, the best thinker, you know. I just want to know that what is the biggest problem that like how come with the offensive finding that what's the hard thing to find it? Thank you.
Well, I do know because the Ukrainians just reiterated today what they need, and their number one request is air defense, right? So I said this number quite a lot. It sounds hyperbolic, but it's not. 98% of Russia's precision strike munitions are aimed against civilian targets. That's because Putin thinks he's going to break the will of the Ukrainian people, which doesn't happen, right? London was not bombed into submission. Hamburg was not bombed into submission, although it was bombed into oblivion. Nobody bombed Hanoi into submission. You actually galvanize a people by attacking their cities. But the method in the Russian madness is by attacking Ukrainian population centers, they force Ukraine to pull back their air defense assets to defend their cities rather than forward deploying those and clamping them over the battlefield, right? It would be wonderful if at Robotny, Ukraine had 100% air defense superiority over the battle space. That would be great. It would change the complexion of the battle there. Around Robotny and Velika Novoselika, there are Russian airstrikes every day. There are a lot of them. And they are there because Ukraine cannot put its better air defense systems farther forward. So I believe what they asked for air defense first, and they need more long-range precision strike munitions. And long-range surface-to-surface missiles. I can't remember what number 3 was. I think that was just ammunition. But the short answer is Ukraine needs everything. And what drives me nuts is that every announcement, for example, of the F-16s, in the last year, we've gone from the United States will never approve this to we don't see it happening in the foreseeable future to maybe someday one of the allies could do it to finally coughing the cheese and giving them what they need. So give them what they need. But that was a good question.
So to Steve, to Fletch, with concision on to Bakhmut. Steve.
Absolutely. I am not interested in delaying any further. It was to do with corruption. I will wait for Bakhmut to pass, and we can talk about that later. Thank you.
Okay, Fletch.
Yeah, I'll be quick. Just confirming what we said earlier on, Chuck. Intel has just come in that it looks like a whole division of airborne have been transferred to Robitny. I think the 7th Airborne Division. It looks like all brigades of that have been. And the intel suggests that forces are being particularly degraded. On the mine side of things, I think what you said, Chuck, about the Stara-Malinka axes, I mean, if they can get on the roads, they can charge forward. Yeah, you know, they can outrun artillery, you know. So do you see the roads as being a key feature in all axes of development at the moment?
You know, I see the roads here in the Ukraine war as being, well, the terrain is much more restrictive than I think anyone thought earlier. And you know, although the topography promised to be suitable for large-scale combined arms maneuver operations, you know, it kind of turns out that this, more than a lot of people, probably including me, have expected, that it's really a battle for north-south roads. That there hasn't been a lot of sort of cross-country operations. And, you know, one of the reasons that is Ukraine's being one of the breadbaskets of the world. This is this really rich, loamy, moisture holding soil. And it turns out, not surprisingly, in hindsight, that it's really difficult to get across with wheeled vehicles and with tank vehicles. And, you know, you think of this, you're never crossing any place with one vehicle. You're crossing with hundreds. And by the time the third or fourth vehicle follows, as it must in a mine environment, in the tracks of the vehicle in front of it, they just bog down. And even at the height of summer, we're seeing that happen. So it's really turning into a battle of roads. But again, anything that is an impediment to you is also an impediment to the enemy. So it makes Russia itself vulnerable because as Ukraine is fighting for these axes of advance, they're also fighting to control lines of communication that the Russians must depend on. And we are still in a situation where Ukraine is looking for that point of collapse here for Russian forces. Now, maybe that's Robotny, maybe that's south of Eurozhane, maybe it's south of Vuhledar, but it's going to happen. And we have examples of what happens when a Russian sector collapses, because we've seen it at Kharkiv and we saw it at Kherson. So they're still looking for that break, and it's going to come.
Or maybe it's east of Bakhmut. 6 tweet in the nest. It's the Bakhmut map. Chuck, I'm going to give you 4 four ways to describe Russia in Bakhmut: desperate, exhausted, stupid, or all of the above. I'm looking at Klishvika.
I think it's all of the above. And although this Bakhmut map was put up yesterday, I put it up late yesterday, and it was informed by the video film, which I think when I put this up, it just sort of broke. The line of contact still pretty much conforms to the TO513 highway, which is the one that's going north and south through Bakhmut. And as we get south of Bakhmut, the line of contact essentially conforms to the railroad, and you can see that S turn. As best as I can tell, geolocating, and I don't want to get absolutely fixed to this, but the Russians attempted a crossing just north of Klishvika, where the flaming tanks are in the map, and where they came to grief is they crossed that rail line and then they turned south, which exposed them. And I want you to sort of rewind, and we can see why that attack failed. We can see that it was inadequately planned. We can see that there was no plan on contact with the enemy. It wasn't briefed well, and it wasn't. Infantry was not put out as. There was no attempt to secure the flanks. There was no fire and movement. There was no fire and maneuver. It was this mad dash, and it just couldn't have. You just look at that and your jaw falls open, right? It was as hapless and inept as the battle at Vuhledar. And we saw the breakdown in the individual training, right? We saw vehicles crossing a minefield, and then at some point they all fanned out. Well, you can imagine what happened, right? And in that same situation, previously in Vuhledar, the shoe was on the other foot, because at that point we saw the Ukrainians utilize the minefield, the chaos it induced, and they finished them off with artillery. In this case, it was simply a case of Russia trying to conduct an advance without any supporting fire, without fire and movement, which is basically cover me, you go forward, you hit the deck, you fire, you cover me, I move forward. They made no attempt to do any of those fundamental things. We're still dealing with a situation in Bakhmut, I think, where the primary goal of the fighting in this area of operations is simply to fix these Russian forces in position. I don't think Ukraine necessarily wants Bakhmut back, although I promise you it's going to be liberated. Whether that's right now or whether that's next year, I don't know. But for the Russian battle planners, they have to expect that if there are repeated failures here along the line of contact by Russian forces, Ukraine can and will exploit that. And they can and will launch attacks and break through if they can. But I think we're still dealing with a battle intended to fix Russian forces into position.
Yeah, and I don't want listeners to take my question to Chuck the wrong way. I know Russians are fighting hard everywhere in Ukraine and killing Ukrainian soldiers every day, inflicting casualties every single day. I did not mean to be flippant in any way.
Oh no, Alan. Oh, I didn't catch any flippancy at all. I don't know. You didn't say that. Don't worry, buddy. You didn't. No way. No way.
Okay. Well, thank you, Chuck. And we don't have a Kupiansk map, but there has been a lot of worry about Kupiansk and a lot of Russian claims that Russian forces are about to overrun Kupiansk. Nothing could be farther from the truth.
No, there've been some developments there that bear watching. The line of contact around Kupiansk is essentially stable. Isn't really the word. Static. There's been some small Russian advances. These are just findings of fact, folks. I'll get a Kupiansk map up tomorrow. Ukraine has continued civilian evacuations from the area. I heard information of airstrikes conducted on bridges over the Oskil River in the vicinity of Kupiansk. Here comes the big but. We don't know what particular bridges were or were not hit on the Oskil, and I'll throw some more confusion sauce into your soup here. We don't know who conducted the airstrikes, right? We don't know if it was Ukraine. We don't know if it was Russia. There was just Russian mill bloggers. So that's where Kupiansk sits right now. What's the most significant point of that information? I would say the continued evacuation of Ukrainian civilians. Another thing that I would bear in mind, taking or leaving the other information, there are a plurality, a superiority in numbers of Russian forces in this area. Just finding a fact, and take that and think about it. Another point of information here is I actually want Russians to concentrate their forces up around Kupiansk. Ukraine doesn't want to lose another city, but to a Russian listening guest, I invite you to stick your head into another three-dimensional urban battle space and try to take Kupiansk. And that, another fixative operation for the Ukrainian armed forces. This is another thing that Russia thinks they want, but it would be very counterproductive for them to get into another Bakhmut up in Kupiansk. So bits of information there. Some of it has been completely contradictory today, especially the bit about the airstrikes, but I'll get a map up tomorrow and we'll see.
I believe General Syrskyi is in Kupiansk. He is one of the talented commanding generals of the Ukrainian army. This indicates how seriously Ukraine is taking the battle in Kupiansk, north of Kreminna. But here again is a place where Ukraine, with minimal forces, a lot of local knowledge, is holding off superior Russian forces.
Yeah, and that's the other, that's the other sort of standard operational procedure here. South of Kupiansk in Kreminna, I was actually noodling around with a map, but sort of tried to prioritize the other fights. As in Kreminna, 5-1 superiority of Russian forces in the Kreminna area of operations. They are back in Dubrova now, which has gone back and forth dozens of times, but they haven't advanced past Torsky. Russia has the men, the material, the manpower, the ammunition, the everything to get to Liman, but they can't do it. They can't do it. And so, as perhaps ominous as the situation seems right now in Kupiansk, remember what's been going on in Kreminna for the last 8 months. So again, and this comes down to Russia, no matter what the state of their morale is, their combat effectiveness is decreasing. and that is systemic, right? They exhibit the decrease in their combat effectiveness on, everywhere from Kherson to Kupiansk. It's just the way it is. And like I said, more battles to come, folks. More fighting, but don't lose sight. Look, the pole star is the Russian army cannot win in Ukraine. They can't. This is 1969 in Vietnam. Bright young majors at the Pentagon have figured it out, but Russia is never going to figure it out. Their tool, their weapon, the edge of their soul gets duller every day. It gets duller and duller and more brittle and more brittle. And Ukraine's going to be ready to exploit wherever that fails, right? Wherever it cracks, whether it's Bakhmut, whether it's south of Kharkiv, whether it's in Velika Novosibirsk, whether it's south of Kamiansky, straight down the M18 highway, whether it's going to be a surprise operation across the Dnipro around Kherson. So take the totality of what I've just said and then go to sleep tonight and dream like a Russian commander. You won't have good dreams. And don't forget the dysfunction in the Russian military. Right now, the FSB, Putin's alma mater, they are rebelling. They want to get rid of Shoigu and Gerasimov. Interestingly enough, Putin's spokesman Peskov, 3 weeks ago, he said elections in Russia aren't really democratic. That was the last time anyone saw him, folks. He has vanished. That's what's going on at the top of the Russian command chain. That's what their national security apparatus looks like, their national command authority. These are insurmountable problems, right, for these guys. They got problems from corporal to field marshal.
I think from private to tyrant, that's where they have problems, all the way from private to tyrant.
That's
So,
better than corporal to field marshal. Yeah.
well, I mixed military and political there. So we should go to Steve and to Fletch. And just let me remind all of our listeners, look at the territory Russia has taken over the course of the summer. Not one single square mile. Look at the territory Ukraine has taken, kilometer by kilometer, and achieving tactical gains, preparing for what we don't know is yet to come. But they are putting themselves in position. Steve and Fletch.
Following on from that and echoing something that, thank you, sorry, apologies, thank you both, and thank you all. Following on from that and echoing something I think Fletch said earlier, with which I wholeheartedly agreed, just look at what was happening last year with regard to that, to the fact that the Inhalets River was constantly in question. For already at this time last year, David Brid had been captured several times, according to people who were very, very much wanting Ukraine to win, and yet all of the Russian channels were laughing at this and mocking Zoka and others, many others, saying, "Oh, look, of course it's still in Russian hands," and it was. And there's an Inhalet bridgehead, and then there wasn't, and this and that and the other. Fletch is right about that. But with regard to the Kremena-Kupiansk axis, my understanding, and I find this actually a little bit hard to believe, but not completely, the suggestion was, a few weeks ago to a couple of months ago, there was we were warned that 100,000 troops were being developed there, and that then they were launched into this counter-offensive, into this renewed offensive in the Kremenna-Kupiansk axis, I suppose to try and regain some of the strategic territory in the north, the Kharkiv to Severodonetsk area in particular. I think that the psyche of the Russian military and the Russian mill bloggers was particularly damaged by the loss of Izium and the area to the west of the Oskil River, and it should have been. But what is remarkable about this is that they have gained no territory whatsoever, whether there's 100,000 or not. Well, so that's a statement, sequence of statements. But I would finish it with a question. When was the last time that you heard the acronym BTG, Battalion Tactical Group? And why have we not heard it for a very long time?
Very good point. The last time I heard that actually was Vuhledar, and we know how that came out. And we've talked about the sort of let's call the limited success rate of these platoon/company level Russian attacks, and we've talked about this before, that those are forces inadequate to achieve their objectives.
Well, I absolutely agree. I suppose simply put, you paused. I didn't know whether that was an opportunity to reply or not.
Oh, it was absolutely. Please go ahead.
Yes. Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but a significant feature of the Russian military doctrine of the last couple of decades has been the foundation, establishment, training, integration of this particular unit, which is a very specifically Russian unit. It's kind of like a miniature army, where you have the concept, I think, was that you have basically the functions of an entire army, but devolved upon a far smaller unit, which is capable of in a more nimble maneuver. And it has the armor, the infantry fighting vehicles, the electronic warfare vehicles, the air defenses, the infantry, and other similar units that a whole army group would have, but in relatively smaller numbers. And the doctrine was established for decades, really, that this was going to be the new unit and it was going to be the future and whatever else. Well, it seems to me that a tell of the complete failure of Russian military doctrine at the center is that nobody talks about these anymore because they cannot form them anymore.
You are absolutely right. They can't field them. They can't supply them. They can't employ them. They can't deploy them. There's a thing we haven't been talking about lately, but we should, and that is the inability of Russia to surprise Ukraine anywhere on the battlefield. Right? Russia cannot concentrate forces in pre-start strike operations without Ukraine finding out about it. So, per force, if Ukraine is not going to be surprised by any Russian moves, they are prepared to take them. That is why superior forces in Kremenna have not been able to advance to Torsky. The Ukrainians always know that they're coming. And the last time we saw a battalion task group in action, it was probably one of the more prepared and ready and capable Russian units. These were two BTGs of naval infantry, and their performance at Vuhledar was astoundingly bad. It was astoundingly bad. And I am really glad you brought that up, because that is a point that, we've all been missed, right? And that was the principal tactical element of Russian forces. It was those brigade task groups, which we all thought would be so effective, operating in concert, right, in mutually supportive attacks, but it just hasn't happened. I'm so glad you brought that up.
May I have a brief follow-up question?
Absolutely. You got the blue ribbon tonight. You please do.
Yes. Well, given that such a behemoth army, military of a putative superpower, it takes years and years to develop their both the tactical and strategic structures, and there's an interplay between those two. And they clearly didn't work and were absolutely destroyed on the field by the Ukrainians. They must be scrambling. This is why we've seen the reversion, it seems to me, to the human wave tactics of 100 years ago. Just absolute desperation. Now, I do think that I'm not one to underestimate the capacity of any adversary. So they are, and it is clear from people like Kungfi on the ground and others that they are adapting. And although mostly at smaller levels, I think perhaps this is why part of the reason for the fury of many Russian commanders, and also the likes of Wagner, against the higher ups, that they don't seem to be able to adapt. But even if they could, even if the higher ups did want to adapt, what is your estimation as a soldier, which I am not, of the time frame which it would take to retask an overarching military strategy which had developed the idea of the likes of the Italian tactical group to something completely new? Thank you.
I think we're talking decades, and we really are. It would be this, not just this iterative change in Soviet tactics. The Soviets, the Russian, I say Soviets because that's where this all fell apart. The Russians' doctrine, it was sound. I mean, it was competent. It may not have been completely innovative. It may have been grounded in a force posture that in the post-Soviet era, Russia has not been able to maintain. But one of the problems is Russia has not, in this war in Ukraine, they have not been executing that doctrine. They've been ignoring it. That crossing last year, attempted crossing of the Severodonetsk south of Crimea, was such an incredible debacle that the United States Army took notice and examined their own river crossing doctrine to make sure that would never happen to a United States Army unit. What happened to the Russians there? So in order to change this, you've got to start like with lieutenants. You've got to, first of all, they need a Guderian, right? They need a Rommel. They need a very bright military thinker, an intellectual as well as a tactical leader, to come up with a new sounder doctrine. Then they've got to imbibe that doctrine into a generation of officers, right? Starting with the second lieutenants and the first lieutenants. And as they rise up to become captains and majors, and those 5 little words in that sentence, that takes 10 years. It takes 10 years to get a young officer and make him a major. And I know this is kind of I don't want to blow sunshine up the military skirt, but a lot of times I don't think civilians can always appreciate that. It takes 7 years to make a physician, right? You go into medical school, and then you go to internship, and then you go to residency. So we might be looking at 8 years to make a physician. And maybe this isn't an apples to apples comparison, but it takes 8 years to make a military officer, right? You go to 4 years of a service academy, then you go to 4 years to get yourself through your lieutenancy and your captaincy and learn to command a company or a battery or a squadron, whatever you're going to command, and then 4 more years after that, right? So you are making major. Okay, so that's a 10 or 15-year journey right there. In the Western Armed Forces, if you want to advance to become a captain or a lieutenant in the United States Navy, you're going to need a master's degree. By the time you are a commander, an 05 lieutenant colonel, you're also going to attend one of the service war colleges, right? And beyond that, if you want to be a general in a Western Army, I know a lot of admirals and generals. Every one of them has got a PhD, and that's what you're expected to do. So I just described a 35-year career for an officer. That's just one guy. And all of that in order for Russia to try to turn this thing around. And you know what? They're going to have to. But it's going to take them an entire generation at least to do it. Because I'm looking forward to the inevitable conclusion of this war, and Russia's going to have lost. And it is going back to Moscow, and they are going to sit around in a circle, and they're going to try to figure out what went wrong. And they are really going to try to figure out what went wrong, because their political leadership is still going to be expansive, right? Until they get a completely new set of politicians in there, and they're not trying to recreate empire, they're going to have to figure out something that works. I don't think they're going to do it. And I'm really serious about how long it would take. If John Spencer was on here, I know he'd be backing me up. It will take them decades. But first, they need that bright idea. They need that bright, shining spark. But I will say one thing to conclude this, and I want everyone to remember this. Gerasimov, who is now the military clown and hasn't been seen much in public, might not even be alive. When he started this war in 2014, he was a bright, brilliant star in the military sky. He invented this sort of little green man, hybrid warfare. We're not invading. We don't know who took over City Hall. That's not us. And the whole world, militarily, military thinkers, were agog. Oh my God. The Russians have thought up this subversive, deniable means of projecting power. And by those means, thought up by Gerasimov, this total war, dominant in information space, deniable military operations, they were able to take over Donetsk, Luhansk. They were able to push it all the way to Kherson and almost all the way to Mykolaiv. That's what he thought up. And it was brilliant. But then what kicked in were years of corruption, years of military ineptitude, bad training, fissions within the Russian military, no professional NCO corps, inability to follow and execute on their own doctrine, and that fundamental stripe of corruption that goes from Moscow all the way down to the lowest guy. And that's why I say they can't win this war. They're not going to win this war with this army. And you know what? They're not going to win a war. I'll go out and say this. They're not going to be able to win a war for the next 30 years because they've got to turn this around. And I don't know why. I was one of those people who said and told you Putin will never invade Ukraine, because I saw the strategic blowback that would happen instantly. He did it anyway. And I don't know why Putin, who saw the Soviet Union fall apart precisely because they got into a political / military / economic contest of wills with the West, and the Soviet Union fell apart trying to do that. So why Putin would think that 30 years later he could somehow do what the Soviet Union couldn't. I just didn't think he was that stupid, but he is. So there it is in a nutshell, I guess.
And apparently Putin didn't read his history, although he was there. Yeltsin made Putin Russia's tyrant. And while Ukraine's allies are helping Ukraine defeat Russia's military, and while Ukraine's allies are helping Ukraine to secure its future, which is looking brighter and brighter as soon as they win this war. Russians are destroying their own nation, killing their children, and falling farther and farther behind. Honestly, centuries behind what most democratic societies around the world are able to do economically, militarily, and culturally. So, two final questions here tonight, Chuck. It's Jack Cousteau and Fletch. Fletch, you get the very last question. Jack, go ahead.
Hey, thank you, Alan and Chuck. It looks to me this evening's discussions prompted a lot of thoughts for me, and I tend to be maybe a little bit on the pessimistic side. If my team is winning by 7, I'm wondering why it's not winning by 10. And looking at this, the way this is unfolding, I'm beginning to get the impression that while Russia is conducting some pressuring attacks in different spots, it's not really trying to achieve anything in terms of taking more territory. It looks to me like it's working now without battalion tactical groups in an effort to hold defensive positions and wear Ukraine down. And this is where I see a potential for a kind of strategic win by the Russians to be able to hold these positions, wear Ukraine down, and then negotiate some kind of settlement where they keep a land bridge to Crimea and keep a hold of Crimea and call that a win, and then use that as a springboard in the future for additional expansion into Ukraine, Moldova, etc. And so I guess I'll leave it there and ask what your thoughts are on that. Does Ukraine have the resources in terms of manpower and depth of weapons, logistics, to overcome that, when what we see them doing right now is making very, very small gains on the actual field? As exciting as some of them are, they are very small, and Russia's got depths of defenses it can hunker down in. Thanks.
Yeah, look, I'm a worrier myself, but Russia trying to dig in and hold on to what it's got, that isn't going to win the war, right? That isn't going to do it. There was a time in maybe the first 4 weeks of the Russian invasion where Russia had an opportunity to probably do exactly what you said. If they had put more carrots on the table, and again, not to put too fine a point on it, they forced Ukraine to the negotiation table. But those days are over now. Putin wants to hold on to Crimea. That's his blue chip. Crimea is Ukraine. Ukraine was blessed with a leader who rose to the occasion. A wartime leader, probably as improbable and likely as capable as Abraham Lincoln. I think he's rallied the nation behind him, and I don't think Ukraine finds any need or position to negotiate with Russia. I really mean it when I say it. This Russian army can't win this war, and they don't have a plan to win this war. There is no case blue in a file drawer in Moscow with the war-winning drive on Kyiv. They don't have it. And hoping that they can hang on to what they've got when Ukraine is only going to become better and better and better equipped and more capable. So I think if there is something that I say and think that might not be palatable to everybody, is that this war is going to go on, folks. It's going to go on for perhaps 4 more years, but inevitably Ukraine is going to win it. And Russia is going to lose it. And Russia is not going to be in a position to wage a war on anybody for the next 20 or 30 years once they lose this war. So, I mean, that's my opinion. Honestly, and your own assessment, look, it's as valid as mine. Absolutely. I just think that Ukraine has the will to win this war. And I'm not sure that Russia has the means to win this war.
Yeah, the only war that Russia will fight in the future after Ukraine defeats them is a war inside Russia, Russians against Russians. Chuck, I said Fletch had the last question. I misspoke. I meant Fletch had the next to last question. It's Fletch, it's Luca, it's Steve, and then we will be out with Tuesday night's bullet points. Fletch.
I think we should call this a chuckathon now. We're getting there, aren't we, Chuck?
Almost there. But Fletch, thanks for helping me. I'm glad I got
No
supporting
worries.
fires here.
Yeah, and just more supporting. On the Kupiansk front, I just listened to what the General Staff said about that. There's been no territories lost in Kharkiv. No settlement has been lost since they've launched there, whatever it was. I don't call it an offensive. I call it an attempt to try and cause problems for Ukraine to transfer reserves. And also what General Zursky summed up about the troops they're encountering in the Kupiansk area, poor quality, mainly mobilized and convicts. So if the General Staff are saying these things, it sort of says that they're underlyingly confident in their defense there and they're not going to get any further. On the battle BTG scenario, that would only work for Russia if it had an inferior foe. And it does. They've had to get rid of it because it doesn't work. Every time they try to deploy a BTG, they've got wiped out in one shape or form. Then they followed the Wagner style of using assault troops, and so they formed the assault groups called Storm C. And they no longer have the BTG, although they do have battalions. They've moved forward to the shorter groups where they form anything from 10 to 20 in these Storm C groups. So they are very poor quality. I don't think it'll go on for another 4 years, Chuck. My scenario in my mind is slightly different. It may go on in different ways politically, but from the actual looking at the way the battlefront is going on now, I know the last speaker was mentioning, what Russia might do. This war is not about what Russia will do anymore. It's about what Ukraine will do. You know, and as the general staff always say, the incentive is on the Ukrainian side. Now, I know that 4 years, Chuck. I've heard you before. You know, 1, 2, 3, 4. I know you've heard it. If something significant happens, that can change that psyche. Now, how I see it, and I've seen a general who had a similar sort of mindset to about, you know, oh, it's not going any further. But to see this general who's normally had, you know, quite negative things to say, you know, quite a few negative things to say, you know, there's something going on that we're not fully aware of. And I think the general staff are in that position, because I perceive if they, or when they get to the Sea of Azov, and I've got a suspicious a mind scenario that this will happen by the end of October. You know, I'm seeing all the things that are laying up there, and with all the assets that have been unused and all the brigades that are still to be used. If that happens, then that's going to put political pressure on. So my question to you, Chuck, is with your 4-year scenario, if significant things happen militarily that affect the Kremlin politically, then can you see that war being reduced, that time scale?
Absolutely. And I will be happy to buy rounds at the Crimea beach party. Look, I really want to be wrong. But Fletcher, you're absolutely right. If there is a major political change in the Kremlin, that could definitely and would inevitably affect the length of this war, because there's only 2 entities on Earth that cannot survive defeat in this, right? Ukraine will not survive if it's defeated. The other thing that won't survive if it's defeated is Putin, right? Russia will survive if it's defeated in this war. Russia will go on, but Putin won't. And he knows it. And folks, he is in it for him, right? He has stolen billions of dollars from the Russian people. He has killed hundreds of people in his climb to the top. And he knows he has no friends, right? He knows that. He also knows he's got the 3 stooges leading his war, right? He's got Shoigu, he's got Gerasimov, and he's got the other guy who was just relieved as leader of the Air Force. I'm sorry, I'm blacking his name out right now. But he also, yeah, yes, and he hasn't been seen in 3 weeks. He hasn't been seen since the mutiny. So Putin's got, he's facing these incredible problems here. But remember this. Just about every year in World War II, somebody came very close to killing Adolf Hitler, but the war kept going on. And if Hitler had been killed in 1942, 3, 4, it would have changed the war. And the same with Putin. You know what? I'm just one of those guys. If I'm in a fight, I want to keep my head down and just say, you know, this is going the full 12 rounds. Hey, if we get a knockout in the 3rd, look, nobody will be happier than I am. But I just think it's a long fight. And I think it requires that sort of steadfastness, that resolution, and, you know, frankly, the resignation for all of us to realize this is going to be a long, tough fight. Because there is the land bridge to cut in half, and there is Crimea to liberate. And we have the historical examples of what a fight, large-scale maneuver warfare fights are like in Ukraine, right? We just need to, you just open up, Fletch, and I know you have, the history book of World War II. It's going to be a long, tough, bloody fight to take Crimea. And we're in it. But I am convinced of this, folks, that this war is going to it's going to end one way. And Ukraine is going to restore itself to its full territorial integrity and reestablish the status quo antebellum, and we're going to go back to the way Ukraine was in 2014. I promise you.
Check.
Fletch,
I think it was, just quickly, Alan. Valkyrie was the Hitler thing, and so you're saying that we need another Tom Cruise then?
I hope so. You know, I'm going to drop a dime here. I'm going to say I know somebody, but Chris McQuarrie is the brother of one of my SEAL teammates at SEAL Team 4, and he's got to be one of the greatest directors and writers of all time. I just thought I'd drop that in there. It's sort of a reverse. I know him. I know his brother. So good on him.
Thank you, Fletch. Luca and Steve, you have the last two questions, and you don't know how little time you have to ask them. So, Luca, go ahead.
Thank you, Alan. Chuck, thank you. I'll be brief as always. So, my sense is, and sorry, I came up late tonight. I just got out of work. Is that it's almost like Russia knows that they're going to lose territories, and they're trying to make Ukraine pay for every inch, and then Ukraine is advancing carefully because they want to minimize their losses. That's kind of like my reading, and they are moving forward, which is great. And then the question is, and maybe you said it before, but I wasn't on. There is this narrative that the second and the third lines are not one man or well equipped, so we might expect some acceleration. Just kind of like trying to read the tea leaves. What do we expect to happen as a precursor? I don't even want to call it a breakthrough, but like the fact that they're going to start to lean into a weaker defensive position, so that we can actually see the Ukrainians, eventually making a faster progress. What's your opinion of like, what's the precursor for that to happen?
Well, that's a good question. I'll try to give a short answer. Looking forward in the tea leaves, there is still going to be some hard fighting ahead. Right now, the Russians are, for, again, not very intelligent reasons, they're fighting in front of their stronger defensive positions. And this is a big mistake, right? Russia is by fighting in advanced positions like Robatny and in Eurozanye, they should have fallen back into their stronger defensive positions. They should be fighting their defensive lines. Instead, they're losing troops out in front. It makes no sense to have the Maginot Line and put yourself 25 miles in front of it, where you're going to lose maneuver warfare battles. And it makes even less sense if you do it like the Russians, by feeding a platoon and a company at a time into the jaws of the Ukrainian sausage-making machine. So we do face some problems in that the farther south Ukraine advances, there are more and more Russian defensive positions. But I do have confidence in Russia continuing to make the kind of mistake I just said. Russia shouldn't be fighting in Robatny. They should fall back, but they won't. And these battles that are going on right now, they are serving largely an attritional purpose for Ukraine. Russia is they're losing men, they're losing material, they're expending resources, and they're not fighting smart. And eventually, they're going to pay the big price for that. So, for example, if you lose 5,000 guys in the Battle of the Mokry-Yali River, those are 5,000 guys that cannot man your defensive positions farther south, where they could have put up a better fight. And that's going to come home to bite them. The other thing is that Ukraine has shown that it can really quickly exploit any advantageous development on the battlefield, right? So it is still possible that Ukraine can can defeat the force in front of it at some point in the battlefield, whether that is in Bakhmut, whether it's in Vuhledar, whether it's in Urozhane, whether it's south of Orkiv and Robotny. Ukraine is going to be prepared to, if there's a breakdown in the Russian force posture, Ukraine is going to pour through the break. So on balance, I see Russia in a less advantageous position. Russia is expending resources like it's soldiers, and that is going to bite them, right? They're losing 1% of their artillery every day. That's going to bite them. They've lost somewhere around 200,000 casualties in the war. That's going to bite them. And the other thing that's going to bite them, Russia is considering another mass mobilization. It's very likely to take place in September. Putin is running again for re-election in the spring. Don't laugh. He really takes this seriously. But if he mobilizes 300 or 400,000 more men, and they have the effect of the last 300,000, right? They didn't advance the ball anywhere. So Putin is skating. He is skating on a very thin part of the pond. So that's why I am still confident that Ukraine is going to do well here. Again, I stick to my 4-year timeline, but I will be so happy to be proven wrong.
Thank you, Luca. Steve, it turns out you get the last question. Please be concise. This has been a chuckathon, and I need to do some training.
Many thanks. I'll try and be as concise as possible. I will actually frame it as a series of comments rather than a question, but Chuck can comment afterwards in response. He mentioned lieutenants and the lack thereof with relation to BTGs. Lieutenant is from the French lieutenant, the placeholder, the person who holds the area. And it was not a defensive, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, it was not a defensive definition, but rather an offensive one that was defined by the greatest, probably the greatest, one of the greatest maneuver generals of all time, Napoleon. I would like to say that I think that Zaluzhny is, all things considered, particularly given the unequal forces that he had to manage at the beginning, showing himself to be one of the great maneuver generals of all time. And with regard to the static nature of Russian defenses and what they're doing, with that, even including the comment that Chuck just made about them being forward of their defensive positions, even though they are forward of their main line, they are still defensive positions. And I would just like to say one further thing, or a paraphrased quotation from Napoleon. The army which remains within its fortifications is lost. And the Russians have demonstrated quite clearly, it seems to me, in this conflict, that they are very poor at maneuver warfare. That's it.
Spot on, Steve. Absolutely. And it is maneuver warfare that's going to win this war. And Russia has shown that it makes big mistakes when it tries to do that. And we have Vuhledar, we have Kharkiv, and we have Kherson as examples of what happens when Russia does not fight on basically defensive lines. So again, I remain confident that Ukraine can deliver victory, and it is going to be delivered through combined arms maneuver warfare. And it is divine providence that Ukraine has been gifted with two stellar wartime leaders, right? You have a guy who was a television personality, but an extremely intelligent man and a lawyer and a man who developed his own business and became wealthy uh, because of the stuff that's between his ears. But he also has a touch for politics, and he also has a couple of dashes of Winston Churchill and Abraham Lincoln in him. And the second man who has risen to help save his nation is General Zaluzhny, who
Here, here.
has the qualities of some of the greatest generals in the world, right? He may not have the panache of Napoleon, but there's a bit of the steadiness of Robert E. Lee or General Grant or both. You know, he's a very self-effacing man, doesn't put himself forward, but is tough, is resolute, and he fights smart. And that's what it's going to take. And if anyone thinks that personalities don't matter in terms of national destiny, you try to imagine if Russia had a leader like President Zelensky or a person in charge of the war like General Zaluzhny, and we'd be in a heap.
You know, Chuck, I see General Zaluzhny as a kind of Eisenhower because I know that if he gave an order and it didn't turn out the way he wanted it to, he would take all the responsibility onto his own shoulders. This is the kind of general that Eisenhower was in World War II.
Yeah, he is really an amazing guy. And look, these guys are products of the nation that gave them suckle. And don't forget, folks, Ukraine was the brains of the Soviet Union. It built their ships. It designed their airplanes. It made their nuclear reactors. It designed their rocket ships. That nation has decided to get out from under the imperial thumb of Russia and face West and embrace democracy and economic freedom, and more importantly, humanistic values. And this is a war that we've got to win, and we're all going to see it happen. We'll all get there together, and you're helping win the information war. I mean, so tune in, and folks, MriyaReport, here we are, man. We're carrying the mail, and I know I'm preaching to the choir, but look, you're gonna get a coffee tomorrow. Kick a little bit up here to MR. We're gonna do things like get thermal cameras on drones and help find mines in those minefields, and we're gonna help get tourniquets into the hands of every soldier on the battlefield. And we're going to get power supplies to the hospitals in Kherson, which continue to be targets for Soviet artillery, Russian. It's easy for me to switch back into that, isn't it, for Russian artillery? So if you can help, please do. And every little bit helps so much. And God bless you. And thanks for hanging in there. And Alan, and we did it, man. I'm getting there. Tell Thomas I'm closing in on him.
No, Chuck, we're only at the halfway point of a Tynerton.
Oh my God!
For us, this is Heartbreak Hill.
I know it is. It's the 20-mile mark in the marathon where you go, "Why did I do this? What am I doing?"
Chuck, thank you very much. I'll see you on Thursday. We'll have a lot more maps to go through, a lot more analysis and insight to benefit from. And with that, I'll say good night. Get some sleep. Although I know it's late. It's later for me than you, Chuck.
I know it. I know it is. I'll be back in your time zone here shortly, and we'll have to recalibrate. But Prince, I see you out there ready to take the reins. Thanks for Thanks for leaving us in good hands. And everybody, thank you so much. Thanks for all the wonderful comments and questions. And I will see you Thursday with a whole armload of maps. So good night, everybody. Good night, Alan. Talk to you guys soon.
Good night, Chuck. And thanks for this Chuckathon. Prince, great to see you. I'm not
Hi,
going to be
Alan.
I'm not going to be here for much longer.
I am just chuckling because last night when you signed off, you estimated that that you may be on with Chuck tonight for 5 hours, and when you started saying you were going to try to wrap things up, oh, what was that, 2.5 hours ago or something like that? I reminded you of your commitment to go 5 hours, and it is 5 hours now, so you may leave. But yes, I was thoroughly teasing you, but it ended up happening, and it was absolutely delightful time with you and Chuck. It always is. But when I have the opportunity to joke around a little bit, it's always a good opportunity. And then when it ends up happening, it's always something that I know that our listeners will enjoy and people will enjoy listening to on replay again. But I sure have had enjoyed myself listening to you guys and still just sort of giggling, watching the clock, waiting for that 5 hour mark.
Well, I am so lucky to have all this time with Chuck. I am so lucky to learn so much from Chuck, and I hope all of our listeners do too. You know, uh, Chuck is such a gracious individual. I have asked stupid questions for about a year now. Uh, Chuck entertains them all, and by doing that, he helps me learn. So does John Spencer, so does Axel, and for that matter, so do you, Prince. So does Robin, who is trying to teach me Ukrainian. I am Robin's worst student.
Yes, well,
Alan, I'm one of the worst students, so you can't be much worse than me.
Well, so just before I drop down, Prince, Robin and I are going to start a MriyaReport book club. We're going to put it all in Ukrainian. I can't say book club in Ukrainian yet, but I will be able to. This will be on Sunday nights, Prince. I hope you're able to join us. We're going to start with Timothy Snyder's handbook on tyranny. Sunday night. It's only 126 pages long. Robin, I think we can get through that book in our first session, don't you?
I will be interested to see how you do that. I would.
That's
Yeah,
what
well,
I said.
yeah, I mean, it's like anything. We could get through it in an hour, or we could take a year. It depends. It'll be a good way to start, though. Everybody will get their feet wet. I have come across, though, one of our listeners sent me a rather frightening update. Though Timothy Snyder has made a revised issue of this book, which is unfortunately only available in as an audiobook at this point, where he goes, it sort of looks as though he's taking the road to unfreedom and making the 20 points also. So I'm hoping that comes out in paper at some point and we can go over it also, but that will be obviously later on. But yeah, we will see, Alan. Either we get through it or we don't, then we go to the next week. No pressure. It's going to be a lot of fun. Looking forward to it.
Oh, me too. And that's exactly right. No pressure. Timothy Snyder, professor at Yale University, will be teaching 2 courses this fall, a lecture course of the history of Ukraine and a seminar. Wow, wouldn't I like to be an undergraduate today? And somehow get into Timothy Snyder's seminar. I probably wouldn't make that. But I'm going to drop down. Robin, this is our second time together today. You've actually been here 3 separate times today, this morning, this evening, and now tonight. Thank you so much. Thank you, Prince. With that, I'm going to say good night and Slava Ukraini.
Heroyam Slava.
Heroyam Slava, Alan.
Thanks.
Oh my. Yes, I know that you're going to be coming up as co-host here in a second, Robin, and I suggested that to him last night when it came to the book on tyranny. That you guys split it up over a few weeks. I have a feeling that you guys are going to have so many people wanting to talk about the subjects as you go through the book that it's going to take a little bit of time. I think that, yeah.
No, I have that feeling too, but we'll see. It's. I think this coming Sunday we'll be talking about, at least in part, about exactly how we're going to structure things going forward. And I agree with you. We have a lot of intelligent people with a lot of intelligent things to share, and since I don't plan to go 5 hours with this, it may take more than. But we'll see. We'll see. As I said, I mean, it's not school anymore, so. Up here comes my invite. I guess I'll lose you for a sec.
Okay, that's fine. And realistically, it's not school anymore, Robin. But it is the interwebs, and people like to talk. And I think if Alan wants to do just that one book, the 20 points, on tyranny, he can do that in a 20-hour marathon. That's
it's a good idea.
One chapter per hour, and we have a hand up.
Okay.
Go ahead, Jack.
Oh yeah, I was just going to comment. Alan had mentioned Professor Snyder's seminar on the history of Ukraine. I think there are a series or maybe a playlist of his lectures at Yale on the history of Ukraine. If I'm not mistaken, those are from 2022. So if you can't be an undergrad currently, you can still kind of audit the course via the University of YouTube.
Yes, thank you, Jack. I actually have listened to all of those once. I hope to go through them again. That's the thing with Timothy Snyder. It's anything he writes or his lectures. It's worth going over a few times to get as much out of it as you can. Prince, have you had a chance to see any of those?
I have not. I feel like I feel like, you know what it is? I listen to MriyaReport from the time I wake up until the time I go to bed for the most part. I mean, I have TV shows that I have major addictions to that I totally quit watching when I became a co-host. Because now I really do watch it from listen from the time I get up until the time I go to bed. And because what I used to do was, one night a week or a couple nights a week, I used to, stop playing, stop listening at a certain time. And then I'd watch a couple episodes of TV. That's how I missed the Kirch Bridge going off the first time, and it made me mad.
Yeah, I remember I had the same thing. I found out about it a couple of hours later. Yeah, I have books overdue at the public library. I used to be an avid reader, and now if it isn't about Ukraine, if it isn't Timothy Snyder or Serhiy Plokhy, which I somehow managed to fit into my day. We got rid of our television cable subscription because I was never using it anymore. MriyaReport is great. I mean, I have no complaints. It has taken over my life, and I'm quite happy with that.
Oh yeah, no, completely. And I'm even trying to pull myself away from the MriyaReport to read information for the genocide subject that we're talking about on Friday nights, or the SBU subject that we're talking about on Saturday nights, and it's still so hard. And but I'm getting it done, and fortunately it's something that Yeah, especially when it comes to the genocide, something that you can only take in small chunks to begin with. But that is the way it goes, and that's all good.
Yeah, I really admire you for taking that on as a subject. I don't think I'd have the strength to do it, honestly. It's a very important subject, and God bless you for doing it.
Yeah, I don't know why I can do it, but I can, and I actually appreciate Nancy for coming up with the idea, and I think it's a brilliant idea, and I really appreciate Gina. Sort of got roped into it, but she's very willingly roped in, um, and that is, you know, that is something that I really appreciate because she has a lot of knowledge on these things and has done a lot of research for her articles.
Yeah, she is terrific. I'm so glad she joined us, you know, just coming on as a listener and a speaker. Because every time she comes up to speak, I learn something. It's you know, it's really a wonderful group we have here. I mean, not to get nostalgic or anything, but you know, between the hosts and our speakers and our listeners, it's really quite an unusual group we have here. As I said, I'm very grateful to have stumbled upon it.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And so shall we talk about some of the things that have happened in Ukraine today? And you know, while I was, you know, pushing buttons on behalf of Alan um, for the last couple of hours, I was looking for more news. It's like I never stop looking for news until I start co-hosting. Um, but there are a couple of things. One thing that I just came across that made me so excited and so happy, because it reminded me actually of a friend I have here in Utah, and she has a daughter who has a very very rare genetic disorder. In fact, she was misdiagnosed until her early 20s. Crazy, right? Um, but one of the things that my friend did while her daughter was growing up was to have a park built, a handicapped accessible park built so that people in the community could enjoy it and so that her daughter could enjoy it. And so we have one here in our town, you know, not far from my house. And I know that they're more of a common thing to have now. They have wheelchair accessible swings, wheelchair accessible merry-go-rounds. You know, all of these different kinds of things that are wheelchair accessible um, for people who use wheelchairs. I should ask Dave if he's ever gotten on one of those wheelchair accessible swings. Um,